Love and Will. Rollo May, 1969, forward. Some readers will wonder at the juxtaposition of love and will in the title of this book. I have long believed that love and will are interdependent and belong together. Both are conjunctive processes of being, a reaching out to influence others, molding, forming, creating the consciousness of the other. But this is only possible in an inner sense if one opens oneself at the same time to the influence of the other. And will without love becomes manipulation, of which the age just preceding the First World War is replete with examples. Love without will in our own day becomes sentimental and experimental. During the long summers in New Hampshire when this book was being written, I would often get up early in the morning and go out on my patio where the valley, stretching off to the mountain ranges in the north and east, was silver with pre-dawn mist. The birds, eloquent voices in an otherwise silent world, had already begun their hallelujah chorus to welcome in the new day. The song sparrow sings with an enthusiasm which rocks him almost off his perch atop the apple tree, and the goldfinch chimes in with his obligato. The thrush in the woods is so full of song he can't contain himself. The woodpecker beats on the hollow beech tree. The loons over on the lake erupt with their plaintive and tormented demonic to save the whole thing from being too sweet. Then the sun comes up over the mountain range, revealing an incredibly green New Hampshire overflowing through the whole long valley with a richness that is almost too abundant. The trees seem to have grown several inches overnight, and the meadow is bursting with a million brown-eyed Susans. I feel again the everlasting going and coming, the eternal return, the growing and mating and dying and growing again. And I know that human beings are part of this eternal going and returning, part of its sadness as well as its song. But man, the seeker, is called by his consciousness to transcend the eternal return. I am no different from anyone else, except in the choice of areas for the quest. My own conviction has always been to seek the inner reality, with the belief that the fruits of future values will be able to grow only after they are sown by the values of our history. In this transitional 20th century, when the full results of our bankruptcy of inner values is brought home to us, I believe it is especially important that we seek the source of love and will. Rollo May, Holderness, New Hampshire, 1969, Love and Will. 1. Introduction. Our schizoid world. Cassandra, Apollo was the seer who set me this work. Chorus. Were you already ecstatic in the skills of God? Cassandra. Yes. Even then I read my city's destinies. From Agamemnon, by Aeschylus. The striking thing about love and will in our day is that, whereas in the past they were always held up to us as the answer to life's predicaments, they have now themselves become the problem. It is always true that love and will become more difficult in a transitional age, and ours is an era of radical transition. The old myths and symbols by which we oriented ourselves are gone. Anxiety is rampant. We cling to each other and try to persuade ourselves that what we feel is love. We do not will because we are afraid that if we choose one thing or one person will lose the other, and we are too insecure to take that chance. The bottom then drops out of the conjunctive emotions and processes, of which love and will are the two foremost examples. The individual is forced to turn inward. He becomes obsessed with the new form of the problem of identity, namely, even if I know who I am, I have no significance. I am unable to influence others. The next step is apathy, and the step following that is violence. For no human being can stand the perpetually numbing experience of his own powerlessness. So great was the emphasis on love as the resolution to life's predicament that people's self-esteem ascended or fell depending on whether or not they had achieved it. Those who believed they had found it indulged in self-righteousness, confident in their visible proof of salvation as the Calvinists' wealth used to be tangible evidence of his being numbered among the elect. Those who failed to find it felt not simply bereft to a greater or a lesser extent, but on a deeper and more damaging inner level, their self-esteem was undermined. They felt marked as a new species of pariah and would confess in psychotherapy that they awoke in the small hours of the morning not necessarily especially lonely or unhappy, but plagued with a gnawing conviction that they had somehow missed the great secret of life. And all the while, with rising divorce rates, the increasing banalization of love in literature and art, and the fact that sex for many people has become more meaningless as it is more available, this love has seemed tremendously elusive, if not an outright illusion. Some members of the new political left came to the conclusion that love is destroyed by the very nature of our bourgeois society, and the reforms they proposed had the specific purpose of making a world in which love is more possible. In such a contradictory situation, the sexual form of love, lowest common denominator on the ladder of salvation, understandably became our preoccupation. For sex, as rooted in man's inescapable biology, seems always dependable to give at least a facsimile of love. But sex, too, has become Western man's test and burden more than his salvation. The books which roll off the presses on technique in love and sex, while still bestsellers for a few weeks, have a hollow ring, for most people seem to be aware on some scarcely articulated level that the frantic quality with which we pursue technique as our way to salvation is in direct proportion to the degree to which we have lost sight of the salvation we are seeking. It is an old and ironic habit of human beings to run faster when we have lost our way, and we grasp more fiercely at research, statistics, and technical aids in sex when we have lost the values and meaning of love. Whatever merits or failings the Kinsey studies and the Masters-Johnson research have in their own right, they are symptomatic of a culture in which the personal meaning of love has been progressively lost. Love had been assumed to be a motivating force, a power which could be relied upon to push us onward in life. But the great shift in our day indicates that the motivating force itself is now called into question. Love has become a problem to itself. So self-contradictory, indeed, has love become that some of those studying family life have concluded that love is simply the name for the way more powerful members of the family control other members. Love, Ronald Lang maintains, is a cover for violence. The same can be said about will. We inherited from our Victorian forefathers the belief that the only real problem in life was to decide rationally what to do, and then will would stand ready as the faculty for making us do it. Now it is no longer a matter of deciding what to do, but of deciding how to decide. The very basis of will itself is thrown into question. Is will an illusion? Many psychologists and psychotherapists from Freud down have argued that it is. The terms willpower and free will, so necessary in the vocabulary of our fathers, have all but dropped completely out of any contemporary, sophisticated discussion. Or the words are used in derision. People go to therapists to find substitutes for their lost will, to learn how to get the unconscious to direct their lives, or to learn the latest conditioning technique to enable them to behave, or to use new drugs to release some motive for living, or to learn the latest method of releasing affect, unaware that affect is not something you strive for in itself, but a byproduct of the way you give yourself to a life situation. And the question is, what are they going to use the situation for? In his study of will, Leslie Farber asserts that in this failure of will lies the central pathology of our day, and that our time should be called the age of the disordered will. In such an age of radical transition, the individual is driven back into his own consciousness. When the foundations of love and will have been shaken and all but destroyed, we cannot escape the necessity of pushing below the surface and searching within our own consciousness and within the collective unarticulated consciousness of our society for the sources of love and will. I use the term source as the French speak of the source of a river, the springs from which the water originally comes. If we can find the sources from which love and will spring, we may be able to discover the new forms which these essential experiences need in order to become viable in the new age into which we are moving. In this sense, our quest, like every such exploration, is a moral quest, for we are seeking the basis on which a morality for a new age can be founded. Every sensitive person finds himself in Stephen Dedalus' position. I go forth to forge in the smithy of my soul the uncreated conscience of my race. My term, schizoid, in the title of this chapter, means out of touch, avoiding close relationships, the inability to feel. I do not use the term as a reference to psychopathology, but rather as a general condition of our culture and the tendencies of people which make it up. Anthony Storr, describing it more from the point of view of individual psychopathology, holds that the schizoid person is cold, aloof, superior, detached. This may erupt in violent aggression, all of which, says Storr, is a complex mask for a repressed longing for love. The detachment of the schizoid is a defense against hostility and has its source in a distortion of love and trust in infancy, which renders him forever fearing actual love because it threatens his very existence. I agree with Storr as far as he goes, but I am contending that the schizoid condition is a general tendency in our transitional age and that the helplessness and disregard in infancy to which Storr refers comes not just from parents, but from almost every aspect of our culture. The parents are themselves helpless and unwitting expressions of their culture. The schizoid man is the natural product of the technological man. It is one way to live and is increasingly utilized, and it may explode into violence. In its normal sense, the schizoid does not require repression. Whether the schizoid character state later breaks down into a schizophrenic-like state in any given case, only the future can decide. But this is much less apt to happen, as in the case with many patients, if the individual can frankly admit and confront the schizoid characteristic of his present state. Anthony Storr goes on to indicate that the schizoid character has a conviction of being unlovable and a feeling of being attacked and humiliated by criticism. While I value Storr's description, there is one point where it breaks down. This is in his citing Freud, Descartes, Schopenhauer, and Beethoven as examples of the schizoid. In the case of Descartes and Schopenhauer, it is their very alienation from love which has given birth to their philosophies. And with Beethoven, in compensation for his disappointment with and resentment of actual human beings, Beethoven imagined an ideal world of love and friendship. His music, perhaps more obviously than that of any other composer, displays considerable aggression in the sense of power, forcefulness, and strength. It is easy to imagine that, had he not been able to sublimate his hostility in his music, he might well have succumbed to a paranoid psychosis. Storr's dilemma is that if these men are seen as psychopathological and then had assumedly been cured, we would not have had their creations. Thus, I believe it must be admitted that the schizoid state can be a constructive way of dealing with profoundly difficult situations. Whereas other cultures push schizoid persons toward being creative, our culture pushes people toward becoming more detached and mechanical. In centering upon the problems of love and will, I do not forget the positive characteristics of our time and the potentialities for individual fulfillment. It is an obvious fact that when an age is torn loose from its moorings and everyone is to some degree thrown on his own, more people can take steps to find and realize themselves. It is also true that we hear most hew and cry about the power of the individual when the individual has least. But I write about the problems. They are what clamor for our attention. The problems have a curious characteristic not yet adequately appreciated. They predict the future. The problems of a period are the existential crises of what can be, but hasn't yet been, resolved. And regardless of how seriously we take that word resolved, if there were not some new possibility, there would be no crisis, there would be only despair. Our psychological enigmas express our unconscious desires. Problems arise where we meet our world and find it inadequate to ourselves or ourselves inadequate to it. Something hurts, clashes, and, as Yeats puts it, we feel the pain of wounds, the labor of the spear. Problems as prophetic. I write this book on the basis of my experience of 25 years of working intensively as a psychoanalytic therapist with persons trying to meet and work through their conflicts. Particularly in the last decade or so, these conflicts have generally been based upon some aspect of love or will gone wrong. In one sense, every therapist is, or ought to be, engaged in research all the time, research, as the word itself states, as a search for the sources. At this point, I hear my experimental psychologist colleagues challenging me with the argument that the data we get in therapy are impossible to formulate mathematically and that they come from persons who represent the psychological misfits of the culture. At the same time, I hear philosopher friends insisting to me that no model of man can be based centrally on data from neuroses or character disorders. With both of these cautions, I agree. But neither these psychologists in their laboratories, nor those philosophers in their studies can ignore the fact that we do get tremendously significant and often unique data from persons in therapy, data which are revealed only when the human being can break down the customary pretenses, hypocrisies, and offenses behind which we all hide in normal social discourse. It is only in the critical situation of emotional and spiritual suffering, which is the situation that leads them to seek therapeutic help, that people will endure the pain and anxiety of uncovering the profound roots of their problems. There is also the curious situation that unless we are oriented toward helping the person, he won't, indeed in some ways cannot, reveal the significant data. Harry Stack Sullivan's remark on research and therapy is still as cogent as when he first made it. Unless the interviews are designed to help the person, you'll get artifacts, not real data. True, the information we get from our patients may be hard or even impossible to codify more than superficially. But this information speaks so directly out of the human being's immediate conflicts and his living experience that its richness of meaning more than makes up for its difficulty in interpretation. It is one thing to discuss the hypothesis of aggression as resulting from frustration, but quite another to see the tenseness of a patient, his eyes flashing in anger or hatred, his posture clenched into paralysis, and to hear his half-stifled gasps of pain from reliving the time a score of years ago when his father whipped him because, through no fault of his own, his bicycle was stolen, an event giving rise to a hatred which, for that moment, encompasses every parental figure in his whole world, including me in the room with him. Such data are empirical in the deepest meaning of the term. With respect to the question of basing a theory of man on data from misfits, I would, in turn, challenge my colleagues. Does not every human conflict reveal universal characteristics of man, as well as the idiosyncratic problems of the individual? Sophocles was not writing merely about one individual's pathology when he showed us, step by step, through the drama of King Oedipus, the agonizing struggle of a man to find out who I am and where I came from. Psychotherapy seeks the most specific characteristics and events of the given individual's life, and any therapy will become weakened in vapid, unexistential, cloudy generalities which forgets this. But psychotherapy also seeks the elements of the human conflict of this individual which are basic to the perdurable, persistent qualities of every man's experience as man, and any therapy will tend to shrink the patient's consciousness and make life more banal for him if it forgets that. Psychotherapy reveals both the immediate situation of the individual's sickness and the archetypal qualities and characteristics which constitute the human being as human. It is the latter characteristics which have gone awry in specific ways in a given patient and have resulted in the former, his psychological problems. The interpretation of a patient's problems in psychotherapy is also a partial revelation of man's self-interpretation of himself through history in the archetypal forms in literature. Aeschylus' Orestes and Goethe's Faust, to take two diverse examples, are not simply portrayals of two given characters, one back in Greece in the 5th century BC and the other in 18th century Germany, but presentations of the struggles we all, of whatever century or race, go through in growing up, trying to find identity as individual beings, striving to affirm our being with whatever power we have, trying to love and create, and doing our best to meet all the other events of life up to, and including our own death. One of the values of living in a transitional age, an age of therapy, is that it forces upon us this opportunity, even as we try to resolve our individual problems, to uncover new meaning in perennial man and to see more deeply into those qualities which constitute the human being as human. Our patients are the ones who express and live out the subconscious and unconscious tendencies in the culture. The neurotic, or person suffering from what we now call character disorder, is characterized by the fact that the usual defenses of the culture do not work for him, a generally painful situation of which he is more or less aware. The neurotic, or the person suffering from character disorders, is one whose problems are so severe that he cannot solve them by living them out in the normal agencies of the culture, such as work, education, and religion. Our patient cannot or will not adjust to the society. This, in turn, may be due to one or both of the two following interrelated elements. First, certain traumatic or unfortunate experiences have occurred in his life which make him more sensitive than the average person and less able to live with and manage his anxiety. Second, he may possess a greater than ordinary amount of originality and potential which push for expression and, when blocked off, make him ill. The artist and the neurotic. The relation between the artist and the neurotic, often considered mysterious, is entirely understandable from the viewpoint presented here. Both artist and neurotic speak and live from the subconscious and unconscious depths of their society. The artist does this positively, communicating what he experiences to his fellow men. The neurotic does this negatively, experiencing the same underlying meanings and contradictions of his culture. He is unable to form his experiences into communicable meaning for himself and his fellows. Art and neurosis both have a predictive function. Since art is communication springing from unconscious levels, it presents to us an image of man which is as yet present only in those members of the society who, by virtue of their own sensitized consciousness, live on the frontier of their society, live, as it were, with one foot in the future. Sir Herbert Reed has made the case that the artist anticipates the later scientific and intellectual experience of the race. The water reeds and ibis legs painted in triangular designs on Neolithic vases in ancient Egypt were the prediction of the later development of geometry and mathematics by which the Egyptian read the stars and measured the Nile. In the magnificent Greek sense of proportion of the Parthenon, in the powerful dome of Roman architecture, and in the medieval cathedral, Reed traces how, in a given period of history, art expresses the meanings and trends which are as yet unconscious, but which will later be formulated by the philosophers, religious leaders, and scientists of the society. The arts anticipate the future social and technological development by a generation when the change is more superficial, or by centuries when the change, as the discovery of mathematics, is profound. By the same token, we find the artists expressing the conflicts in the society before these conflicts emerge consciously in the society as a whole. The artist, who is the antennae of the race, to use Ezra Pound's phrase, is living out, in forms that only he can create, the depths of consciousness which he experiences in his own being as he struggles with and molds his world. Here we are plunged immediately into the center of the issues raised in this book. For the world presented by our contemporary painters and dramatists and other artists is a schizoid world. They present the condition of our world which makes the tasks of loving and willing peculiarly difficult. It is a world in which, amid all the vastly developed means of communication that bombard us on all sides, actual personal communication is exceedingly difficult and rare. The most significant dramatists of our time, as Richard Gilman reminds us, are those who take as their subject matter precisely this loss of communication, who show, as do Ionesco and Jennett and Beckett and Pinter, that our present fate as man is to exist in a world where communication between persons is all but destroyed. We live out our lives talking to a tape recorder, as in Beckett's Crop's Last Tape. Our existence becomes more lonely as the radios and TVs and telephone extensions in our houses become more numerous. Ionesco has a scene in his play, The Bald Soprano, in which a man and woman happen to meet and engage in polite, if mannered, conversation. As they talk, they discover that they both came down to New York on the 10 o'clock train that morning from New Haven, and, surprisingly, the address of both is the same building on Fifth Avenue. Lo and behold, they also both live in the same apartment and both have a daughter 7 years old. They finally discover to their astonishment that they are man and wife. We find the same situation among the painters. Cezanne, the acknowledged father of the modern art movement, a man who in his own life was as undramatic and bourgeois as only a middle-class Frenchman can be, paints this schizoid world of spaces and stones and trees and faces. He speaks to us out of the old world of mechanics, but forces us to live in the new world of free-floating spaces. Here we are beyond causes and effects, writes Merleau-Ponty of Cezanne. Both come together in the simultaneity of an eternal Cezanne, who is at the same time the formula of what he wanted to be and what he wanted to do. There is a rapport between Cezanne's schizoid temperament and his work, because the work reveals a metaphysical sense of the disease. In this sense, to be schizoid and to be Cezanne come to the same thing. Only a schizoid man could paint a schizoid world, which is to say, only a man sensitive enough to penetrate to the underlying psychic conflicts could present our world as it is in its deeper forms. But in the very grasping of our world by art, there is also our protection from the dehumanizing effects of technology. The schizoid character lies in both the confronting of the depersonalizing world and the refusing to be depersonalized by it. For the artist finds deeper planes of consciousness, where we can participate in human experience and nature below superficial appearances. The case may be clearer in Van Gogh, whose psychosis was not unconnected with his volcanic struggle to paint what he perceived. Or in Picasso, flamboyant as he may seem to be, whose insight into the schizoid character of our modern world is seen in the fragmented bowls and torn villagers in Guernica, or in the distorted portraits with mislocated eyes and ears, paintings not named but numbered. It is no wonder that Robert Motherwell remarks that this is the first age in which the artist does not have a community. He must now, like all of us, make his own. The artist presents the broken image of man but transcends it in the very act of transmuting it into art. It is his creative act which gives meaning to the nihilism, alienation, and other elements of modern man's condition. To quote Merleau-Ponty again when he writes of Cézanne's schizoid temperament, thus the illness ceases to be an absurd fact and a fate, and becomes a general possibility of human existence. The neurotic and the artist, since both live out the unconscious of the race, reveal to us what is going to emerge endemically in the society later on. The neurotic feels the same conflicts arising from his experience of nihilism, alienation, and so on, but he is unable to give them meaningful form. He is caught between his incapacity to mold these conflicts into creative works on one hand, and his inability to deny them on the other. As Otto Rank remarked, the neurotic is the artiste manque, the artist who cannot transmute his conflicts into art. To admit this as a reality not only gives us our liberty as creative persons, but also the basis of our freedom as human beings. By the same token, confronting at the outset the fact of the schizoid state of our world may give us a basis for discovering love and will for our own age. The neurotic as predictive. Our patients predict the culture by living out consciously what the masses of people are able to keep unconscious for the time being. The neurotic is cast by destiny into a Cassandra role. In vain does Cassandra, sitting on the steps of the palace at Mycenae when Agamemnon brings her back from Troy, cry, "Oh, for the nightingale's pure song and a fate like hers." 11 She knows, in her ill-starred life, that the pain flooding the song of sorrow is hers alone, and that she must predict the doom she sees will occur there. The Mycenaeans speak of her as mad, but they also believe she does speak the truth, and that she has a special power to anticipate events. Today, the person with psychological problems bears the burdens of the conflicts of the times in his blood, and is fated to predict in his actions, and struggles the issues which will later erupt on all sides in the society. The first and clearest demonstration of this thesis is seen in the sexual problems which Freud found in his Victorian patients in the 2 decades before World War I. These sexual topics, even down to the words, were entirely denied and repressed by the accepted society at the time. But the problems burst violently forth into endemic form 2 decades later after World War II. In the 1920s, everybody was preoccupied with sex and its functions. Not by the furthest stretch of the imagination can anyone argue that Freud caused this emergence. He rather reflected and interpreted, through the data revealed by his patients, the underlying conflicts of a society, which the normal members could and did succeed in repressing for the time being. Neurotic problems are the language of the unconscious emerging into social awareness. A second, more minor example is seen in the great amount of hostility which was found in patients in the 1930s. This was written about by Horney, among others, and it emerged more broadly and openly as a conscious phenomenon in our society a decade later. A third major example may be seen in the problem of anxiety. In the late 1930s and early 1940s, some therapists, including myself, were impressed by the fact that in many of our patients' anxiety was appearing not merely as a symptom of repression or pathology, but as a generalized character state. My research on anxiety and that of Hobart Moore and others began in the early 1940s. In those days, very little concern had been shown in this country for anxiety other than as a symptom of pathology. I recall arguing in the late 1940s, in my doctoral orals, for the concept of normal anxiety, and my professors heard me with respectful silence, but with considerable frowning. Predictive as the artists are, the poet W. H. Auden published his Age of Anxiety in 1947, and just after that Bernstein wrote his symphony on that theme. Camus was then writing 1947 about this century of fear, and Kafka already had created powerful vignettes of the coming age of anxiety in his novels, most of them as yet untranslated. The formulations of the scientific establishment, as is normal, lagged behind what our patients were trying to tell us. Thus, at the annual convention of the American Psychopathological Association in 1949 on the theme anxiety, the concept of normal anxiety, presented in a paper by me, was still denied by most of the psychiatrists and psychologists present. But in the 1950s, a radical change became evident. Everyone was talking about anxiety, and there were conferences on the problem on every hand. Now, the concept of normal anxiety gradually became accepted in the psychiatric literature. Everybody, normal as well as neurotic, seemed aware that he was living in the age of anxiety. What had been presented by the artists and had appeared in our patients in the late 30s and 40s was now endemic in the land. Our fourth point brings us to contemporary issues, the problem of identity. This was first a concern of therapists with their patients in the late 40s and early 50s. It was described on the basis of data from psychological studies by Erickson in Childhood and Society in 1950, by myself in Man's Search for Himself in 1953, by Alan Wheelis in The Quest for Identity in 1958, and by other interpreters in psychotherapy and psychoanalysis. We find the problem of identity becoming a concern on every sophisticated person's lips in the last of that decade and the early 60s. It has taken its place as a study in New Yorker cartoons, and the spate of books dealing with it became bestsellers in their fields. The cultural values by which people had gotten their sense of identity had been wiped away. Our patients were aware of this before society at large was, and they did not have the defenses to protect themselves from its disturbing and traumatic consequences. All of these problems, to be sure, carry a certain momentum related to the ups and downs of fashion. But it would fail entirely to do justice to the dynamic historical emergence of psychological problems and of social change to dismiss them as mere fashions. Indeed, Van Denberg, in a stimulating and provocative book, argues that all psychological problems are a product of the socio-historical changes in culture. He believes that there is no human nature, but only a changing nature of man, depending on the changes in the society, and that we should call the conflicts of our patients not neurosis, but sociosis. We need not go all the way with Van Denberg. I, for one, believe psychological problems are produced by a three-cornered dialectical interplay of biological and individual and historical social factors. Nevertheless, he makes clear what a gross and destructive oversimplification it is to assume that psychological problems emerge out of the blue, or simply because society is now aware of the problem, or to assume that the problems exist merely because we have found new words to diagnose them. We find new words because something of importance is happening on unconscious, unarticulated levels and is pushing for expression, and our task is to do our best to understand and express these emergent developments. Freud's patients were mostly hysterics who, by definition, carried repressed energy, which could be released by the therapist's naming of the unconscious. Today, however, when practically all our patients are compulsive obsessional neurotics, or character problems, which is a more general and less intense form of the same thing, we find that the chief block to therapy is the incapacity of the patient to feel. These patients are persons who can talk from now till doomsday about their problems, and are generally well-practiced intellectuals, but they cannot experience genuine feelings. Wilhelm Reich described compulsive characters as living machines, and in his book, David Shapiro refers to this as well as to the restraint and evenness in living and thinking of these compulsive obsessives. Reich here was ahead of his time in insight into the problems of 20th century patients. The emergence of apathy. Earlier, I quoted Leslie Farber's assertion that our period should be called the age of disordered will. But what underlies this disordered will? I shall take my own leap in proposing an answer. I believe it is a state of feelinglessness, the despairing possibility that nothing matters, a condition very close to apathy. Pamela H. Johnson, after reporting the murders on the moors of England, found herself unable to shake loose her conviction that we may be approaching the state which the psychologists call affectlessness. If apathy or affectlessness is a dominant mood emerging in our day, we can understand on a deeper level why love and will have become so difficult. What some of us were nonplussed to find in our patients in the 1950s has, in its predictive fashion, during the last few years, emerged as an overt issue gravely troubling our whole society. I wish to quote from my book, Man's Search for Himself, written in 1952 and published the following year. It may sound surprising when I say, on the basis of my own clinical practice as well as that of my psychological and psychiatric colleagues, that the chief problem of people in the middle decade of the 20th century is emptiness. While one might laugh at the meaningless boredom of people a decade or two ago, the emptiness has for many now moved from the state of boredom to a state of futility and despair which holds promise of dangers. The human being cannot live in a condition of emptiness for very long. If he is not growing toward something, he does not merely stagnate. The pent-up potentialities turn into morbidity and despair, and eventually into destructive activities. The feeling of emptiness or vacuity generally comes from people's feeling that they are powerless to do anything effective about their lives or the world they live in. Inner vacuousness is the long-term, accumulated result of a person's particular conviction about himself, namely his conviction that he cannot act as an entity in directing his own life, or change other people's attitudes toward him, or effectually influence the world around him. Thus, he gets the deep sense of despair and futility which so many people in our day have. And soon, since what he wants and what he feels can make no real difference, he gives up wanting and feeling. Apathy and lack of feeling are also defenses against anxiety. When a person continually faces dangers he is powerless to overcome, his final line of defense is at last to avoid even feeling the dangers. It was not until the mid-60s that this problem erupted in the form of several incidents that shook us to the very foundations. Our emptiness had been turning into despair and destructiveness, violence and assassination. It is now undeniable that these go hand in hand with apathy. For more than half an hour, 38 respectable, law-abiding citizens in Queens, reported the New York Times in March 1964, watched a killer stalk and stab a woman in 3 separate attacks in Kew Gardens. In April of the same year, the Times said, in an impassioned editorial about another event in which a crowd urged a deranged youth who was clinging to a hotel ledge to jump, calling him chicken and yellow. Are they any different from the wild-eyed Romans watching and cheering as men and beasts tore each other apart in the Colosseum? Does the attitude of that Albany mob bespeak a way of life for many Americans? If so, the bell tolls for all of us. In May of that year, a Times article was headed "Rape Victim Screams Draw 40, but No One Acts." A number of similar events occurred during the next months, which awakened us from our apathy long enough to realize how apathetic we had become, and how much modern city existence had developed in us the habit of uninvolvement and unfeeling detachment. I am aware how easy it is to exaggerate specific events, and I have no wish to overstate my case. Nevertheless, I do believe that there is in our society a definite trend toward a state of affectlessness as an attitude toward life, a character state. The enemy about which intellectuals had speculated earlier seemed now to emerge with a hideous reality on our very streets and in our very subways. What shall we call the state reported by so many of our contemporaries? Estrangement, playing it cool, alienation, withdrawal of feeling, indifference, anomie, depersonalization? Each one of these terms expresses a part of the condition to which I refer, a condition in which men and women find themselves experiencing a distance between themselves and the objects which used to excite their affection and their will. I wish to leave open for the moment what the sources of this are. When I use the term apathy, despite its limiting connotations, it is because its literal meaning is the closest to what I am describing. Want of feeling, lack of passion, emotion or excitement, indifference. Apathy and the schizoid world go hand in hand as cause and effect of each other. Apathy is particularly important because of its close relation to love and will. Hate is not the opposite of love. Apathy is. The opposite of will is not indecision, which actually may represent the struggle of the effort to decide, as in William James, but being uninvolved, detached, unrelated to the significant events. Then the issue of will never can arise. The interrelation of love and will inheres in the fact that both terms describe a person in the process of reaching out, moving toward the world, seeking to affect others or the inanimate world, and opening himself to be affected, molding, forming, relating to the world or requiring that it relate to him. This is why love and will are so difficult in an age of transition when all the familiar mooring places are gone. The blocking of the ways in which we affect others and are affected by them is the essential disorder of both love and will. Apathy, or apathos, is a withdrawal of feeling. It may begin as playing it cool, a studied practice of being unconcerned and unaffected. "I did not want to get involved," was the consistent response of the 38 citizens of Kew Gardens when they were questioned as to why they had not acted. Apathy, operating like Freud's death instinct, is a gradual letting go of involvement until one finds that life itself has gone by. Viewing the society freshly, students often have a clearer insight into this than older adults, though they tend, in oversimplified fashion, to blame it on the institutions. "We have just not been given any passionate sense of the excitement of intellectual life around here," said the editor of the Columbia Spectator. A student columnist in the Michigan Daily wrote, "This institution has dismally failed to inculcate, in most of its undergraduates at least, anything approaching an intellectual appetite." He spoke of the drift towards something worse than mediocrity, and that is absolute indifference. An indifference towards perhaps even life itself. "We were all divided up into punches on an IBM card," a Berkeley student remarked. "We decided to punch back in the riots of 1964, but the real revolution around here will come when we decide to burn computer cards as well as draft cards." There is a dialectical relationship between apathy and violence. To live in apathy provokes violence, and, in incidents like those cited above, violence promotes apathy. Violence is the ultimate destructive substitute which surges in to fill the vacuum where there is no relatedness. There are degrees of violence, from the relatively normal shock effect of many forms of modern art through pornography and obscenity, which achieve their desired reaction through violence to our forms of life, to the extreme pathology of assassinations and the murders of the Moors. When inward life dries up, when feeling decreases and apathy increases, when one cannot affect or even genuinely touch another person, violence flares up as a demonic necessity for contact, a mad drive forcing touch in the most direct way possible. This is one aspect of the well-known relationship between sexual feelings and crimes of violence. To inflict pain and torture at least proves that one can affect somebody. In the alienated state of mass communication, the average citizen knows dozens of TV personalities who come smiling into his living room of an evening, but he himself is never known. In this state of alienation and anonymity, painful for anyone to bear, the average person may well have fantasies which hover on the edge of real pathology. The mood of the anonymous person is, if I cannot affect or touch anybody, I can at least shock you into some feeling, force you into some passion through wounds and pain. I shall at least make sure we both feel something, and I shall force you to see me and know that I also am here. Many a child or adolescent has forced the group to take cognizance of him by destructive behavior, and though he is condemned, at least the community notices him. To be actively hated is almost as good as to be actively liked. It breaks down the utterly unbearable situation of anonymity and aloneness. But having seen the serious affects of apathy, we need now to turn to the fact of its necessity and, in its normal schizoid form, how it can be turned into a constructive function. Our tragic paradox is that in contemporary history, we have to protect ourselves by some kind of apathy. Apathy is a curious state, remarks Harry Stack Sullivan, is a way used to survive defeat without material damage, although if it endures too long one is damaged by the passage of time. Apathy seems to me to be a miracle of protection by which a personality in utter fiasco rests until it can do something else. The longer the situation goes unmet, the more apathy is prolonged, and it sooner or later becomes a character state. This effectlessness is a shrinking up in the winds of continuous demands, a freezing in the face of hyperstimuli, letting the current go by since one fears he would be overwhelmed if he responded to it. No one who has ever ridden the subway at rush hour, with its cacophonous din and hordes of anonymous humanity, will be surprised at this. It is not difficult to appreciate how people living in a schizoid age have to protect themselves from tremendous overstimulation, protect themselves from the barrage of words and noise over radio and TV, protect themselves from the assembly line demands of collectivized industry and gigantic factory-modeled multiversities. In a world where numbers inexorably take over as our means of identification, like flowing lava threatening to suffocate and fossilize all breathing life in its path, in a world where normality is defined as keeping your cool, where sex is so available that the only way to preserve any inner center is to learn to have intercourse without committing yourself, in such a schizoid world, which young people experience more directly since they have not had time to build up the defenses which dull the senses of their elders, it is not surprising that will and love have become increasingly problematic and even, as some people believe, impossible of achievement. But what of the constructive use of this schizoid situation? We have seen how Cezanne could turn his schizoid personality into a way of expressing the most significant forms of modern life and could stand against the debilitating tendencies in our society by means of his art. We have seen that the schizoid stand is necessary. Now we shall inquire how, in its healthy dimensions, it can also be turned to good. The constructive schizoid person stands against the spiritual emptiness of encroaching technology and does not let himself be emptied by it. He lives and works with the machine without becoming a machine. He finds it necessary to remain detached enough to get meaning from the experience, but in doing so to protect his own inner life from impoverishment. Dr. Bruno Bettelheim finds the same supremacy of the aloof person, whom I would call schizoid, in his experiences in the concentration camps during World War II. According to psychoanalytic convictions then current, aloofness from other persons and emotional distance from the world were viewed as weakness of character. My comments on the admirable way in which a group of what I call anointed persons behaved in the concentration camps suggest how struck I was with these very aloof persons. They were very much out of contact with their unconscious, but nevertheless retained their old personality structure, stuck to their values in the face of extreme hardships, and as persons were hardly touched by the camp experience. These very persons who, according to existing psychoanalytic theory, should have had weak personalities apt to readily disintegrate, turned out to be heroic leaders, mainly because of the strength of their character. Indeed, studies have shown that the persons who survive most effectively in spaceships and who can adjust to the sensory deprivation necessary for such a life, our comrades of the 21st century, are those who can detach and withdraw into themselves. There are reasons to believe, writes Arthur J. Broadbeck after summarizing the evidence, that it may well be the schizoid personality that will be best able to endure the requirements of extended space travel. They preserve the inner world, which the very hyperstimuli of our age would take away. These introverts can continue to exist despite the overpowering stimuli or lack of it, for they have learned to develop a constructive schizoid attitude toward life. Since we must live in the world as we find it, this distinguishing of the constructively schizoid attitude is an important part of our problem. Apathy is the withdrawal of will and love, a statement that they don't matter, a suspension of commitment. It is necessary in times of stress and turmoil, and the present great quantity of stimuli is a form of stress. But apathy, now in contrast to the normal schizoid attitude, leads to emptiness and makes one less able to defend oneself, less able to survive. However understandable the state we are describing by the term apathy is, it is also essential that we seek to find a new basis for the love and will which have been its chief casualties. Part 1. Love.
2.
Paradoxes of sex and love. Sexual intercourse is the human counterpart of the cosmic process. Proverb of ancient China. A patient brought in the following dream. I am in bed with my wife, and between us is my accountant. He is going to have intercourse with her. My feeling about this is odd, only that somehow it seemed appropriate. Reported by Dr. John Schimmel. There are 4 kinds of love in Western tradition. One is sex, or what we call lust, libido. The second is eros, the drive of love to procreate or create, the urge, as the Greeks put it, toward higher forms of being and relationship. A third is philia, or friendship, brotherly love. The fourth is agape, or caritas as the Latins called it, the love which is devoted to the welfare of the other, the prototype of which is the love of God for man. Every human experience of authentic love is a blending, in varying proportions, of these four. We begin with sex, not only because that is where our society begins, but also because that is where every man's biological existence begins as well. Each of us owes his being to the fact that at some moment in history a man and a woman leapt the gap, in T.S. Eliot's words, between the desire and the spasm. Regardless of how much sex may be banalized in our society, it still remains the power of procreation, the drive which perpetuates the race, the source at once of the human being's most intense pleasure and his most pervasive anxiety. It can, in its demonic form, hurl the individual into sloughs of despond, and, when allied with eros, it can lift him out of his despondency into orbits of ecstasy. The ancients took sex, or lust, for granted just as they took death for granted. It is only in the contemporary age that we have succeeded, on a fairly broad scale, in singling out sex for our chief concern and have required it to carry the weight of all four forms of love. Regardless of Freud's overextension of sexual phenomena as such, in which he is but the voice of the struggle of thesis and antithesis of modern history, it remains true that sexuality is basic to the ongoing power of the race, and surely has the importance Freud gave it, if not the extension. Trivialize sex in our novels and dramas as we will, or defend ourselves from its power by cynicism and playing it cool as we wish, sexual passion remains ready at any moment to catch us off guard and prove that it is still the mysterium tremendum. But as soon as we look at the relation of sex and love in our time, we find ourselves immediately caught up in a whirlpool of contradictions. Let us, therefore, get our bearings by beginning with a brief phenomenological sketch of the strange paradoxes which surround sex in our society. Sexual wilderness. In Victorian times, when the denial of sexual impulses, feelings, and drives was the mode, and one would not talk about sex in polite company, an aura of sanctifying repulsiveness surrounded the whole topic. Males and females dealt with each other as though neither possessed sexual organs. William James, that redoubtable crusader who was far ahead of his time on every other topic, treated sex with the polite aversion characteristic of the turn of the century. In the whole 2 volumes of his epic-making Principles of Psychology, only 1 page is devoted to sex, at the end of which he adds, "These details are a little unpleasant to discuss." But William Blake's warning a century before Victorianism, that he who desires but acts not, breeds pestilence, was amply demonstrated by the later psychotherapists. Freud, a Victorian who did look at sex, was right in his description of the morass of neurotic symptoms which resulted from cutting off so vital a part of the human body and the self. Then, in the 1920s, a radical change occurred almost overnight. The belief became a militant dogma in liberal circles that the opposite of repression, namely sex education, freedom of talking, feeling, and expression, would have healthy effects and obviously constituted the only stand for the enlightened person. In an amazingly short period following World War I, we shifted from acting as though sex did not exist at all to being obsessed with it. We now place more emphasis on sex than any society since that of ancient Rome, and some scholars believe we are more preoccupied with sex than any other people in all of history. Today, far from not talking about sex, we might well seem, to a visitor from Mars dropping into Times Square, to have no other topic of communication. And this is not solely an American obsession. Across the ocean in England, for example, from bishops to biologists, everyone is in on the act. A perceptive front-page article in the Times Literary Supplement, London, goes on to point to the whole turgid flood of post-Kinsey utilitarianism and post-Chatterley moral uplift. Open any newspaper, any day, Sunday in particular, and the odds are you will find some pundit treating the public to his views on contraception, abortion, adultery, obscene publications, homosexuality between consenting adults, or, if all else fails, contemporary moral patterns among our adolescents. Partly as a result of this radical shift, many therapists today rarely see patients who exhibit repression of sex in the manner of Freud's pre-World War I hysterical patients. In fact, we find in the people who come for help just the opposite. A great deal of talk about sex, a great deal of sexual activity, practically no one complaining of cultural prohibitions over going to bed as often or with as many partners as one wishes. But what our patients do complain of is lack of feeling and passion. The curious thing about this ferment of discussion is how little anyone seems to be enjoying emancipation. So much sex and so little meaning or even fun in it, where the Victorian didn't want anyone to know that he or she had sexual feelings. We are ashamed if we do not. Before 1910, if you called a lady sexy, she would be insulted. Nowadays, she prizes the compliment and rewards you by turning her charms in your direction. Our patients often have the problems of frigidity and impotence, but the strange and poignant thing we observe is how desperately they struggle not to let anyone find out they don't feel sexually. The Victorian nice man or woman was guilty if he or she did experience sex. Now we are guilty if we don't. One paradox, therefore, is that enlightenment has not solved the sexual problems in our culture. To be sure, there are important positive results of the new enlightenment, chiefly in increased freedom for the individual. Most external problems are eased. Sexual knowledge can be bought in any bookstore. Contraception is available everywhere except in Boston, where it is still believed, as the English Countess averred on her wedding night, that sex is too good for the common people. Couples can, without guilt and generally without squeamishness, discuss their sexual relationship and undertake to make it more mutually gratifying and meaningful. Let these gains not be underestimated. External social anxiety and guilt have lessened. Dull would be the man who did not rejoice in this. But internal anxiety and guilt have increased. And in some ways these are more morbid, harder to handle, and impose a heavier burden upon the individual than external anxiety and guilt. The challenge a woman used to face from men was simple and direct. Would she or would she not go to bed? A direct issue of how she stood vis-a-vis cultural mores. But the question men ask now is no longer, will she or won't she, but can she or can't she? The challenge is shifted to the woman's personal adequacy, namely, her own capacity to have the vaunted orgasm, which should resemble a grand mal seizure. Though we might agree that the second question places the problem of sexual decision more where it should be, we cannot overlook the fact that the first question is much easier for the person to handle. In my practice, one woman was afraid to go to bed for fear that the man won't find me very good at making love. Another was afraid because I don't even know how to do it, assuming that her lover would hold this against her. Another was scared to death of the second marriage for fear that she wouldn't be able to have the orgasm as she had not in her first. Often the woman's hesitation is formulated as, he won't like me well enough to come back again. In past decades, you could blame society's strict mores and preserve your own self-esteem by telling yourself what you did or didn't do was society's fault and not yours. And this would give you some time in which to decide what you do want to do or to let yourself grow into a decision. But when the question is simply how you can perform, your own sense of adequacy and self-esteem is called immediately into question, and the whole weight of the encounter is shifted inward to how you can meet the test. College students, in their fights with college authorities about hours girls are to be permitted in the men's rooms, are curiously blind to the fact that rules are often a boon. Rules give the student time to find himself. He has the leeway to consider a way of behaving without being committed before he is ready, to try on for size, to venture into relationships tentatively, which is part of any growing up. Better to have the lack of commitment direct and open rather than to go into sexual relations under pressure, doing violence to his feelings by having physical commitment without psychological. He may flaunt the rules, but at least they give some structure to be flaunted. My point is true whether he obeys the rule or not. Many contemporary students, understandably anxious because of their new sexual freedom, repress this anxiety. One should like freedom, and then compensate for the additional anxiety the repression gives them by attacking the parietal authorities for not giving them more freedom. What we did not see in our short-sighted liberalism in sex was that throwing the individual into an unbounded and empty sea of free choice does not in itself give freedom, but is more apt to increase inner conflict. The sexual freedom to which we were devoted fell short of being fully human. In the arts, we have also been discovering what an illusion it was to believe that mere freedom would solve our problem. Consider, for example, the drama. In an article entitled, Is Sex Kaput?, Howard Taubman, former drama critic of the New York Times, summarized what we have all observed in drama after drama. Engaging in sex was like setting out to shop on a dull afternoon. Desire had nothing to do with it, and even curiosity was faint. Consider also the novel. In the revolt against the Victorians, writes Leon Edel, the extremists have had their day. Thus far they have impoverished the novel rather than enriched it. Edel perceptively brings out the crucial point that in sheer realistic enlightenment, there has occurred a dehumanization of sex in fiction. There are sexual encounters in Zola, he insists, which have more truth in them than any D.H. Lawrence described, and also more humanity. The battle against censorship and for freedom of expression surely was a great battle to win, but has it not become a new straitjacket? The writers, both novelists and dramatists, would rather hawk their typewriters than turn in a manuscript without the obligatory scenes of unsparing anatomical documentation of their characters' sexual behavior. Our dogmatic enlightenment is self-defeating. It ends up destroying the very sexual passion it set out to protect. In the great tide of realistic chronicling, we forgot, on the stage and in the novel, and even in psychotherapy, that imagination is the lifeblood of Eros, and that realism is neither sexual nor erotic. Indeed, there is nothing less sexy than sheer nakedness, as a random hour at any nudist camp will prove. It requires the infusion of the imagination, which I shall later call intentionality, to transmute physiology and anatomy into interpersonal experience, into art, into passion, into Eros in a million forms which has the power to shake or charm us. Could it not be that an enlightenment which reduces itself to sheer realistic detail is itself an escape from the anxiety involved in the relation of human imagination to erotic passion? Salvation through technique. A second paradox is that the new emphasis on technique in sex and lovemaking backfires. It often occurs to me that there is an inverse relationship between the number of how-to-do-it books perused by a person or rolling off the presses in a society and the amount of sexual passion, or even pleasure experienced by the persons involved. Certainly nothing is wrong with technique as such, in playing golf or acting or making love. But the emphasis beyond a certain point on technique in sex makes for a mechanistic attitude toward lovemaking and goes along with alienation, feelings of loneliness, and depersonalization. One aspect of the alienation is that the lover, with his age-old art, tends to be superseded by the computer operator with his modern efficiency. Couples place great emphasis on bookkeeping and timetables in their lovemaking, a practice confirmed and standardized by Kinsey. If they fall behind schedule, they become anxious and feel impelled to go to bed, whether they want to or not. My colleague, Dr. John Schimmel, observes, "My patients have endured stoically, or without noticing, remarkably destructive treatment at the hands of their spouses, but they have experienced falling behind in a sexual timetable as a loss of love. The man feels he is somehow losing his masculine status if he does not perform up to schedule, and the woman that she has lost her feminine attractiveness if too long a period goes by without the man at least making a pass at her." The phrase "between men," which women use about their affairs, similarly suggests a gap in time like the entr'acte. Elaborate accounting and ledger book lists. How often this week have we made love? Did he or she pay the right amount of attention to me during the evening? Was the foreplay long enough? Make one wonder how the spontaneity of this most spontaneous act can possibly survive. The computer hovers in the stage wings of the drama of love-making the way Freud said one's parents used to. It is not surprising then, in this preoccupation with techniques, that the questions typically asked about an act of lovemaking are not, was there passion of meaning or pleasure in the act, but how well did I perform? Take, for example, what Cyril Connolly calls the tyranny of the orgasm, and the preoccupation with achieving a simultaneous orgasm, which is another aspect of the alienation. I confess that when people talk about the apocalyptic orgasm, I find myself wondering, why do they have to try so hard? What abyss of self-doubt, what inner void of loneliness are they trying to cover up by this great concern with grandiose effects? Even the sexologists, whose attitude is generally the more sex the merrier, are raising their eyebrows these days about the anxious overemphasis on achieving the orgasm and the great importance attached to satisfying the partner. A man makes a point of asking the woman if she made it, or if she is all right, or uses some other euphemism for an experience for which obviously no euphemism is possible. We men are reminded by Simone de Beauvoir and other women who try to interpret the love act that this is the last thing in the world a woman wants to be asked at that moment. Furthermore, the technical preoccupation robs the woman of exactly what she wants most of all, physically and emotionally, namely the man's spontaneous abandon at the moment of climax. This abandon gives her whatever thrill or ecstasy she and the experience are capable of. When we cut through all the rigmarole about roles and performance, what still remains is how amazingly important the sheer fact of intimacy of relationship is. The meeting, the growing closeness with the excitement of not knowing where it will lead, the assertion of the self, and the giving of the self in making a sexual encounter memorable. Is it not this intimacy that makes us return to the event in memory again and again when we need to be warmed by whatever hearth's life makes available? It is a strange thing in our society that what goes into building a relationship, the sharing of tastes, fantasies, dreams, hopes for the future, and fears from the past, seems to make people more shy and vulnerable than going to bed with each other. They are more wary of the tenderness that goes with psychological and spiritual nakedness than they are of the physical nakedness in sexual intimacy. The new Puritanism. The third paradox is that our highly vaunted sexual freedom has turned out to be a new form of Puritanism. I spell it with a small p because I do not wish to confuse this with the original Puritanism, that, as in the passion of Hester and Dimmesdale in Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter, was a very different thing. I refer to Puritanism as it came down via our Victorian grandparents and became allied with industrialism and emotional and moral compartmentalization. I define this Puritanism as consisting of three elements. First, a state of alienation from the body. Second, the separation of emotion from reason. And third, the use of the body as a machine. In our new Puritanism, bad health is equated with sin. Sin used to mean giving in to one's sexual desires. It now means not having full sexual expression. Our contemporary Puritan holds that it is immoral not to express your libido. Apparently this is true on both sides of the ocean. There are few more depressing sights, the London Times literary supplement writes, than a progressive intellectual determined to end up in bed with someone from a sense of moral duty. There is no more high-minded Puritan in the world than your modern advocate of salvation through properly directed passion. A woman used to be guilty if she went to bed with a man. Now she feels vaguely guilty if, after a certain number of dates, she still refrains. Her sin is morbid repression, refusing to give. And the partner, who is always completely enlightened, or at least pretends to be, refuses to allay her guilt by getting overtly angry at her. If she could fight him on the issue, the conflict would be a lot easier for her. But he stands broad-mindedly by, ready at the end of every date to undertake a crusade to assist her out of her fallen state. And this, of course, makes her, all the more guilt-producing for her. This all means, of course, that people not only have to learn to perform sexually but have to make sure, at the same time, that they can do so without letting themselves go in passion or unseemly commitment, the latter of which may be interpreted as exerting an unhealthy demand upon the partner. The Victorian person sought to have love without falling into sex. The modern person seeks to have sex without falling into love. I once diverted myself by drawing an impressionistic sketch of the attitude of the contemporary enlightened person towards sex and love. I would like to share this picture of what I call the new sophisticate. The new sophisticate is not castrated by society, but like our Jen is self-castrated. Sex and the body are for him not something to be and live out, but tools to be cultivated like a TV announcer's voice. The new sophisticate expresses his passion by devoting himself passionately to the moral principle of dispersing all passion, loving everybody until love has no power left to scare anyone. He is deathly afraid of his passions unless they are kept under leash, and the theory of total expression is precisely his leash. His dogma of liberty is his repression, and his principle of full libidinal health, full sexual satisfaction, is his denial of eros. The old Puritans repressed sex and were passionate. Our new Puritan represses passion and is sexual. His purpose is to hold back the body, to try to make nature a slave. The new sophisticate's rigid principle of full freedom is not freedom, but a new straitjacket. He does all this because he is afraid of his body and his compassionate roots in nature, afraid of the soil and his procreative power. He is our latter-day Baconian devoted to gaining power over nature, gaining knowledge in order to get more power. And you gain power over sexuality, like working the slave until all zest for revolt is squeezed out of him, precisely by the role of full expression. Sex becomes our tool like the caveman's bow and arrows, crowbar, or adze. Sex, the new machine, the machina ultima. This new Puritanism has crept into contemporary psychiatry and psychology. It is argued in some books on the counseling of married couples that the therapist ought to use only the term fuck when discussing sexual intercourse, and to insist the patients use it, for any other word plays into the patient's dissimulation. What is significant here is not the use of the term itself. Surely the sheer lust, animal but self-conscious, and bodily abandon which is rightly called fucking is not to be left out of the spectrum of human experience. But the interesting thing is that the use of the once forbidden word is now made into an ought, a duty for the moral reason of honesty. To be sure, it is dissimulation to deny the biological side of copulation. But it is also dissimulation to use the term fuck for the sexual experience, when what we seek is a relationship of personal intimacy, which is more than a release of sexual tension, a personal intimacy which will be remembered tomorrow and many weeks after tomorrow. The former is dissimulation in the service of inhibition. The latter is dissimulation in the service of alienation of the self, a defense of the self against the anxiety of intimate relationship. As the former was the particular problem of Freud's day, the latter is the particular problem of ours. The new Puritanism brings with it a depersonalization of our whole language. Instead of making love, we have sex. In contrast to intercourse, we screw. Instead of going to bed, we lay someone, or heaven help the English language as well as ourselves, we are laid. This alienation has become so much the order of the day that in some psychotherapeutic training schools, young psychiatrists and psychologists are taught that it is therapeutic to use solely the four-letter words in sessions. The patient is probably masking some repression if he talks about making love, so it becomes our righteous duty, the new Puritanism incarnate, to let him know he only fucks. Everyone seems so intent on sweeping away the last vestiges of Victorian prudishness that we entirely forget that these different words refer to different kinds of human experience. Probably most people have experienced the different forms of sexual relationship described by the different terms and don't have much difficulty distinguishing among them. I am not making a value judgment among these different experiences. They are all appropriate to their own kinds of relationship. Every woman wants at some time to be laid, transported, carried away, made to have passion when at first she is none, as in the famous scene between Rhett Butler and Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind. But if being laid is all that ever happens in her sexual life, then her experience of personal alienation and rejection of sex are just around the corner. If the therapist does not appreciate these diverse kinds of experience, he will be presiding at the shrinking and truncating of the patient's consciousness, and will be confirming the narrowing of the patient's bodily awareness as well as his or her capacity for relationship. This is the chief criticism of the new Puritanism. It grossly limits feelings, it blocks the infinite variety and richness of the act, and it makes for emotional impoverishment. It is not surprising that the new Puritanism develops smoldering hostility among the members of our society. And that hostility, in turn, comes out frequently in references to the sexual act itself. We say, go fuck yourself, or fuck you, as a term of contempt to show that the other is of no value whatever beyond being used and tossed aside. The biological lust is here in its reductio ad absurdum. Indeed, the word fuck is the most common expletive in our contemporary language to express violent hostility. I do not think this is by accident. Freud and Puritanism. How Freudian psychoanalysis was intertwined with both the new sexual libertarianism and Puritanism is a fascinating story. Social critics at cocktail parties tend to credit Freud with being the prime mover of, or at least the prime spokesman for, the new sexual freedom. But what they do not see is that Freud and psychoanalysis reflected and expressed the new Puritanism in both its positive and negative forms. The psychoanalytic Puritanism is positive in its emphasis on rigorous honesty and cerebral rectitude, as exemplified in Freud himself. It is negative in its providing a new system by which the body and self can be viewed, rightly or wrongly, as a mechanism for gratification by way of sexual objects. The tendency in psychoanalysis to speak of sex as a need, in a sense of attention, to be reduced plays into this Puritanism. We thus have to explore this problem to see how the new sexual values in our society were given a curious twist as they were rationalized psychoanalytically. Psychoanalysis is Calvinism in Bermuda shorts, pungently stated Dr. C. McPhee Campbell, president of the American Psychiatric Association in 1936 and 37, discussing the philosophical aspects of psychoanalysis. The aphorism is only half true, but that half is significant. Freud himself was an excellent example of a Puritan in the positive sense in his strength of character, control of his passions, and compulsive work. Freud greatly admired Oliver Cromwell, the Puritan commander, and named his son after him. Philip Reif, in his study Freud, The Mind of the Moralist, points out that this affinity for militant Puritanism was not uncommon among secular Jewish intellectuals and indicates a certain preferred character type, starched with independence and cerebral rectitude rather than a particular belief or doctrine. In his ascetic work Habits, Freud shows one of the most significant aspects of Puritanism, namely the use of science as a monastery. His compulsive industry was rigorously devoted to achieving his scientific goals, which transcended everything else in life, and one might add, life itself, and for which he sublimated his passion in a quite real rather than figurative sense. Freud himself had a very limited sexual life. His own sexual expression began late, around 30, and subsided early, around 40, so his biographer Ernest Jones tells us. At 41, Freud wrote to his friend Wilhelm Fliess complaining of his depressed moods, and added, "Also, sexual excitation is of no more use to a person like me." Another incident points to the fact that around this age his sexual life had more or less ended. Freud reports in the interpretation of dreams that at one time, in his 40s, he felt physically attracted to a young woman and reached out half voluntarily and touched her. He comments on how surprised he was that he was still able to find the possibility for such attraction in him. Freud believed in the control and channeling of sexuality and was convinced that this had specific value both for cultural development and for one's own character. In 1883, during his prolonged engagement to Martha Bernays, the young Freud wrote to his future wife, "It is neither pleasant nor edifying to watch the masses amusing themselves. We at least don't have much taste for it. I remember something that occurred to me while watching a performance of Carmen. The mob gives vent to its appetites, and we deprive ourselves. We deprive ourselves in order to maintain our integrity. We economize in our health, our capacity for enjoyment, our emotions. We save ourselves for something, not knowing for what. And this constant suppression of natural instincts gives us the quality of refinement. And the extreme case of people like ourselves who chain themselves together for life and death, who deprive themselves and pine for years so as to remain faithful, who probably wouldn't survive a catastrophe that robbed them of their beloved." The basis of Freud's doctrine of sublimation lies in this belief that libido exists in a certain quantity in the individual, that you can deprive yourself, economize emotionally in one way to increase your enjoyment in another, and that if you spend your libido in direct sexuality, you will not have it for utilization, for example, in artistic creation. In a positive statement of appreciation of Freud's work, Paul Tillich nevertheless remarks that the concept of sublimation is Freud's most puritanical belief. I am not making a simple derogatory value judgment about psychoanalysis when I point out the association between it and Puritanism. The original Puritan movement, in its best representatives and before its general deterioration into the moralistic compartments of Victorianism at the end of the 19th century, was characterized by admirable qualities of dedication to integrity and truth. The progress of modern science owes a great deal to it and, indeed, would probably not have been possible without these virtues of the secular monks in their scientific laboratories. Furthermore, a cultural development like psychoanalysis is always effect as well as cause. It reflects and expresses the emerging trends in the culture, as well as molds and influences these trends. If we are conscious of what is going on, we can, in however slight a way, influence the direction of the trends. We can then hopefully develop new values which will be relevant to our new cultural predicament. But if we try to take the content of our values from psychoanalysis, We are thrown into a confusing contradiction not only of the values themselves, but of our own self-image. It is an error to expect psychoanalysis to carry the burden of providing our values. Psychoanalysis can, by its unfolding and revealing of previously denied motives and desires, and by enlarging consciousness, prepare the way for the patient's working out values by means of which he can change. But it can never, in itself, carry the burden for the value decisions which do change a person's life. The great contribution of Freud was his carrying of the Socratic injunction, know thyself, into new depths that comprise, in effect, a new continent, the continent of repressed, unconscious motives. He also developed techniques in the personal relationships in therapy based on the concepts of transference and resistance for bringing these levels into conscious awareness. Whatever the ebb and how of the popularity of psychoanalysis, it will remain true that Freud's discoveries and those of the others in this field are an invaluable contribution not only to the area of psychological healing, but also to morality in clearing away hypocritical debris and self-deceit. What I wish to make clear is that many people in our society, yearning for the nirvana of automatic change in their characters and relief from responsibility that comes from handing over one's psyche to a technical process, have actually in their values of free expression and hedonism simply bootlegged in from psychoanalysis new contents to their old puritanism. The fact that the change in sexual attitudes and mores occurred so quickly, virtually in the one decade of the 1920s, also argues for the assumption that we changed our clothes and our roles more than our characters. What was omitted was the opening of our senses and imaginations to the enrichment of pleasure and passion and the meaning of love. We relegated these to technical processes. In this kind of free love, one does not learn to love, and freedom becomes not a liberation but a new straitjacket. The upshot was that our sexual values were thrown into confusion and contradiction, and sexual love presented the almost insoluble paradoxes we are now observing. I do not wish to overstate the case, nor to lose sight at any point of the positive benefits of the modern fluidity in sexual mores. The confusions we are describing go hand in hand with the real possibilities of freedom for the individual. Couples are able to affirm sex as a source of pleasure and delight, no longer hounded by the misconception that sex as a natural act is evil. They can become more sensitive to the actual evils in their relationships, such as manipulation of each other. Free to a degree Victorians never were, they can explore ways of making their relationship more enriching. Even the growing frequency of divorce, no matter how sobering the problems it raises, has the positive psychological effect of making it harder for couples to rationalize a bad marriage by the dogma that they are stuck with each other. The possibility of finding a new lover makes it more necessary for us to accept the responsibility of choosing the one we do have if we stay with him or her. There is the possibility of developing a courage that is midway between and includes both biological lust on one hand and on the other the desire for meaningful relationship, a deepening awareness of each other, and the other aspects of what we call human understanding. Courage can be shifted from simply fighting society's mores to the inward capacity to commit oneself to another human being. But these positive benefits, it is now abundantly clear, do not occur automatically. They become possible only as the contradictions which we have been describing are understood and worked through. Motives of the problem. In my function as a supervisory analyst at 2 analytic institutes, I supervise one case of each of 6 psychiatrists or psychologists who are in training to become analysts. I cite the 6 patients of these young analysts both because I know a good deal about them by now and also because since they are not my patients, I can see them with a more objective perspective. Each one of these patients goes to bed without ostensible shame or guilt, and generally with different partners. The women, 4 of the 6 patients, all state that they don't feel much in the sex act. The motives of 2 of the women for going to bed seem to be to hang on to the man, and to live up to the standard that sexual intercourse is what you do at a certain stage. The 3rd woman has the particular motive of generosity. She sees going to bed as something nice you give a man, and she makes tremendous demands upon him to take care of her in return. The 4th woman seems the only one who does experience some real sexual lust, beyond which her motives are a combination of generosity to and anger at the man. I'll force him to give me pleasure. The 2 male patients were originally impotent, and now, though able to have intercourse, have intermittent trouble with potency. But the outstanding fact is they never report getting much of a bang out of their sexual intercourse. Their chief motive for engaging in sex seems to be to demonstrate their masculinity. The specific purpose of one of the men, indeed, seems more to tell his analyst about his previous night's adventure, fair or poor as it may have been, in a kind of backstage interchange of confidence between men, than to enjoy the love-making itself. Let us now pursue our inquiry on a deeper level by asking, what are the underlying motives in these patterns? What drives people toward the contemporary compulsive preoccupation with sex in place of their previous compulsive denial of it? The struggle to prove one's identity is obviously a central motive, an aim present in women as well as men, as Betty Friedan in The Feminine Mystique made clear. This has helped spawn the idea of egalitarianism of the sexes and the interchangeability of the sexual roles. Egalitarianism is clung to at the price of denying not only biological differences, which are basic, to say the least, between men and women, but emotional differences from which come much of the delight of the sexual act. The self-contradiction here is that the compulsive need to prove you are identical with your partner means that you repress your own unique sensibilities, and this is exactly what undermines your own sense of identity. This contradiction contributes to the tendency in our society for us to become machines even in bed. Another motive is the individual's hope to overcome his own solitariness. Allied with this is the desperate endeavor to escape feelings of emptiness and the threat of apathy. Partners pant and quiver, hoping to find an answering quiver in someone else's body just to prove that their own is not dead. They seek a responding, a longing in the other to prove their own feelings are alive. Out of an ancient conceit, this is called love. One often gets the impression, amid the male's flexing of sexual prowess, that men are in training to become sexual athletes. But what is the great prize of the game? Not only men, but women struggle to prove their sexual power. They too must keep up to the timetable, must show passion, and have the vaunted orgasm. Now, it is well accepted in psychotherapeutic circles that, dynamically, the overconcern with potency is generally a compensation for feelings of impotence. The use of sex to prove potency in all these different realms has led to the increasing emphasis on technical performance. And here we observe another curiously self-defeating pattern. It is that the excessive concern with technical performance in sex is actually correlated with the reduction of sexual feeling. The techniques of achieving this approach the ludicrous. One is that an anesthetic ointment is applied to the penis before intercourse. Thus, feeling less, the man is able to postpone his orgasm longer. I have learned from colleagues that the prescribing of this anesthetic remedy for premature ejaculation is not unusual. One male patient, records Dr. Schimmel, was desperate about his premature ejaculations, even though these ejaculations took place after periods of penetration of 10 minutes or more. A neighbor who was a urologist recommended an anesthetic ointment to be used prior to intercourse. This patient expressed complete satisfaction with the solution and was very grateful to the urologist. Entirely willing to give up any pleasure of his own, he sought only to prove himself a competent male. A patient of mine reported that he had gone to a physician with the problem of premature ejaculation and that such an anesthetic ointment had been prescribed. My surprise, like Dr. Schimmel's, was particularly over the fact that the patient had accepted this solution with no questions and no conflicts. Didn't the remedy fit the necessary bill? Didn't it help him turn in a better performance? But by the time that young man got to me, he was impotent in every way imaginable, even to the point of being unable to handle such scarcely ladylike behavior on the part of his wife as her taking off her shoe while they were driving and beating him over the head with it. By all means, the man was impotent in this hideous caricature of a marriage, and his penis, before it was drugged senseless, seemed to be the only character with enough sense to have the appropriate intention, namely to get out as quickly as possible, making oneself feel less in order to perform better. This is a symbol, as macabre as it is vivid, of the vicious circle in which so much of our culture is caught. The more one must demonstrate his potency, the more he treats sexual intercourse, this most intimate and personal of all acts, as a performance to be judged by exterior requirements, the more he then views himself as a machine to be turned on, adjusted, and steered, and the less feeling he has for either himself or his partner. And the less feeling, the more he loses genuine sexual appetite and ability. The upshot of this self-defeating pattern is that, in the long run, the lover who is most efficient will also be the one who is impotent. A poignant note comes into our discussion when we remind ourselves that this excessive concern for satisfying the partner is an expression, however perverted, of a sound and basic element in the sexual act, the pleasure and experience of self-affirmation in being able to give to the partner. The man is often deeply grateful toward the woman who lets herself be gratified by him, lets him give her an orgasm, to use the phrase that is often the symbol for this experience. This is a point midway between lust and tenderness, between sex and agape, and it partakes of both. Many a male cannot feel his own identity either as a man or a person in our culture until he is able to gratify a woman. The very structure of human interpersonal relations is such that the sexual act does not achieve its full pleasure or meaning if the man and woman cannot feel they are able to gratify the other. And it is the inability to experience this pleasure at the gratification of the other which often underlies the exploitative sexuality of the rape type and the compulsive sexuality of the Don Juan seduction type. Don Juan has to perform the act over and over again because he remains forever unsatisfied, quite despite the fact that he is entirely potent and has a technically good orgasm. Now, the problem is not the desire and need to satisfy the partner as such, but the fact that this need is interpreted by the persons in the sexual act in only a technical sense, giving physical sensation. What is omitted even from our very vocabulary, and thus the words may sound square as I say them here, is the experience of giving feelings, sharing fantasies, offering the inner psychic richness that normally takes a little time and enables sensation to transcend itself in emotion, and emotion to transcend itself in tenderness, and sometimes love. It is not surprising that contemporary trends toward the mechanization of sex have much to do with the problem of impotence. The distinguishing characteristic of the machine is that it can go through all the motions, but it never feels. A knowledgeable medical student, one of whose reasons for coming into analysis was his sexual impotence, had a revealing dream. He was asking me in the dream to put a pipe in his head that would go down through his body and come out at the other end as his penis. He was confident in the dream that the pipe would constitute an admirably strong erection. What was entirely missing in this intelligent scion of our sophisticated times was any understanding at all that what he conceived of as his solution was exactly the cause of his problem, namely the image of himself as a screwing machine. His symbol is remarkably graphic. The brain, the intellect, is included, but true symbol of our alienated age. His shrewd system bypasses entirely the seats of emotions, the thalamus, the heart and lungs, even the stomach. Direct route from head to penis, but what is lost is the heart. I do not have statistics on hand concerning the present incidence of impotence in comparison with past periods, nor does anyone else so far as I have been able to discover. But my impression is that impotence is increasing these days despite, or is it because of, the unrestrained freedom on all sides? All therapists seem to agree that more men are coming to them with that problem, though whether this represents a real increase in the prevalence of sexual impotence or merely a greater awareness and ability to talk about it cannot be definitely answered. Obviously, it is one of those topics on which meaningful statistics are almost impossible to get. The fact that the book dealing with impotence and frigidity, human sexual response, clung near the top of the bestseller lists for so many months, expensive and turgidly written as it was, would seem to be plenty of evidence of the urge of men to get help on impotence. Whatever the reason, it is becoming harder for the young man as well as the old to take yes for an answer. To see the curious ways the new Puritanism shows itself, you have only to open an issue of Playboy, that redoubtable journal reputedly sold mainly to college students and clergymen. You discover the naked girls with silicate breasts side by side with the articles by reputable authors, and you conclude on first blush that the magazine is certainly on the side of the new enlightenment. But as you look more closely, you see a strange expression in these photographed girls, detached, mechanical, uninviting, vacuous, the typical schizoid personality in the negative sense of that term. You discover that they are not sexy at all, but that Playboy has only shifted the fig leaf from the genitals to the face. You read the letters to the editor and find the first, entitled Playboy Priest, telling of a priest who lectures on Hefner's philosophy to audiences of young people and numerous members of the clergy, that true Christian ethics and morality are not incompatible with Hefner's philosophy, and, written with enthusiastic approbation, that most clergymen in their fashionable parsonages live more like playboys than ascetics. You find another letter entitled Jesus Was a Playboy, since he loved Mary Magdalene, good food and good grooming, and castigated the Pharisees. And you wonder why all this religious justification and why people, if they're going to be liberated, can't just enjoy their liberation? Whether one takes the cynical view that letters to the editor are planted, or the more generous one that these examples are selected from hundreds of letters, it amounts to the same thing. An image of a type of American male is being presented, a suave, detached, self-assured bachelor who regards the girl as a Playboy accessory like items in his fashionable dress. You note also that Playboy carries no advertising for trusses, bald heads, or anything that would detract from this image. You discover that the good articles, which, frankly, can be bought by an editor who wants to hire an assistant with taste and pay the requisite amount of money, give authority to this male image. Harvey Cox concludes that Playboy is basically anti-sexual, and that it is the latest and slickest episode in man's continuing refusal to be human. He believes the whole phenomenon of which Playboy is only a part vividly illustrates the awful fact of the new kind of tyranny. The poet-sociologist Calvin Hurton, discussing Playboy in connection with the fashion and entertainment world, calls it the new sexual fascism. Playboy has indeed caught on to something significant in American society. Cox believes it to be the repressed fear of involvement with women. I go farther and hold that it, as an example of the new Puritanism, gets its dynamic from a repressed anxiety in American men that underlies even the fear of involvement. This is the repressed anxiety about impotence. Everything in the magazine is beautifully concocted to bolster the illusion of potency without ever putting it to the test or challenge at all. Non-involvement, like playing it cool, is elevated into the ideal model for the Playboy. This is possible because the illusion is airtight, ministering as it does to men fearful for their potency and capitalizing on this anxiety. The character of the illusion is shown further in the fact that the readership of Playboy drops off significantly after the age of 30, when men cannot escape dealing with real women. This illusion is illustrated by the fact that Hefner himself, a former Sunday school teacher and son of devout Methodists, practically never goes outside his large establishment in North Chicago. Ensconced there, he carries on his work surrounded by his bunnies and amidst his non-alcoholic bacchanals on Pepsi Cola. The revolt against sex. With the confusion of motives in sex that we have noted above, almost every motive being present in the act except the desire to make love, it is no wonder that there is a diminution of feeling, and that passion has lessened almost to the vanishing point. This diminution of feeling often takes the form of a kind of anesthesia, now with no need of ointment, in people who can perform the mechanical aspects of the sexual act very well. We are becoming used to the plaint from the couch or patient's chair that we made love, but I didn't feel anything. Again, the poets tell us the same things as our patients. T.S. Eliot writes in The Wasteland that after lovely woman stoops to folly, and the carbuncular clerk who seduced her at tea leaves, she turns and looks a moment in the glass, hardly aware of her departed lover. Her brain allows one half-formed thought to pass. Well, now that's done, and I'm glad it's over. When lovely woman stoops to folly and paces about her room again, alone, she smooths her hair with automatic hand and puts a record on the gramophone. Sex is the last frontier. David Reisman meaningfully phrases it in The Lonely Crowd. Gerald Sykes, in the same vein, remarks, in a world gone gray with market reports, time studies, tax regulations, and path lab analyses, the rebel finds sex to be the one green thing. It is surely true that the zest, adventure, and trying out of one's strength, the discovering of vast and exciting new areas of feeling and experience in oneself and in one's relations to others, and the validation of the self that goes with these are indeed frontier experiences. They are rightly and normally present in sexuality as part of the psychosocial development of every person. Sex in our society did, in fact, have this power for several decades after the 1920s, when almost every other activity was becoming other-directed, jaded, emptied of zest and adventure. But for various reasons, One of them being that sex by itself had to carry the weight for the validation of the personality in practically all other realms as well. The frontier freshness, newness, and challenge become more and more lost. For we are now living in the post-Reisman age and are experiencing the long-run implications of Reisman's other-directed behavior, the radar-reflected way of life. The last frontier has become a teeming Las Vegas and no frontier at all. Young people can no longer get a bootlegged feeling of personal identity out of revolting in sexuality, since there is nothing there to revolt against. Studies of drug addiction among young people report them as saying that the revolt against parents, the social kick of feeling their own oats, which they used to get from sex, they now have to get from drugs. One such study indicates that students express a certain boredom with sex, while drugs are synonymous with excitement, curiosity, forbidden adventure, and society's abounding permissiveness. It no longer sounds new when we discover that for many young people what used to be called lovemaking is now experienced as a futile, panting palm to palm. In Aldous Huxley's predictive phrase, that they tell us that it is hard for them to understand what the poets were talking about, and that we should so often hear the disappointed refrain, "We went to bed, but it wasn't any good." Nothing to revolt against, did I say? Well, there is obviously one thing left to revolt against, and that is sex itself. The frontier, the establishing of identity, the validation of the self can be, and not infrequently does become for some people, a revolt against sexuality entirely. I am certainly not advocating this. What I wish to indicate is that the very revolt against sex, this modern Lysistrata in robot's dress, is rumbling at the gates of our cities, or, if not rumbling, at least hovering. The sexual revolution comes finally back on itself not with a bang, but a whimper. Thus it is not surprising that, as sex becomes more machine-like, with passion irrelevant and then even pleasure diminishing, the problem has come full circle. And we find, mirabile dictu, a progression from an anesthetic attitude to an antiseptic one. Sexual contact itself then tends to get put on the shelf and to be avoided. This is another and surely least constructive aspect of the new Puritanism. It returns, finally, to a new asceticism. This is said graphically in a charming limerick that seems to have sprung up on some sophisticated campus. The word has come down from the dean that with the aid of the teaching machine, King Oedipus Rex could have learned about sex without ever touching the queen. Marshall McLuhan, among others, welcomes this revolt against sex. Sex, as we now think of it, may soon be dead, write McLuhan and Leonard. Sexual concepts, ideals, and practices already are being altered almost beyond recognition. The fold-out playmate in Playboy magazine, she of outsized breast and buttocks, pictured in sharp detail, signals the death throes of a departing age. McLuhan and Leonard then go on to predict that Eros will not be lost in a new sexless age, but diffused, and that all life will be more erotic than now seems possible. This last reassurance would be comforting indeed to believe. But as usual, McLuhan's penetrating insights into present phenomena are unfortunately placed in a framework of history, pre-tribalism, with its so-called lesson distinction between male and female, which has no factual basis at all. And he gives us no evidence whatever for his optimistic prediction that new Eros, rather than apathy, will succeed the demise of Vive law difference. Indeed, there are amazing confusions in this article arising from McLuhan's and Leonard's worship of the new electric age. In likening Twiggy to an X-ray as against Sophia Loren to a Rubens, they ask, and what does an X-ray of a woman reveal? Not a realistic picture, but a deep, involving image. Not a specialized female, but a human being. Well, an X-ray actually reveals not a human being at all, but a depersonalized, fragmentized segment of bone or tissue, which can be read only by a highly specialized technician, and from which we could never in 1,000 years recognize a human being or any man or woman we know, let alone one we love. Such a reassuring view of the future is frightening and depressing in the extreme. And may I not be permitted to prefer Sophia Loren over Twiggy for an idle erotic daydream without being read out of the new society? Our future is taken more seriously by the participants in the discussion on this topic at the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions at Santa Barbara. Their report, called The Asexual Society, frankly faces the fact that we are hurtling into not a bisexual or a multisexual, but an asexual society. The boys grow long hair and the girls wear pants. Romance will disappear. In fact, it has almost disappeared now. Given the guaranteed annual income and the pill, will women choose to marry? Why should they? Mrs. Eleanor Garth, a participant in the discussion and writer of the report, goes on to point out the radical change that may well occur in having and rearing children. What of the time when the fertilized ovum can be implanted in the womb of a mercenary and one's progeny selected from a sperm bank? Will the lady choose to reproduce her husband, if there still are such things? No problems, no jealousy, no love transference. And what of the children, incubated under glass? Will communal love develop the human qualities that we assume emerge from the present rearing of children? Will women under these conditions lose the survival drive and become as death-oriented as the present generation of American men? I don't raise the question in advocacy, she adds. I consider some of the possibilities horrifying. Mrs. Garth and her colleagues at the center recognize that the real issue underlying this revolution is not what one does with sexual organs and sexual functions per se, but what happens to man's humanity. What disturbs me is the real possibility of the disappearance of our humane, life-giving qualities with the speed of developments in the life sciences, and the fact that no one seems to be discussing the alternative possibilities for good and evil in these developments. The purpose of our discussion in this book is precisely to raise the questions of the alternative possibilities for good and evil, that is, the destruction or the enhancement of the qualities which constitute man's humane, life-giving qualities. 3. Eros in conflict with sex. Eros, the god of love, emerged to create the earth. Before, all was silent, bare and motionless. Now all was life, joy and motion. Early Greek myth. Several beautiful children were born to Aphrodite and Ares. Eros, their little son, was appointed god of love. Although nursed with tender solicitude, this second-born child did not grow as other children do, but remained a small, rosy, chubby child with gauzy wings and roguish, dimpled face. Alarmed for his health, Aphrodite consulted Themis, who oracularly replied, "Love cannot grow without passion." Later Greek myth. In the last chapter, we observed that the contemporary paradoxes in sex and love have one thing in common, namely the banalization of sex and love. By anesthetizing feeling in order to perform better, by employing sex as a tool to prove prowess and identity, by using sensuality to hide sensitivity, we have emasculated sex and left it vapid and empty. The banalization of sex is well aided and abetted by our mass communication. For the plethora of books on sex and love which flood the market have one thing in common. They oversimplify love and sex, treating the topic like a combination of learning to play tennis and buying life insurance. In this process, we have robbed sex of its power by sidestepping Eros, and we have ended by dehumanizing both. My thesis in this chapter is that what underlies our emasculation of sex is the separation of sex from Eros. Indeed, we have set sex over against Eros, used sex precisely to avoid the anxiety-creating involvements of Eros. In ostensibly enlightened discussions of sex, particularly those about freedom from censorship, it is often argued that all our society needs is full freedom for the expression of Eros. But what is revealed beneath the surface in our society, as shown not only in patients in therapy but in our literature and drama, and even in the nature of our scientific research, is just the opposite. We are in a flight from Eros, and we use sex as the vehicle for the flight. Sex is the handiest drug to blot out our awareness of the anxiety-creating aspects of Eros. To accomplish this, we have had to define sex ever more narrowly. The more we became preoccupied with sex, the more truncated and shrunken became the human experience to which it referred. We fly to the sensation of sex in order to avoid the passion of Eros, the return of repressed Eros. My thesis was formulated out of several strange phenomena I observed in my patients as well as in our society, psychic eruptions which have a curiously explosive quality. These phenomena occurred in areas in which, from any common sense point of view, they would be least expected in our day. Most people live in the confidence that our technological developments have largely freed us from the risks of unchosen pregnancy and venereal disease and, therefore, ipso facto, The anxiety people used to feel about sex and love is now banished forever to the museum. The vicissitudes about which the novelists of previous centuries wrote, when a woman gave herself to a man, it meant illegitimate pregnancy and social ostracism, as in the Scarlet Letter, or the tragic breakup of the family structure and suicide, as in Anna Karenina, or venereal disease, as in the marketplace of social reality, have been outgrown. Now, thank God and science, we tell ourselves we are rid of all that. The implication is that sex is free and that love is easy and comes in readily procurable packages like what the students call instant zen. And any talk of the deeper conflicts which used to be associated with the tragic and demonic elements is anachronistic and absurd. But I shall be impolite enough to ask, may there not be a gigantic and extensive repression underlying all this? A repression not of sex, but of something underlying body chemistry, some psychic needs more vital, deeper, and more comprehensive than sex. A repression that is socially sanctioned, to be sure, but just for that reason harder to discern and more effective in its results. I am obviously not questioning contemporary medical and psychological advances as such. No one in his right mind would fail to be grateful for the development of contraceptives, estrogen, and cures for venereal disease. And I count it good fortune indeed to be born into this age with its freedom of possibilities rather than in the Victorian period with its rigid mores. But that issue is fallacious and a red herring. Our problem is more profound and starkly real. We pick up the morning paper and read that there are 1 million illegal abortions in enlightened America each year, that premarital pregnancies are increasing on all sides. 1 girl out of 6 who is now 13 will, according to present statistics, become illegitimately pregnant before she is 20, 2.5 times the incidence of 10 years ago. The increase is mainly among girls of the proletarian classes, but there is enough increase among girls of middle and upper classes to prove that this is not a problem solely of disadvantaged groups. Indeed, the radical increase is not among Puerto Rican or Negro girls, but among white girls, the jump of percentage of illegitimate births to all live births being from 1.7 10 years ago to 5.3 last year. We are confronted by the curious situation of the more birth control, the more illegitimate pregnancies. As the reader hastens to cry that what is necessary is to change barbaric abortion laws and give more sex education, I would not disagree, but I could and should raise a caveat. The blanket advising of more sex education can act as a reassurance by means of which we escape having to ask ourselves the more frightening questions. May not the real issue be not on the level of conscious, rational intentions at all? May it not be in a deeper realm of what I shall later call intentionality? Kenneth Clark points out, for example, with respect to the lower-class Negro girl, the marginal Negro female uses her sex to gain personal affirmation. She is desired, and that is almost enough. A child is a symbol that she is a woman, and she may gain from having something on her own. This struggle to prove one's identity and personal worth may be more outspoken with lower-class girls, but it is just as present in middle-class girls who can cover it up better by socially skillful behavior. Let us take as an example a female patient from an upper middle-class background with whom I worked. Her father had been a banker in a small city, and her mother a proper lady who had always assumed a Christian attitude toward everyone but who seemed, from the data which came up in the therapy, to be unusually rigid and had actually resented having this girl when she was born. My patient was well educated, already in her early 30s a successful editor in a large publishing house, and obviously was not the slightest deficient in knowledge of sex or contraception. Yet she had had 2 illegitimate pregnancies in her mid-20s several years before she began treatment with me. Both of these pregnancies gave her painful feelings of guilt and conflict, yet she went from one directly into the other. She had been married for 2 years in her early 20s to a man who, an intellectual like herself, was emotionally detached, and each had tried by various kinds of aggressive dependency nagging to get the other to infuse some meaning and vitality into an empty marriage. After her divorce, while she lived alone, she volunteered to do some evening reading to the blind. She became pregnant by the young blind man to whom she read. Though this, and its subsequent abortion, upset her greatly, she became pregnant again shortly after her first abortion. Now, it is absurd to think we can understand this behavior on the basis of sexual needs. Indeed, the fact that she did not feel sexual desire was actually more influential in leading her into the sexual relations which caused the pregnancies. We must look to her image of herself and her ways of trying to find a meaningful place for herself in her world if we are to have any hope of discovering the dynamics of the pregnancies. She was, diagnostically speaking, what is called a typically contemporary schizoid personality: intelligent, articulate, efficient, successful in work, but detached in personal intercourse and afraid of intimate relationships. She had always thought of herself as an empty person who never could feel much on her own or experience anything lastingly, even when she took LSD, the kind of person who cries out to the world to give her some passion, some vitality. Attractive, she had a number of men friends, but the relationships with them also had a dried up quality and lacked the zest for which she fervently longed. She described sleeping with the one with which she was most intimate at the time as if they were two animals clinging together for warmth, her feeling being a generalized despair. She had a dream early in the therapy which recurred in varying form, of herself in one room and her parents in the next room, separated by a wall which went not quite up to the ceiling, and no matter how hard she knocked on the wall or cried out to them in the dream, she could not get them to hear her. She arrived for her therapy hour one day, having just come from an art exhibit, to tell me she had discovered the symbol most accurately describing her feelings about herself: the lonely figures of Edward Hopper, in his paintings in which there is only one figure, a solitary girl usherette in a brightly lighted and plush but entirely empty theater. A woman sitting alone by an upper window in a Victorian house at the shore in the deserted off-season, a lone person in a rocking chair on a porch. Not unlike the house in the small city in which my patient grew up. Hopper's paintings, indeed, give a poignant meaning to the quiet despair, the emptiness of human feeling and longing which is referred to by that cliché, alienation. It is touching that her first pregnancy came in a relation with a human being who is blind. We are impressed here by her elemental generosity in wanting to give him something and to prove something also to herself. But most of all, we are struck by the aura of blindness surrounding the whole event of getting pregnant. She was one of the many persons in our world of affluence and technological power who moved, humanly speaking, in a world of the blind, where nobody can see another and where our touching is at best a sightless fumbling, moving our fingers over the body of another trying to recognize him or her, but unable in our own self-enclosing darkness to do so. We could conclude that she became pregnant, 1, to establish her own self-esteem by proving somebody wants her, as her husband did not. 2, to compensate for her feelings of emotional poverty, which pregnancy does quite literally by filling up the womb if we take the womb, hystra, as a symbol of vacuum of emotions. 3, to express her aggression against her mother and father and their suffocating and hypocritical middle-class background. All of which goes without saying. But what of the deeper defiance required by, and indeed built into, the self-contradictions in her and in our society which belie our rational, well-meaning intentions? It is absurd to think that this girl, or any girl, gets pregnant simply because she doesn't know better. This woman lives in an age where, for upper-class and middle-class girls like her, contraceptives and sex knowledge were never more available, and her society proclaims on all sides that anxiety about sex is archaic and encourages her to be free of all conflict about love. What of the anxiety which comes precisely from this new freedom? Anxiety which places a burden on individual consciousness and capacity for personal choice which, if not insoluble, is great indeed. Anxiety which in our sophisticated and enlightened day cannot be acted out like the hysterical woman of Victorian times, for everyone nowadays ought to be free and uninhibited, and therefore turns inward and results in inhibiting feelings, suffocating passion in place of the inhibition of actions of the 19th century woman. I am proposing, in short, that girls and women in this predicament are partial victims of a gigantic repression in themselves and in our society, the repression of eros and passion, and the over-availability of sex as a technique for the repression. A corollary is that our dogmatic enlightenment contains elements within it which rob us of the very means of meeting this new and inner anxiety. We are experiencing a return of the repressed, a return of an eros which will not be denied no matter how much it is bribed on all sides by sex, a return of the repressed in a primitive way precisely designed to mock our withdrawal of feelings. The same is found in our work with men. A young psychiatrist, in his training analysis, was preoccupied mainly with the fear that he was homosexual. Now in his middle 20s, he had never had sexual relations with a woman, and though he had not been a practicing homosexual, he had been approached by enough men to make him think that he emanated that aura. During his therapy, he became acquainted with a woman, and in due course they began having sexual relations. At least half the time they did not use contraceptives. Several times I brought to his attention the fact that the woman was fairly sure to get pregnant. He, knowing all about this from his medical training, would agree and thank me. But when he still had intercourse without contraception and once was very anxious when the woman missed her period, I found myself vaguely anxious, too, and irritated at how stupid he seemed to be. I then caught myself up with the realization that, in my naivete, I was missing the whole point of what was going on. So I broke in, "It seems you want to make this woman pregnant." He at first emphatically contradicted me, but then he paused to ponder the truth of my statement. All talk of methods, and what they ought to do was of course irrelevant. In this man, who had never been able to feel himself masculine, some vital need was pushing him not just to prove himself a man, of which impregnating a woman is much more decisive than merely the capacity to have intercourse, but to get some hold on nature, experience a fundamental procreative process, give himself over to some primitive and powerful biological process, partake of some deeper pulsations in the cosmos. We shall not understand these problems except when we see that our patients have been robbed of precisely these deeper sources of human experience. We observe in many of these illegitimate pregnancies, or their equivalent, a defiance of the very socially ordered system which takes away affect, where technology is felt to be a substitute for feeling, a society which calls persons forth to an arid and meaningless existence and gives them, particularly the younger generation, an experience of depersonalization which is more painful than a legal abortion. No one who has worked with patients for a long period of time can fail to learn that the psychological and spiritual agony of depersonalization is harder to bear than physical pain. And, indeed, they often clutch at physical pain or social ostracism or violence or delinquency as a welcome relief. Have we become so civilized that we have forgotten that a girl can yearn to procreate, and can do so not just for psychobiological reasons, but to break up the arid desert of feelingless existence, to destroy for once if not for all the repetitive pattern of fucking to avoid the emptiness of despair? What shall we do tomorrow? As T.S. Eliot has his rich constant cry, what shall we ever do? Or that she can yearn to become pregnant because the heart is never fully converted to passionlessness, and she is driven to an expression of that which is denied her and which she herself consciously denies in our age of the cool millennium. At least being pregnant is something real, and it proves to the girl and to the man that they are real. Alienation is felt as a loss of the capacity to be intimately personal. As I hear these people, they are crying. We yearn to talk, but our dried voices are rat's feet over broken glass. We go to bed because we cannot hear each other. We go to bed because we are too shy to look in each other's eyes, and in bed one can turn away one's head. It should not be surprising that a revolt is occurring against the mores which people think cause alienation, a defiance of social norms which promise virtue without trying, sex without risk, wisdom without struggle, luxury without effort, all provided that they agree to settle for love without passion, and soon even sex without feeling. The denial of the demonic means only that the earth spirits will come back to haunt us in a new guise. Gia will be heard, and when the darkness returns, the Black Madonna will be present if there is no white. The error into which we have fallen obviously consists not of our scientific advances and enlightenment as such, but the using of these for a blanket allaying of all anxiety about sex and love. Marcuse holds that in a non-repressive society, as sex develops, it tends to merge with eros. It is clear that our society has done just the opposite. We separated sex from eros, and then tried to repress eros. The passion, which is one element of the denied eros, then comes back from its repression to upset the person's whole existence. What is eros? Eros in our day is taken as a synonym for eroticism, or sexual titillation. Eros was the name given to a journal of sexy arcana containing aphrodisiac recipes and posing such weighty question and answer articles as, "Question, how do the porcupines do it?" A. Carefully. One wonders whether everyone has forgotten the fact that Eros, according to no less an authority than St. Augustine, is the power which drives men toward God. Such gross misunderstandings would tend to make the demise of Eros unavoidable, for in our overstimulated age, we have no need for titillation which no longer titillates. It is essential, therefore, that we clarify the meaning of this crucial term. Eros created life on the earth, the early Greek mythology tells us. When the world was barren and lifeless, it was Eros who seized his life-giving arrows and pierced the cold bosom of the earth, and immediately the brown surface was covered with luxuriant verdure. This is an appealing symbolic picture of how Eros incorporates sex, those phallic arrows which pierce, as the instrument by which he creates life. Eros then breathed into the nostrils of the clay forms of man and woman and gave them the spirit of life. Ever since, Eros has been distinguished by the function of giving the spirit of life, in contrast to the function of sex as the release of tension. Eros was then one of the four original gods, the others being Chaos, Gaia, Mother Earth, and Tartarus, the dark pit of Hades below the earth. Eros, says Joseph Campbell, is always, regardless of guise, the progenitor, the original creator from which life comes. Sex can be defined fairly adequately in physiological terms as consisting of the building up of bodily tensions and their release. Eros, in contrast, is the experiencing of the personal intentions and meaning of the act. Whereas sex is a rhythm of stimulus and response, Eros is a state of being. The pleasure in sex is described by Freud and others as the reduction of tension. In Eros, on the contrary, we wish not to be released from the excitement, but rather to hang on to it, to bask in it, and even to increase it. The end toward which sex points is gratification and relaxation, whereas Eros is a desiring, longing, a forever reaching out, seeking to expand. All this is in accord with the dictionary definitions. Webster's defines sex, coming from the Latin sexus, meaning split, as referring to physiological distinctions, the character of being male or female, or the distinctive functions of male or female. Eros, in contrast, is defined with such terms as ardent desire, yearning, aspiring self-fulfilling love, often having a sensuous quality. The Latins and Greeks had two different words for sex and love, as we do. But the curious thing to our ears is how rarely the Latins speak of sexus. Sex, to them, was no issue. It was a more they were concerned about. Similarly, everyone knows the Greek word eros, but practically no one has ever heard of their term for sex. It is of, the word from which we derive the zoological term phylon, tribe or race. This is an entirely different stem from the Greek word philia, which means love in the sense of friendship. Sex is thus a zoological term and is rightly applied to all animals as well as human beings. Kinsey was a zoologist and, appropriately to his profession, he studied human sexual behavior from a zoological point of view. Masters is a gynecologist and studies sex from the viewpoint of sexual organs and how you manage and manipulate them. Sex, then, is a pattern of neurophysiological functions, and the sexual problem consists of what you do with organs. Eros, on the other hand, takes wings from human imagination and is forever transcending all techniques, giving the laugh to all the how-to books by gaily swinging into orbit above our mechanical rules, making love rather than manipulating organs. For Eros is the power which attracts us. The essence of Eros is that it draws us from ahead, whereas sex pushes us from behind. This is revealed in our day-to-day language when I say a person allures me or entices me, or the possibilities of a new job invite me. Something in me responds to the other person or the job and pulls me toward him or it. I participate in forms, possibilities, higher levels of meaning on neurophysiological dimensions, but also on aesthetic and ethical dimensions as well. As the Greeks believed, knowledge and even ethical goodness exercise such a pull. Eros is the drive toward union with what we belong to, union with our own possibilities, union with significant other persons in our world in relation to whom we discover our own self-fulfillment. Eros is the yearning in man which leads him to dedicate himself to seeking Eret, the noble and good life. Sex, in short, is the mode of relating characterized by tumescence of the organs, for which we seek the pleasurable relief, and filled gonads, for which we seek satisfying release. But Eros is the mode of relating in which we do not seek release, but rather to cultivate, procreate, and form the world. In Eros, we seek increase of stimulation. Sex is a need, but Eros is a desire, and it is this admixture of desire which complicates love. In regard to our preoccupation with the orgasm in American discussions of sex, it can be agreed that the aim of the sex act in its zoological and physiological sense is indeed the orgasm. But the aim of Eros is not. Eros seeks union with the other person in delight and passion, and the procreating of new dimensions of experience which broaden and deepen the being of both persons. It is common experience, backed up by folklore as well as the testimony of Freud and others, that after sexual release we tend to go to sleep, or, as the joke puts it, to get dressed, go home, and then go to sleep. But in Eros, we want just the opposite, to stay awake thinking of the beloved, remembering, savoring, discovering ever new facets of the prism of what the Chinese call the many-splendored experience. It is this urge for union with the partner that is the occasion for human tenderness. For Eros, not sex as such, is the source of tenderness. Eros is the longing to establish union, full relationship. This may be, first, a union with abstract forms. The philosopher Charles S. Peirce sat alone in his house in Milford, Connecticut, working out his mathematical logic, but this did not prevent his experiencing Eros. The thinker must be animated by a true Eros, he wrote, for the task of scientific investigation. Or it may be a union with aesthetic or philosophical forms, or a union with new ethical forms. But it is most obvious as the pull toward the union of two individuals sexually. The two persons longing, as all individuals do, to overcome the separateness and isolation to which we all are heir as individuals, can participate in a relationship that, for the moment, is not made up of two isolated, individual experiences, but a genuine union. A sharing takes place which is a new gestalt, a new being, a new field of magnetic force. We have been led astray by our economic and biological models to think that the aim of the love act is the orgasm. The French have a saying which, referring to Eros, carries more truth. The aim of desire is not its satisfaction, but its prolongation. André Maurois, speaking of his preference for lovemaking to which the orgasm is not the goal, but an incidental conclusion, quotes another French saying, "Every beginning is lovely." The moment of greatest significance in lovemaking, as judged by what people remember in the experience and what patients dream about, is not the moment of orgasm. It is rather the moment of entrance, the moment of penetration of the erection of the man into the vagina of the woman. This is the moment that shakes us, that has within it the great wonder, tremendous and tremulous as it may be, or disappointing and despairing, which says the same thing from the opposite point of view. This is the moment when the person's reactions to the love-making experience are most original, most individual, most truly their own. This, and not the orgasm, is the moment of union and the realization that we have one the other. The ancients made Eros a god, or more specifically, a demon. This is a symbolic way of communicating a basic truth of human experience, that Eros always drives us to transcend ourselves. When Goethe wrote, "Woman draws us upward," his line may be more accurately read, "Eros, in relation with a woman, draws us upward." Such a truth is both inner, personal, and subjective on one hand, and external, social, and objective on the other. That is, it is a truth which obtains in our relationships in the objective world. The ancients, taking sex for granted simply as a natural bodily function, saw no need to make it into a god. Antony presumably had all his sexual needs taken care of by the concubines accompanying the Roman army. It was only when he met Cleopatra that Eros entered the picture, and he became transported into a whole new world, ecstatic and destructive at the same time. The artists have always instinctively known the difference between sex and Eros. In Shakespeare's play, Romeo's friend Mercutio teases him about his previous sweetheart, describing her in good modern anatomical style. "I conjure thee by Rosalind's bright eyes, by her high forehead, and her scarlet lip, by her fine foot, straight leg, quivering thigh, and the dismains that there adjacent lie. Act 2, Scene 1. It reads like a contemporary realistic novel, the bodily description of the heroine ending with the expected quivering thigh and allusion to the adjacent parts. For Mercutio is not in love. From his external view, the phenomenon appears to be sex and to be used as any vital young Veronese man would use feminine pulchritude. But does Romeo use that language? Absurd question. He is in the state of Eros with Juliet. Oh, she doth teach the torches to burn bright. It seems she hangs upon the cheek of night like a rich jewel in an Ethiop's ear. Beauty too rich for use, for earth too dear. Act 1, Scene 5. It is interesting to recall that Romeo and Juliet were members of feuding families. Eros leaps the barriers between enemies. Indeed, I often wonder whether the Eros in us is not excited and challenged especially by the enemy. Eros is strangely fascinated by the outlander, the person of the forbidden class, the foreign color or race. Shakespeare is true to the meaning of Eros when he is the love of Romeo and Juliet. Tragic as it was, bind together the previously warring Montagues and Capulets and unite the whole city of Verona. Eros in Plato. There is good basis in man's ancient wisdom for the urge we all feel in Eros to unite with the beloved, to prolong the delight, to deepen the meaning and treasure it. This holds in our relationships not only with persons but with objects, like a machine we are making or a house we are building or a vocation to which we are devoted. To find the roots of our understanding of Eros, we turn to the Symposium, which still surprises and delights readers with the contemporaneousness of its insights into love. Plato's dialogue describing this banquet, aptly called the most famous drinking party in history, is given over entirely to the discussion of Eros. The setting is Agathon's home, where Socrates, Aristophanes, Alcibiades, and others have been invited to celebrate Agathon's winning of the prize the previous day for tragic drama. The evening is passed by each one in turn giving his thoughts and experience of Eros. What is love? Asks Socrates in a crucial summary passage. He quotes the answer from Diotima, the celebrated teacher of love. He is neither mortal nor immortal, but a mean between the two. He is a great spirit, demon, and like all spirits, he is intermediate between the divine and the mortal. He is the mediator who spans the chasm which divides men and gods, and therefore in him all is bound together. Eros is not a god in the sense of being above man, but the power that binds all things and all men together, the power informing all things. I do not use inform loosely. It means to give inward form, to seek out by the devotion of love the unique form of the beloved person or object, and to unite oneself with that form. Eros is the god or demiurge, Plato continues, who constitutes man's creative spirit. Eros is the drive which impels man not only toward union with another person in sexual or other forms of love, but incites in man the yearning for knowledge and drives him passionately to seek union with the truth. Through Eros, we not only become poets and inventors, but also achieve ethical goodness. Love, in the form of Eros, is the power which generates, and this generation is a kind of eternity and immortality, which is to say that such creativity is as close as men ever get to becoming immortal. Eros is the drive for union and reproduction in the biological realm. Even in the birds and animals, says Diotima, we see the desire of procreation, and they are in agony when they take the infection of love, which begins with the desire of union. Human beings are changing all the time. Hair, flesh, bones, blood, and the whole body are always changing, which is true not only of the body, but also of the soul, whose habits, tempers, opinions, desires, pleasures, pains, fears never remain the same in any one of us, but are always coming and going, and equally true of knowledge, and what is still more surprising to mortals, not only do the sciences in general spring up and decay, so that in respect to them we are never the same. Now in all this change, what binds the diversity together? It is Eros, the power in us yearning for wholeness, the drive to give meaning and pattern to our variegation, form to our otherwise impoverishing formlessness, integration to counter our disintegrative trends. Here we must have a dimension of experience which is psychological and emotional as well as biological. This is Eros. It is Eros which impels people toward health in psychotherapy. In contrast to our contemporary doctrines of adjustment or homeostasis or release of tension, there is an Eros and eternal reaching out, a stretching of the self, a continuously replenished urge which impels the individual to dedicate himself to seek forever higher forms of truth, beauty, and goodness. The Greeks believed that this continuous regeneration of the self is inherent in Eros. The Greeks also knew that there always is a tendency for Eros to be reduced simply to sexual desire, epithymia, or lust in their terms. But they insisted that the biological is not denied but incorporated and transcended in Eros. Those who are pregnant in the body only, betake themselves to women and beget children. This is the character of their love. Their offspring, as they hope, will preserve their memory and give them the blessedness and immortality which they desire in the future. But souls which are pregnant, for there certainly are men who are more creative in their souls than in their bodies, conceive that which is proper for the soul to conceive or contain. And what are these conceptions? Wisdom and virtue in general. And such creators are poets and all artists who are deserving of the name inventor. We are in Eros not only when we experience our biological, lustful energies, but also when we are able to open ourselves and participate, via imagination and emotional and spiritual sensitivity, in forms and meanings beyond ourselves in the interpersonal world and the world of nature around us. Eros is the binding element par excellence. It is the bridge between being and becoming, and it binds fact and value together. Eros, in short, is the original creative force of Hesiod now transmuted into power which is both inside and outside the person. We see that Eros has much in common with a concept of intentionality proposed in this book. Both presuppose that man pushes toward uniting himself with the object not only of his love, but his knowledge. And this very process implies that a man already participates to some extent in the knowledge he seeks and the person he loves. Later, in St. Augustine, Eros was seen as the power which drives men toward God. Eros is the yearning for mystic union which comes out in the religious experience of union with God, or in Freud's oceanic experience. There is also an element of Eros in the love of one's fate, amor fati, as Nietzsche called it. By fate, I do not mean the specific or accidental misfortunes which befall us, but rather fate as the acceptance and affirmation of the finite state of man, limited as we are in intelligence and strength, faced everlastingly with weakness and death. The myth of Sisyphus presents man's fate in as stark a form as could be imagined, yet Camus finds in that fate, for the man who has courage to accept the consciousness of it, something which calls forth his Eros, something to love. I leave Sisyphus at the foot of the mountain. This universe without a master seems to him neither sterile nor futile. Each atom of that stone, each mineral flake of that night-filled mountain, in itself forms a world. The struggle itself toward the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Eros pushes toward self-fulfillment, but it is not at all the egocentric assertion of one's subjective whims and wishes on a passive world. The idea of mastering nature or reality would have horrified the Greeks and would promptly have been labeled hubris, or inordinate pride, which is an affront to the gods and a sure invitation for a man's doom. The Greeks always showed a respect which amounted to a reverence for the objective, given world. They delighted in their world, its beauty, its form, its endless challenges to their curiosity, its mysteries to be explored, and they were everlastingly attracted by this world. Not that they would have had any truck with the modern sentimental belief that life by itself is good or bad. It all depends on what a man dedicates himself to. Their tragic view itself enabled them to delight in life. You can't outwit death anyway by progress or accumulating wealth, so why not accept your fate? Choose values which are authentic, and let yourself delight and believe in the being you are and the being you are part of. Shall not loveliness be loved forever? Sings Euripides. The question is rhetorical, but the answer is not. Loveliness shall be loved not because of infantile needs, or because it stands for the breast, or because it is aim-inhibited sex, or because it aids adjustment, or because it will make us happy, but simply because it is lovely. Loveliness exercises a pull upon us. We are drawn to life by love. What does all this have to do with psychotherapy? I believe a great deal. When Socrates remarks with a deceptive simplicity, human nature will not easily find a helper better than Eros, we can take his words as applying to the process of psychotherapy as well as the drive within a person towards psychic health. Socrates himself, as we see and listen to him in the dialogues, is perhaps history's greatest model of the psychotherapist. His prayer at the end of Phaedo could well be inscribed on the wall of every therapist's office. Beloved Pan, and all ye other gods who haunt this place, give me beauty in the inward soul, and may the outward and inward man be at one. May I reckon the wise to be the wealthy, and may I have such a quantity of gold as none but the temperate can carry. Freud and Eros. But the ancient Greeks knew, as every society and almost every individual learns, that responding as a total person in one's encounters with life requires an intensity and disciplined openness of consciousness which is not easy to sustain. A tendency to desiccate Eros, to reduce it to sheer sexual gratification or lust then occurs. In our day, we see several groups which seek to deny Eros. There are the idealists, who, like Denis de Rougemont, identify Eros with sexual passion as part of their dubious and rejecting attitude toward Eros. For Eros is always an inescapable embarrassment to any purely mental or religious category. There are also the naturalists, like the early Freud. He struggled valiantly to reduce love to libido, a quantitative concept which fitted the 19th century Helmholtzian model in physics to which he was devoted. So great was his need to deny Eros that the term is not in the index to his general introduction to psychoanalysis. In the first 2 volumes of Ernest Jones's Life and Work of Freud, the term is also not mentioned in the index, whereas there are roughly 30 discussions of libido in the 2nd volume alone. In the 3rd volume, Jones writes, there are only a few earlier, before Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920 allusions to Eros in Freud's writings. Jones gives only 2 references, and they are very minor, using erotic as a simple synonym for sexual. It is only in this last volume that Freud discovers Eros in its own right. He finds it as an aspect of human experience that must not only be distinguished from libido, but is in important ways opposed to libido. And here a remarkable event occurs. Freud recognizes that fully gratified libido leads, via the death instinct, to self-destruction. Then Eros, the spirit of life, is brought in to rescue libido from demise in its own self-contradictions. But we are ahead of our story. We have to distinguish 3 levels when discussing Freud on this topic. First, there is his popular influence, which has obviously been great indeed. When his concepts of drive and libido in the popular sense are taken literally, Freudianism in the popular sense plays directly into the banalization of sex and love, however contrary the real intentions of its author were. Freud sought to enrich and extend the concept of sex to include everything from fondling and nursing to creativity and religion. We use the word sexuality in the same comprehensive sense as that in which the German language uses the word Leben. This wide extension of the term sex refers specifically to Viennese Victorian culture, for when any important human function is repressed as sex then was, it seeps out to color every other human activity. There is, second of all, Freud's own use of the terms sexual instinct, drive, and libido. As in any thinker with such richness of mind, we find Freud boldly ambiguous in employing these terms, cheerfully changing their meaning from stage to stage in the development of his thought. His concepts of libido and sexual drive have within them elements of the demonic which transcend the physiological definition of sex, as we shall indicate below. Early in his career, his friends urged him to use the term eros because it was more urbane and would avoid some of the opprobrium aroused by the term sex, but he steadfastly and rightly, if seen in his light, refused to accommodate himself by doing this. He seemed to be assuming in this period that eros means the same thing as sex. He held here to a model of sexual love, libido, which consists of a fixed economic quantity in every person and makes any kind of love other than sexual union merely the expression of sexuality, which is aim inhibited. Freud's belief that we have only a given quantity of love leads him to argue that when a person loves someone else, there is a depletion of the love he has for himself. We see an antithesis between ego libido and object libido. The more the one is employed, the more the other becomes depleted. The highest phase of development of which object libido is capable is seen in the state of being in love, when the subject seems to give up his own personality in favor of an objective cathexis. There is an analogy here to what I have called the fear of the loss of one's own being in falling in love. But on the basis of my own clinical experience, I believe expressing this on the hydraulic model of sex destroys the critical values at stake. The threat of the loss of one's own being in falling in love comes from the dizziness and shock of being hurled into a new continent of experience. The world is suddenly vastly widened and confronts us with new regions we never dreamed existed. Are we capable of giving ourselves to our beloved and still preserving what center of autonomy we have? Understandably, this experience scares us, but anxiety about the vastness and dangers of the new continent, accompanied by delight and anxiety simultaneously, should not be confused with loss of self-esteem. Actually, anyone's normal day-to-day observation demonstrates just the opposite to Freud's view. When I fall in love, I feel more valuable and I treat myself with more care. We have all observed the hesitant adolescent, uncertain of himself, who, when he or she falls in love, suddenly walks with a certain inner assuredness and confidence, a mien which seems to say, "You are looking at somebody now." And we cannot subsume this under the rubric of returned libido cathexis from the loved one, for this inner sense of worth that comes with being in love does not seem to depend essentially on whether the love is returned or not. The now generally accepted formulation of this problem was made best by Harry Stack Sullivan, who gave abundant evidence that we love others to the extent that we are able to love ourselves, and if we cannot esteem ourselves, we cannot esteem or love others. Now, the fact that Freud does not mention Eros during the first two-thirds of his life and work does not mean that he would have agreed with our contemporary gospel of free expression. He would have looked askance at all the talk in our society about simply doing what comes naturally, the setting up of Rousseau's happy primitive in a South Sea isle as the ideal. In 1912 he wrote, "It can easily be shown that the psychical value of erotic sexual needs is reduced as their satisfaction becomes easy. An obstacle is required in order to heighten libido, and where natural resistances to satisfaction have not been sufficient, men have at all times erected conventional ones, so as to be able to enjoy love. This is true of both individuals and of nations. In times in which there were no difficulties standing in the way of sexual satisfaction, such as perhaps during the decline of the ancient civilizations, love became worthless and life empty, and strong reaction formations were required to restore indispensable affective values. The ascetic current in Christianity created psychical values for love which pagan antiquity was never able to confer on it." Freud wrote the above paragraph 2 years before World War I. It was directly after the war that he realized the implications of this problem for the individual person. Certain radical reflections were forced on him by his seeing that patients afflicted with war neuroses did not behave according to the pleasure principle. That is, they did not seek to get rid of the painful trauma. Indeed, they behaved in just the opposite way. They relived the painful trauma again and again, in their dreams and in real life. They seemed to be struggling to do something with the remembered trauma, to re-experience the anxiety so that something could be assuaged, or to reform themselves in relation to their world in such a way that the trauma could have meaning. However one describes it, something was occurring that was infinitely more complex than the mere reduction of tension and increase of pleasure. This specifically led Freud to the clinical problems of masochism and the repetition compulsion. He saw that love, more complex than his previous theories implied, always exists in polarity with hate. It was not a far step from there to his formulation of the theory that life exists always in polarity with death. We now come to the third level in Freud's view of sex and eros, appearing in his middle and later writings, which is, for our purposes, the most interesting and important of all. He began to see that the gratifying of the sexual drive itself, the full satisfaction of libido with its reduction of tension, has an ultimately self-defeating character, and tends toward death. In this period directly after the war, when he was 64, Freud wrote Beyond the Pleasure Principle, a book about which there has been, and still is, endless controversy even within the psychoanalytic movement itself. He begins by summarizing his previous beliefs that the course of mental events automatically regulated by the pleasure principle is inwardly set in motion by an unpleasurable tension, and it takes a direction such that its final outcome coincides with a lowering of tension. The sexual instincts, which, he whimsically remarks, are so hard to educate, were the prime example of the goal of pleasure by means of reduction of tension. An instinct, Freud emphasizes, has as its goal the restoring of an earlier state. He borrows here from the second law of thermodynamics that the energy of the universe is constantly running down. Since an instinct is an urge inherent in organic life to restore an earlier state of things, and inanimate things existed before living ones, so our instincts push us back to the inanimate. The instincts move toward nirvana, which is complete absence of excitation. The aim of all life is death. And here we find ourselves at Freud's most controversial theory termed the death instinct, or thanatos. Our instincts, which seem to propel us onward, are now only moving us in a great circle which is doomed to come back to death. Man, this creature so noble in faculty, moves step by step in a pilgrimage that is destined to bring him only back again to the inanimate state of the stone. From dust we are, and to dust we ultimately return. Then a remarkable event occurred, the importance of which I do not believe is recognized by students of Freud. For the first time in Freud's work, Eros comes into its own as a central and necessary concept. It is perhaps not surprising that this man, who as a boy in a gymnasium in Vienna had kept his diary in Greek, should now, at the point of his greatest dilemma, find in the wisdom of the ancients a way to meet his perplexity. Eros comes in to rescue sex and libido from extinction. Eros enters as the opposite to thanatos, the death instinct. Eros fights for life against the death tendencies. Eros is the uniting and binding, the building and blending, the increase of tension within us. Eros introduces fresh tensions, writes Freud. Eros is given a character not only greater than, but in significant ways different from, libido. Eros, builder of cities, as Auden calls it, standing against the pleasure principle with its reduction of tension, enables man to create cultures. Eros operates from the beginning of life and appears as a life instinct in opposition to the death instinct. Human existence now consists of a new form of the battle of the giants, Eros against Thanatos. How Freud himself must have experienced the contradiction going on in his thinking as this birth process went on is shown in the way he himself writes about it. The death instincts are by their nature mute, and the clamor of life proceeds for the most part from Eros, and from the struggle against Eros. This is the bold inconsistency of genius. And one of the most serious inconsistencies is the endeavor in Freud still to identify this Eros with the sexual instincts. He speaks of the libido of Eros, the libido of the ID, and the libido of the ego, and about desexualized libido and non-desexualized libido, until the reader feels that Freud is laboring under the necessity of forcing all his insights, even a great one like this rediscovery of Eros, onto the Procrustean bed of his old energy system. We can cut through this confusion if we keep clearly in mind the dynamic point that Freud did not bring Eros into his work at all until he had to face the fact that the sexual instincts operating on the pleasure principle were self-defeating. Eros, thus, does represent something genuinely new. Freud ends one essay by affectionately calling Eros the mischief maker, and we are left with the impression that this Eros is not easily going to let the death instinct establish peace in the ID, prompted by the pleasure principle and bought at the price of apathy. When satisfaction triumphs, writes Freud, then Eros is eliminated and the death instinct has a free hand for accomplishing its purposes. The dilemma we face in our society is similar to the one Freud faced. The assumption that the ultimate goal of existence is the satisfaction of impulses has led sex into the cul-de-sac of tedium and banality. Eros, drawing us ahead, refers to the realms of possibilities. It is the reach of human imagination and intentionality. Several authorities, in refutation of the literal form of the death instinct, point out that reasoning from the second law of thermodynamics is false, since plants and animals draw renewed power from their environments. Thus, Eros is our capacity to participate in a constant dialogue with our environment, the world of nature as well as persons. Freud himself took pride in relating his concept of Eros to that of the ancient Greeks. He writes, Anyone who looks down with contempt upon psychoanalysis from a superior vantage point should remember how closely the enlarged sexuality of psychoanalysis coincides with the eros of the divine Plato. When Freud's followers wrote papers arguing the close relation of his eros to Plato's, the master affirmed their views with enthusiasm. In its origin, function, and relation to sexual love, the eros of the philosopher Plato coincides exactly with the love force, the libido, of psychoanalysis, as has been shown in detail by Nachmann-Sohn, 1915, and Pfister, 1921. Not only is Freud's concept of eros radically different from Plato's, but, as Professor Douglas Morgan states, after appreciative and lengthy studies of both Platonic and Freudian love, the truth is that Freudian love is very nearly the obverse of Platonic love. In their metaphysical basis, and in their dynamic directions, they not merely differ, but in effect contradict one another. So far are the two interpretations from being, as Freud thought, coincident, that neither could be true if the other were even meaningful. Philip Reif agrees with this. The psychoanalytic eros is basically unlike the Platonic. What Freud does have in common with Plato is that both believed love is fundamental in human experience. Love pervades all actions and is a deep, broad, motivating force. Within the meaning of eros in both are encompassed genital sexual love, fraternal and civic love, the loves of science and art and perfection. But when we ask what that love is, we find entirely different answers. Even after introducing eros, Freud defined it as a push from behind, a force coming out of chaotic, undifferentiated, instinctive energy sources along predictable and prescribable paths toward mature life and only partially, painfully civilized love. Whereas for Plato, eros is entirely bound up with the possibilities ahead which pull one. It is the yearning for union, the capacity to relate to new forms of human experience. It is wholly telic, goal-directed, and moves toward the more than nature. The culture in which Freud studied, thought, and worked was an alienated one, and that alienation is already revealed in his definitions of love and sex, as it reveals itself even more in ours a half-century later. This may partly account for his confusion of his eros with Plato's. But on my part, I value Freud's intuition, or hope, if I may say so, that his eros would have something of Plato's in it. This is another example of what we find so often in Freud, which underlies his frequent and important use of myths, that the ethos and meaning of his concepts went way beyond his methodology and beyond the logic of the strict application of the concept. My disagreement with Professor Morgan is his statement above, that the Freudian and Platonic concepts of love are incompatible. On the basis of my clinical work with patients, I believe that not only are the two compatible, but that they represent two halves, both of which, in a human being's psychological development, are required. The union of eros, a case study. I shall give as an example a psychoanalytic session that took place while I was writing this chapter, which I believe demonstrates not only the contrast between the Freudian and Platonic views of eros in therapy, but also their inner relationship. A woman in her late 20s had come for treatment because of severe lack of feeling, blockage, and spontaneity, both of which made sexual relations a difficult problem for her husband and herself, and a self-consciousness which at times paralyzed her. She was the daughter of one of the old aristocratic American families of considerable stature, a family in which her masochistic mother and prestigious father and 3 older brothers constituted a rigid structure in which she had to grow up. In therapy, she learned, with her rational temperament, to inquire of herself the reason why she was emotionally paralyzed in this or that situation, what was occurring when she felt nothing sexually, and she became able to experience and express her anger, sexual passion, and other feelings with considerable freedom. This was aided by a good deal of useful inquiry into her childhood and the difficult traumas she had sustained in this overly structured family, and it was accompanied by a positive effect on her practical living. But at a certain stage, we hit a stalemate. She kept asking the reason why, but it no longer made any change in her. Her emotions seemed to be their own reason for being. The session to which I shall now refer came during a period when she was working on the possibilities of a genuine love with her husband. She reported that the previous night she had felt flirtatious with her husband, and in that mood had asked him to reach down the back of her dress and take out a bug or whatever was there. Later in the evening, when she was writing checks at her desk, he unexpectedly threw his arms around her. She, furious at being interrupted, scratched a line across his face with her pen. In telling me about this, she tossed off some ready-at-hand explanations of her anger as due to her brothers having taken advantage of her as a child, no matter what she was doing. When I questioned this by asking what she was using her feelings for in the incident, she flared up in anger. I was taking away her free spontaneity. Didn't I see she must trust her instincts? Hadn't we spent a good deal of time helping her learn to feel? And so what did I mean by asking her what she was doing with her feelings? And what is more, the question sounded just like her family's telling her to be responsible. She finished the attack with the expostulation, "Feelings are feelings." We can readily see the contradiction she is caught in. She had effectively ruined the evening with her husband. Ostensibly seeking the possibilities of a genuine love between them, she had accomplished exactly the opposite. She pulls her husband toward her with one hand and as quickly drives him away with the other. She justifies this contradictory behavior by an assumption which is very common in our day, namely, that feeling is a subjective push from inside you. Emotions, the term coming from e-movere, to move out, are forces which put you into motion, and so are to be emoted in whatever way you happen to feel at the moment. This is probably the most prevalent, unanalyzed assumption about emotions in our society. It takes its model from a kind of glandular hydraulics. We have an inner secretion of adrenaline and need to let off our anger or gonadal excitement and must find a sexual object. Whatever Freud actually meant, his name is brought in to halo this assumption. It fits the popularly accepted mechanical model of the body as well as the more sophisticated deterministic models that many of us were exposed to in our first courses in psychology and physiology. What we were not told, because practically nobody saw it, is that this is a radically solipsistic schizoid system. It leaves us separated like monads, alienated, with no bridge to any persons around us. We can emote and have sexual relations from now till doomsday and never experience any real relationship with another person, only literally a doomsday. It does not decrease the horror of the situation to realize that a great many people, if not most in our society, experience their emotions in just this lonely way. To feel then makes their loneliness more painful rather than decreasing it, so they stop feeling. What is omitted in my patients' and our society's view is that emotions are not just a push from the rear, but a pointing towards something, an impetus for forming something, a call to mold the situation. Feelings are not just a chance state of the moment, but a pointing toward the future, a way I want something to be. Except in the most severe pathology, feelings always occur in a personal field, an experience of oneself as personal, and an imagining of others even if no one else is literally present. Feelings are rightfully a way of communicating with the significant people in our world, are reaching out to mold the relationship with them. They're a language by which we interpersonally construct and build. That is to say, feelings are intentional. The first aspect of emotions as forces which push has to do with the past and is correlated with causality and the determinism of one's past experience, including the infantile and archaic. This is the regressive side of emotions about which Freud has taught us so much of lasting importance. In this respect, the investigation of the childhood of the patient and the re-experiencing of it has a sound and essential role in enduring psychotherapy. The second view, in contrast, starts in the present and points toward the future. It is the progressive aspect of emotions. Our feelings, like the artist paints and brush, are ways of communicating and sharing something meaningful from us to the world. Our feelings not only take into consideration the other person, but are in a real sense partially formed by the feelings of the other person's present. We feel in a magnetic field. A sensitive person learns, often without being conscious of doing so, to pick up the feelings of the persons around him, as a violin string resonates to the vibration of every other musical string in the room, although in such infinitesimally small degrees that it may not be detectable to the ear. Every successful lover knows this by instinct. It is an essential, if not the essential, quality of the good therapist. In dealing with the first aspect of emotions, it is entirely sound and accurate to ask the reason why. But the second aspect requires asking the purpose for. Freud's approach is roughly correlated with the former, and he would, no doubt, have denied my use of purpose here. Plato's and the Greek concept of eros is correlated with the second. Emotion is attraction, a pulling toward. My feelings are aroused by virtue of goals, ideals, possibilities in the future which grasp me. This distinction is also made in modern logic. The reason is the consideration in the past which explains why you are doing this or that, and purpose, in contrast, is what you want to get out of doing it. The first concept is correlated with determinism. The second refers to your opening up to new possibilities of experience. It is thus correlated with freedom. We participate in the forming of the future by virtue of our capacity to conceive of and respond to new possibilities, and to bring them out of imagination and try them in actuality. This is the process of active loving. It is the eros in us responding to the eros in others and in the world of nature. To return to my patient, she experienced a hopelessness in the above session, arising out of her dim awareness of the trap she was caught in. 2 sessions later, she was to say, "I've always looked for reasons I feel such and such toward George. I believed that was what was important, that process would lead to a nirvana. Now I've run out of reasons. Maybe there aren't any." It is interesting that her last phrase is more brilliant than she realized. For it is true, both in therapy and in life, when we get to the stage where our essential needs are mostly met and we are not need-driven, that there aren't any reasons, in the sense that reasons lose their relevancy. The conflict becomes stalemate and boredom on one hand, or on the other, the opening of oneself to new possibilities, the deepening of consciousness, the choosing and committing of oneself to new ways of life. The distinction between reason why and purpose clicked strongly with my patient and released in her several important insights. To her considerable surprise, one of these was a radical shift in the meaning she gave to responsibility. Now she saw it not as merely the external and passively received expectations from her family, but as an active responsibility to herself in being aware of the power she was exerting that evening with her husband. Responsibility now consisted of her choosing what she wanted of her life with him and elsewhere. It is no doubt safe to say, again accepting severely pathological individuals, that all emotions, no matter how contradictory they appear on the surface, have some kind of unity in the gestalt which constitutes the self. The clinical problem, as in the case of the anxious child who is forced to act lovingly toward parents who are actually hostile and destructive toward him, is that the person cannot or will not let himself be aware of what he feels or is doing with his feelings. When my patient was able to analyze her 2 contradictory acts that evening toward her husband, it turned out that both were motivated by anger toward him and men in general. She's setting up the situation to prove the man is the villain. Both actions presupposed the man as the authority figure, which she was doing with me in the nirvana process of therapy. And, in the meantime, she remains the whim-directed, willful child. She could cope with men on the basis of the childhood pattern, but, as came out in pronounced anxiety in subsequent sessions, could she cope with them as an adult? We have arrived on the wings of Eros, if I may put it so, at a new concept of causality. No longer are we forced to understand the human being in terms of a billiard ball cause and effect, based solely on the explanations of reason why and susceptible to rigid prediction. Indeed, Aristotle believed that the motivation of Eros was so different from the determinism of the past that he would not even call it causality. In Aristotle, we find the doctrine of the universal Eros, writes Tillich, which drives everything towards the highest form, the pure actuality which moves the world not as a cause, kinoumenon, but as the object of love, eromenon. And the movement he describes is a movement from the potential to the actual, from dynamis to energia. I am proposing a description of human beings as given motivation by the new possibilities, the goals and ideals, which attract and pull them toward the future. This does not omit the fact that we are all partially pushed from behind and determined by the past, but it unites this force with its other half. Eros gives us a causality in which reason why and purpose are united. The former is part of all human experience, since we all participate in the finite, natural world. In this respect, each of us, in making any important decision, needs to find out as much as he can about the objective facts of the situation. This realm is particularly relevant in problems of neurosis, in which past events do exercise a compulsive, repetitive, chain-like, predictable effect upon the person's actions. Freud was right in the respect that rigid, deterministic causality does work in neurosis and sickness. But he was wrong in trying to carry this over to apply to all human experience the aspect of purpose, which comes into the process when the individual can become conscious of what he is doing, opens him to new and different possibilities in the future, and introduces the elements of personal responsibility and freedom. Eros sickening. The Eros we have been discussing is that of the classical age, when he was still the creative power and the bridge between men and gods. But this healthy Eros deteriorated. Plato's understanding of Eros is a middle form of the concept, standing between Hesiod's view of Eros as the powerful and original creator and the later deteriorated form in which Eros becomes a sickly child. These three aspects of Eros are also accurate reflections of psychological archetypes of human experience. Each of us at different times has the experience of Eros as creator, as mediator, and as banal playboy. Our age is by no means the first to experience the banalization of love, and to find that without passion, love sickens. In the charming story quoted at the beginning of this chapter, we saw that the ancient Greeks had put into the quintessential language of myth the insights which spring from the archetypes of the human psyche. Eros, the child of Ares and Aphrodite, did not grow as other children, but remained a small, rosy, chubby child with gauzy wings and rougeish, dimpled face. After telling us that the alarmed mother was informed, "Love cannot grow without passion," the myth goes on. In vain the goddess strove to catch the concealed meaning of this answer. It was only revealed to her when Anteros, god of passion, was born, when with his brother, Eros grew and flourished until he became a handsome, slender youth. But when separated from him, he invariably resumed his childish form and mischievous habits. Within these disarmingly naive sentences, with which the Greeks were wont to clothe their most profound wisdom, lie several points which are crucial for our problems now. One is that Eros is the child of Ares as well as Aphrodite. This is to say that love is inseparably connected with aggression. Another is that the Eros, which had been the powerful creator in Hesiod's time, causing the barren earth to spring up with green trees and breathing the spirit of life into man, has now deteriorated into a child, a rosy, chubby, playful creature, sometimes a mere fat infant playing with his bow and arrows. We see him represented as an effete Cupid in so many of the paintings of the 17th and 18th centuries, as well as in ancient times. In archaic art, Eros is represented as a beautiful winged youth and tends to be made younger and younger until by the Hellenistic period he is an infant. In Alexandrine poetry, he degenerates into a mischievous child. There must be something within Eros' own nature to cause this deterioration, for it is present already in the myth which, while later than the Hesiod version, still dates from long before Greek civilization disintegrated. This brings us to the very heart of what has also gone wrong in our day. Eros has lost passion and has become insipid, childish, banal. As is so often the case, the myth reveals a critical conflict in the roots of human experience, true for the Greeks and true for us. We engage in a flight from Eros, the once powerful, original source of being, to sex, the mischievous plaything. Eros is demoted to the function of a pretty bartender, serving grapes and wine, a stimulator for dalliance whose task is to keep life endlessly sensuous on a bank of soft clouds. He stands not for the creative use of power, sexual, procreative, and other, but for the immediacy of gratification. And, mirabile dictu, we discover that the myth proclaims exactly what we have seen happening in our own day. Eros, then, even loses interest in sex. In one version of the myth, Aphrodite tries to find him to get him up and about his business of spreading love with his bow and arrows. And, teenage loafer that he has become, he is off gambling with Ganymede and cheating at the cards. Gone is the spirit of the life-giving Eros, gone the creature who could breathe spirit into man and woman, gone the powerful Dionysian festivals, gone the frenzied dancing and the mysteries that moved the initiates more than the vaunted drugs of our mechanical age. gone even the bucolic intoxication. Eros now playboy indeed. Bacchanal with Pepsi-Cola. Is this what civilization always does? Tames Eros to make him fit the needs of a society to perpetuate itself? Changes him from the power that brings to birth new being and ideas and passion, weakens him till he is no longer the creative force that breaks old forms asunder to make new ones? Tames him until he stands for the goal of perpetual ease, dalliance, affluence, and, ultimately, apathy? In this respect, we confront a new and specific problem in our Western world, the war between Eros and technology. There is no war between sex and technology. Our technical inventions help sex to be safe, available, and efficient as demonstrated from birth control pills all the way to the How to Do It books. Sex and technology join together to achieve adjustment. With the full release of tension over the weekend, you can work better in the button-down world on Monday. Sensual needs and their gratification are not at war with technology, at least in any immediate sense. Whether they are in the long run is another question. But it is not at all clear that technology and Eros are compatible or can even live without perpetual warfare. The lover, like the poet, is a menace on the assembly line. Eros breaks existing forms and creates new ones, and that, naturally, is a threat to technology. Technology requires regularity, predictability, and runs by the clock. The untamed Eros fights against all concepts and confines of time. Eros is the impetus in building civilizations. But the civilization then turns on its progenitor and disciplines the erotic impulses. This can still work toward the increase and expansion of consciousness. The erotic impulses can and should have some discipline. The gospel of the free expression of every impulse disperses experience like a river with no banks, its water spilled and wasted as it flows in every direction. The discipline of Eros provides forms in which we can develop and which protect us from unbearable anxiety. Freud believed that the disciplining of Eros was necessary for a culture, and that it was from the repression and sublimation of erotic impulses that the power came out of which civilizations were built. De Rougemont, for one of the few times, here agrees with Freud. He does not forget that without the sexual discipline which the so-called puritanical tendencies have imposed on us since Europe first existed, there would be nothing more in our civilization than in those nations known as underdeveloped, and no doubt less, there would be neither work, organized effort, nor the technology which has created the present world. There would also not be the problem of eroticism. The erotic authors forget this fact quite naively, committed as they are to their poetic or moralizing passion, which too often alienates them from the true nature of the facts of life and their complex links with economy, society, and culture. But there comes a point, and this is the challenge facing modern technological Western man, when the cult of technique destroys feeling, undermines passion, and blots out individual identity. The technologically efficient lover, defeated in the contradiction which is copulation without Eros, is ultimately the impotent one. He has lost the power to be carried away. He knows only too well what he is doing. At this point, technology diminishes consciousness and demolishes Eros. Tools are no longer an enlargement of consciousness, but a substitute for it, and, indeed, tend to repress and truncate it. Must civilization always tame Eros to keep the society from breaking up again? Hesiod lived in the strongly fomenting, archaic 6th century, closer to the sources of culture and the moments of gestation and birth, when the procreative powers were at work, and man had to live with chaos and form it into something new. But then, with the growing need for stabilization, the demonic and tragic elements tended to be buried. Insight into the downfall of civilizations is revealed here. We see effete Athens set up for the more primitive Macedonians, they in turn for the Romans, and the Romans in turn for the Huns. And we for the yellow and black races? Eros is the center of the vitality of a culture, its heart and soul. And when release of tension takes the place of creative Eros, the downfall of the civilization is assured. 4. Love and death. The confrontation with death, and the reprieve from it, makes everything look so precious, so sacred, so beautiful that I feel more strongly than ever the impulse to love it, to embrace it, and to let myself be overwhelmed by it. My river has never looked so beautiful. Death, and its ever-present possibility makes love, passionate love, more possible. I wonder if we could love passionately, if ecstasy would be possible at all, if we knew we'd never die. From a letter by Abraham Maslow, written while recuperating from a heart attack. We now confront one of the most profound and meaningful paradoxes of love. This is the intensified openness to love which the awareness of death gives us, and, simultaneously, the increased sense of death which love brings with it. We recall that even the arrows with which Eros creates, these life-giving shafts he shoots into the cold bosom of the earth to make the arid surface spring up with luxuriant green verdure, are poisoned. Here lie the anxiety-creating elements of human love. For the shafts in Eros bow pierce brutal as well as gentle hearts, to their death or to their healing and delight. Death and delight, anguish and joy, anxiety and the wonder of birth, these are the warp and woof of which the fabric of human love is woven. It is Eros who breaks the limb's strength, who, in all gods, in all human beings, overpowers the intelligence in the breast and all their shrewd planning. Thus speaks Hesiod in his Theogony. He was writing in that powerfully creative archaic period, c. 750 BC, when Greece was filled with the ferment which marked the birth of the city-states and the new Greek individual of self-consciousness and dignity. The overpowering of the rational functions is thus directly connected with the power of Eros to create. How could we be told more eloquently that the act of creating form and life out of chaos and bringing vitality to man requires a passion which transcends the intelligence and calculated planning? Eros breaks the limbs all gods, in all human beings. Eros destroys as he creates. Love as the intimation of mortality. To love means to open ourselves to the negative as well as the positive, to grief, sorrow, and disappointment as well as to joy, fulfillment, and an intensity of consciousness we did not know was possible before. I shall first describe this phenomenologically, in its ideal form as a paradigm. When we fall in love, as the expressive verb puts it, the world shakes and changes around us, not only in the way it looks, but in our whole experience of what we are doing in the world. Generally, the shaking is consciously felt in its positive aspects, as the wonderful new heaven and earth which love, with its miracle and mystery, has suddenly produced. Love is the answer, we sing. Aside from the banality of such reassurances, our Western culture seems to be engaged in a romantic, albeit desperate, conspiracy to enforce the illusion that that is all there is to Eros. The very strength of the effort to support that illusion betrays the presence of the repressed, opposing pole. This opposing element is the consciousness of death, for death is always in the shadow of the delight of love. In faint adumbration there is present the dread, haunting question, will this new relationship destroy us? When we love, we give up the center of ourselves. We are thrown from our previous state of existence into a void, and though we hope to attain a new world, a new existence, we can never be sure. Nothing looks the same, and may well never look the same again. The world is annihilated. How can we know whether it will ever be built up again? We give and give up our own center. How shall we know that we will get it back? We wake up to find the whole world shaking. Where or when will it come to rest? The most excruciating joy is accompanied by the consciousness of the imminence of death, and with the same intensity. And it seems that one is not possible without the other. This experience of annihilation is an inward one, and, as the myth rightly puts it, is essentially what Eros does to us. It is not simply what the other person does to us. To love completely carries with it the threat of the annihilation of everything. This intensity of consciousness has something in common with the ecstasy of the mystic in his union with God. Just as he can never be sure God is there, so love carries us to that intensity of consciousness in which we no longer have any guarantee of security. This razor's edge, this dizzy balance of anxiety and joy, has much to do with the exciting quality of love. The dread joy is not just the question of whether the love will be returned in kind. Indeed, the real dialectic is within the person himself, and the anxiety is not essentially quieted if the loved one does respond. Paradoxically, the lover is sometimes more anxious when the love is returned than when not. For if one loves unrequitedly, which is even an aim in some love writing, or from a safe distance, like Dante and the whole stylist movement in Italian literature, he can at least go on about his customary daily tasks, writing his divine comedy or his sonnets or novels. It is when the love is realized that Eros may literally break the limb's strength, as with Antony and Cleopatra, or Paris and Helen, or Heloise and Abelard. Hence, human beings are afraid of love. And all the saccharine books to the contrary, there is reason to be afraid. In common human experience, this relationship between death and love is perhaps most clear to people when they have children. A man may have thought very little about death and prided himself on his bravery until he becomes a father. Then he finds in his love for his child an experience of vulnerability to death. The cruel impostor can at any time take away the child, the object of his love. In this sense, love is an experience of greater vulnerability. Love is also a reminder of our own mortality. When a friend or member of our family dies, we are vividly impressed by the fact that life is evanescent and irretrievable. But there is also a deeper sense of its meaningful possibilities and an impetus to risk ourselves in taking the leap. Some, perhaps most, human beings never know deep love until they experience, at someone's death, the preciousness of friendship, devotion, loyalty. Abraham Maslow is profoundly right when he wonders whether we could love passionately if we knew we'd never die. This is one of the reasons, mythologically speaking, why the love affairs among the immortal gods on empty Olympus are so insipid and boring. The loves of Zeus and Juno are completely uninteresting until they involve a mortal. Love has the power to change the course of history only when Zeus comes down to Leda or Io and falls in love with this mortal woman who can yearn to have a child because she knows she will not live forever. Love is not only enriched by our sense of mortality, but constituted by it. Love is the cross-fertilization of mortality and immortality. This is why the demon Eros is described as midway between gods and men and partakes of the nature of both. I have been speaking, to some degree, in ideal terms. I am fully aware that this degree of involvement will be called neurotic by many of my colleagues. This is the day of cool relationships. One should never become involved to a degree which prevents his moving out at any moment. But I submit that this involvement is neurotic only if frozen or fixated, only if the partners demand that they live always on this level. While none of us lives on the level I am describing for very long, it remains a kind of backdrop, an ideal situation which ought to be somewhere in the relation lending meaning to the drab and dull days which also come. The relation between death and love has an impressive history in literature. In Italian writing, there was the frequent play upon the words amore, love, with mort, death. The connection also has its biological analogies in nature. The male bee dies after inseminating the queen. More vivid is the case of the praying mantis. The female bites off the head of the male as he copulates, and his death throes unite with his copulatory spasms to make the thrust stronger. Inseminated, the female proceeds to eat him to store up food for the new offspring. Freud associated this threat of death with the depletion of Eros. This accounts for the likeness of the condition of that following complete sexual satisfaction to dying, and for the fact that death coincides with the act of copulation in lower animals. These creatures die in the act of reproduction because, after Eros has been eliminated through the process of satisfaction, the death instinct has a free hand for accomplishing its purpose. My viewpoint is that in human beings, it is not merely the depletion of Eros which causes the fear of death, or, as I call it above, the experience of mortality, but that in all stages of human development the experiences of love and death are interwoven. The relationship between death and love is surely clear in the sex act. Every kind of mythology relates the sex act itself to dying, and every therapist comes to see the relationship ever more clearly through his patients. A patient whose problem was sexual frigidity and who had never experienced an orgasm in intercourse told me of a dream which dramatically illustrates this sex and death theme. In her dream, she experienced herself for the first time in her own identity as a woman. Then, still in the dream, she had the strange conviction that she would have to jump into the river and drown. The dream ended in great anxiety. That night, in sexual intercourse, she had an orgasm for the first time. The capacity for surrender, for giving oneself up, must exist in lovemaking if there is to be the spontaneity required for orgasm. Something very basic had taken place in this woman's dream, the capacity to confront death, a capacity which is a prerequisite to growth, a prerequisite to self-consciousness. I take the orgasm here as a psychophysical symbol of the capacity to abandon oneself, to give up present security in favor of the leap toward deeper experience. It is not by accident that the orgasm often appears symbolically as death and rebirth. The myth of going underwater, of being drowned and born again, has been passed down through history in different religious and different cultures as the myth of baptism, the being immersed in the river to be drowned, to die, in order to be born again. This is a daring to leap into non-being with the prospect of achieving new being. Hence, the virginal quality of every genuine love experience. It seems that each time is new. We feel convinced that nobody ever experienced this before, though in our conceit we are sure that we shall remember it forever. When I was lecturing on this theme at a university, 2 different young men came up to tell me privately that they understood me because they were in love, but they expressed genuine concern that the other students wouldn't understand. Such presumption, that nobody has ever been in love, but me, and I never before, is, I fear, par for the course. Mythology, that treasure house of the revelations of man's self-interpretation of his inner experience and his world down through the ages, has been clear and eloquent about the relationships of love to anxiety and death. We do not need to resort to Tristan and Isolde, though that is the clearest myth. Joseph Campbell points out, on the basis of the whole Aegean prehistoric mythology, that the goddess Aphrodite and her son Eros are exactly the great cosmic mother and her son, the ever-dying, ever-living god. All myths on the parentage of Eros point to such a background, Campbell says. He is hatched from the egg of night. He is the son, now of Gaia and Uranus, now of Artemis and Hermes, now again of Iris and Zephyrus, all transformations of the same mythological background, pointing without exception to the timeless catalogue of themes with which we are now familiar, of that willing victim in whose death is our life, whose flesh is our meat and blood our drink, the victim present in the young embracing couple of the primitive ritual of the love-death, who in the moment of ecstasy are killed, to be sacramentally roasted and consumed, the victim present in Attis or Adonis slain by a boar, Osiris slain by Seth, Dionysus torn apart, roasted and consumed by the Titans. In the charming later allegories of Eros, Cupid, and his victim, the god is in the role of the dark enemy, the rushing boar, the dark brother Seth, the Titan band, and the lover is the incarnate, dying god. In the mythology of old Egypt, Campbell relates, the lover and the loved one are the slayer and the victim which, though on the stage they appear to be in conflict, are behind the scenes of one mind, in the life-consuming, life-redeeming, creating and justifying dark mystery of love. What a different light this throws on the human problems in love than all our glib talk about the art of loving, about love as the answer to all our needs, love as instant self-actualization, love as contentment, or love as a mail-order technique. No wonder we try to reduce Eros to purely physiological sex, or try to avoid the whole dilemma by playing it cool, by using sex to drug and vaccinate ourselves against the anxiety-creating effects of Eros. It is possible to have sexual intercourse without any particular anxiety. But by doing this in casual encounters, we shut out, by definition, our Eros, that is, we relinquish passion in favor of mere sensation. We shut out our participation in the imaginative, personal significance of the act. If we can have sex without love, we assume that we escape the demonic anxiety known throughout the ages as an inseparable part of human love. And if, further, we even use sexual activity itself as an escape from the commitments Eros demands of us, we may hope to have thus gained an airtight defense against anxiety. And the motive for sex, no longer being sensual pleasure or passion, becomes displaced by the artificial one of providing identity and gaining security, and sex has been reduced to an anxiety-allaying strategy. Thus we set the stage for the development of impotence and affectlessness later on. Death and the obsession with sex. There is another side to the relationship between death and love. The obsession with sex serves to cover up contemporary man's fear of death. We in the 20th century have fewer defenses against this universal fear, such as the belief in immortality which armored our ancestors, and we also lack any widely agreed upon purpose of life. Consequently, the awareness of death is widely repressed in our day. But none of us can fail to be aware at the same time of the tremendous preoccupation with sex in our humor, our drama, and our economic life, even down to the commercials on television. An obsession drains off anxiety from some other area and prevents the person from having to confront something distasteful. What would we have to see if we could cut through our obsession about sex? That we must die. The clamor of sex all about us drowns out the ever-waiting presence of death. When I strive to prove my potency in order to cover up and silence my inner fears of impotence, I am engaging in a pattern as ancient as man himself. Death is the symbol of ultimate impotence and finiteness, and anxiety arising from this inescapable experience calls forth the struggle to make ourselves infinite by way of sex. Sexual activity is the most ready way to silence the inner dread of death and, through the symbol of procreation, to triumph over it. Note that the ways we repress death and its symbolism are amazingly like the ways the Victorians repressed sex. Death is obscene, unmentionable, pornographic. If sex was nasty, death is a nasty mistake. Death is not to be talked of in front of the children, nor talked about at all, if we can help it. We dress death up in grotesquely colorful caskets in the same way Victorian women camouflaged their bodies by means of voluminous dresses. We throw flowers on the casket to make death smell better. With make-believe funerals and burial ceremonies and fancy tombs, we act as though the deceased had somehow not died, and we preach a psycho-religious gospel that says the less grief the better. Even our economy joins in the same promise of physical comfort, with everything arranged as though the deceased had not died. Protecting the children, camouflaging smell and dress, the make-believe ceremonies, ending up in the inward pretense. All of this bears a striking parallel to the Victorians' repression of sex. But human beings cannot block off any important biological or emotional aspect of experience without developing an equivalent amount of inner anxiety. Where there is an obsession, we can assume some equivalent repression. Where does the anxiety engendered by this repression of death and its symbols go? Into our compulsive preoccupation with sex. Repression of death equals obsession with sex. Sex is the easiest way to prove our vitality, to demonstrate we are still young, attractive and virile, to prove we are not dead yet. This carries the weight of asserting our potency in ultimate form over nature. This hope has an understandable biological base in that sexuality and procreation are the only way of ensuring the carrying on of our name and our genes in our children who live beyond our own death. Contemporary concern with sexuality reaches far beyond this biological base in that sexuality and procreation are the only ways preoccupation with sexuality drugs the individual so that he does not need to admit the fact that he dies and, indeed, that death, the one experience which is inexorable, may occur at any moment. The greater our alienation from nature, alienation's ultimate symbol being the atom bomb and radiation, the closer we actually are to death. The rape of nature in the form of the splitting of the atom is thus related to our fear of death, our guilt, which always increases fear, and our consequently redoubled need to repress the consciousness of death. And here the mother symbol enters. We speak of Mother Nature. It is not a far cry from experiencing the achievement of the splitting of the atom as gaining power over the eternal feminine. The atom bomb sets us into conflict with the symbolic mother. This is why the construction of the bomb carries such a personal symbolic power for almost everyone. No wonder Western man shows signs of bearing, in some buried depth, a great quantity of guilt. The drive to repress the awareness of death falls with particular weight on Western man because of his reliance on the myth of potency. I use the term myth not in its deteriorated popular sense of falsehood, but in its historically accurate sense of a psychobiological pattern which gives meaning and direction to experience. The myth of potency has played a central role in Western man's struggle for identity since the Renaissance, and has been particularly crucial in forming his psychological and spiritual character. Western man's preoccupation with manipulating nature, which led to such astonishing success in the physical sciences and industrialism, was extended in the late 19th and the 20th centuries to human beings. I gain potency, then, by manipulating myself. But to the extent that I do this successfully, I am not genuinely potent. I am caught in an insoluble dilemma. Myself is this inert hunk of living matter which submits to manipulation. Self-manipulating, like the manipulation of another, never increases potency, but, on the contrary, undermines it. We always presuppose some potent person or standard behind ourselves, the manipulator. But as the system is extended, the identity of this behind-the-scenes person or standard becomes lost in an infinite regression. This control of the controllers is a real issue, confused as it may be, and is always shifted back until it becomes demonic in the negative sense. The myth of individual potency became particularly overemphasized for those of us in America who grew up on an actual frontier, be it an economic, social, or geographical one. On the frontier of the West, which I take for example, it was crucial that a man be able to defend himself by the strength of his own hand, that he cultivate a rough and active type of physical strength, and that he not let tenderness or sentimental emotions slow his movement in drawing his gun. Indeed, the gun as a symbol for the penis, useful when stiff and erect, first remarked by Freud, has greater relevancy in America than in Vienna. This is one of the few specific cultural symbols which still seems cogent in spite of social change. The life and legend of Ernest Hemingway provide vivid pictures of the masculine virtues of potency carried over from the frontier, physical strength, hunting, sexual prowess, partially compensating for his real struggle with and fear of sexual impotence, and the active themes and style in his writing. But death, and the insupportable anxiety of his living on in the face of a death coming no one knows when, became too pressing a threat as he became sexually impotent in his middle 60s, and led to the ultimate act a man can make as assertion of his potency, namely taking his own life in suicide. As long as you can hang on to the virtue of individual potency, you can laugh in the face of death. But once you lose this advantage, your choice is to accept death and its gradual and often ignominious victory, or rush headlong to meet it as Hemingway did. Sex and death have in common the fact that they are the two biological aspects of the mysterium tremendum. Mystery, defined here as a situation in which the data impinge on the problem, has its ultimate meaning in these two human experiences. Both are related to creation and destruction, and it is, therefore, scarcely surprising that in human experience, they are interwoven in such complex ways. In both, we are taken over by an event. We cannot stand outside either love or death, and if we try to, we destroy whatever value the experience can have. The tragic sense in love, I recall a discussion with a highly respected psychotherapist colleague and friend on the significance of the tragedy of Romeo and Juliet. My friend stated that the trouble with Romeo and Juliet was that they hadn't had adequate counseling. If they had, they would not have committed suicide. Taken aback, I protested that I didn't think that was Shakespeare's point at all, and that Shakespeare, as well as the other classical writers who have created and molded the literature which speaks to us age after age, is in this drama picturing how sexual love can grasp a man and woman and hurl them into heights and depths, the simultaneous presence of which we call tragic. But my friend insisted that tragedy was a negative state and we, with our scientific enlightenment, had superseded it, or at least ought to at the earliest possible moment. I argued with him, as I do here, that to see the tragic in merely negative terms is a profound misunderstanding. Far from being a negation of life and love, the tragic is an ennobling and deepening aspect of our experience of sexuality and love. An appreciation of the tragic not only can help us avoid some egregious oversimplifications in life, but it can specifically protect us against the danger that sex and love will be banalized also in psychotherapy. I am, of course, not using tragedy in its popular sense of catastrophe, but as the self-conscious, personal realization that love brings both joy and destruction. I mean in this context a fact which has been known all through man's history, but which our own age has accomplished the remarkable feat of forgetting, namely, that sexual love has the power to propel human beings into situations which can destroy not only themselves, but many other people at the same time. We have only to call to mind Helen and Paris, or Tristan and Isolde, which are mythic presentations, whether based on historical personages or not, of the power of sexual love to seize man and woman and lift them up into a whirlwind which defies and destroys rational control. It is not by accident that these myths are presented over and over again in Western classic literature and passed down from generation to generation. For the stories come from a mythic depth of human experience in sexual love that is to be neglected only at the price of the impoverishment of our talk and writing about sex and love. The tragic is an expression of a dimension of consciousness which gives richness, value, and dignity to human life. Thus the tragic not only makes possible the most humane emotions, like pity in the ancient Greek sense, sympathy for one's fellow man, and understanding, but without it, love becomes saccharine and insipid, and eros sickens into the child, who never grows up. But the reader may raise an objection. Whatever the classical meaning of tragedy may be, are not the so-called tragic presentations in today's art, on the stage or in the pages of a novel, a portrayal of meaninglessness? Is not what we see in O'Neill's The Iceman Cometh the lack of the greatness and dignity in man, and is not Waiting for Godot a presentation of emptiness? To this, I would make a double response. First, in presenting the ostensible lack of the greatness in man and his actions, or the lack of meaning, these works are doing infinitely more. They are confronting exactly what is tragic in our day, namely the complete confusion, banality, ambiguity, and vacuum of ethical standards and the consequent inability to act, or, in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, the paralyzing fear of one's own tenderness. True, what we see in The Iceman Cometh is that greatness has fled from man, but this already presupposes a greatness, a dignity, a meaning. No one would ever think of reminding a Greek audience that it means something when Orestes kills his mother. But Willy Loman's wife in Death of a Salesman pleads, attention must be paid, and she was entirely right. It does mean something if a man is destroyed even if he is only a traveling salesman. Nowadays, we would perhaps have to explain to an audience why Orestes killing his mother is so meaningful, for we are the generation which has learned that such killing is not at all a problem requiring a terrible struggle with the Furies and later a trial concerning guilt, responsibility, and forgiveness, but an acted-out, psychological, counter-Oedipal mechanism which temporarily got out of hand. In my judgment, the best of the novels and dramas and paintings in our day are those which present to us the tremendous meaning in the fact of meaninglessness. The most tragic thing of all, in the long run, is the ultimate attitude. It doesn't matter. The ultimately tragic condition in a negative sense is the apathy, the adamant, rigid cool, which refuses to admit the genuinely tragic. But I would also ask, in rebuttal, do not these works we are citing profoundly reveal what is wrong with love and will in our day? Take the contradiction in acting so vividly portrayed in Waiting for Godot. Didi says, "Let us go," and the stage direction in the play states, "They do not move." There could be no more telling vignette of modern man's problem with will, his inability to make significant acts. They wait for Godot, but in this waiting there is expectation. The waiting itself implies hope and belief. And they wait together. Or take the rabid denial of love in the savage infighting of the married couples in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. This presentation of the inability to come to terms with whatever love and tenderness they do have shows more vividly and convincingly than reams of research what modern man's problem in love is. The tragic and separation. There is another source of the tragic aspect of love. This is the fact that we are created as male and female, which leads to perpetual yearning for each other, a thirst for completion which is doomed to be temporary. This is another source of joy and disappointment, ecstasy and despair. I need to introduce here a difficult concept, ontology. The term literally means the science of being. But that definition is not very helpful, especially since we post-19th century Americans are not accustomed to ontological thinking. I shall never forget Paul Tillich describing to a class of Jacques when, as a student of philosophy, he was confronted with the question, why is there something and not nothing? This is the question which puts one on the ontological level. Why is there such a thing as sex? And why not no sex? Why don't we propagate the way the paramecium and earthworm do, by lopping off part of ourselves for the new being? We cannot take the easy road here with the answer evolution. It just developed that way. Nor can we use the likewise easy answer divine purpose. There is some teleological reason we are made this way. Both of these answers, though in opposite ways, beg the question. No, we must ask the ontological question directly, examining the being of the thing at hand, in this case sex, to find a convincing answer. If sex is the human counterpart of the cosmic process, we obviously cannot come to a conclusion on the basis of how boys and girls wear their hair in this decade. Ontology seeks to discover the basic structures of existence, the structures which are given to everyone at every moment. The existence of maleness and femaleness, seen ontologically, is one expression of this fundamental polarity of all reality. The smallest molecular particle gets its dynamic movement from the fact that it consists of a negative and positive charge, with tension and therefore movement between them. Using this analogy of the molecular particles of matter and energy, Alfred North Whitehead and Paul Tillich both believe that reality has the ontological character of negative-positive polarity. Whitehead and the many contemporary thinkers for whom his work has become important see reality not as consisting of substances in fixed states, but as a process of dynamic movement between polarities. This is why Whitehead could develop a process philosophy. Indeed, it could be argued that all of reality has a male-female character. Surely Hegel's theory of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis can be seen in this light. Paul Tillich points out that it is well known to the students of Hegel that he started in his early fragments as a philosopher of love, and it can be said without exaggeration that Hegel's dialectical scheme is an abstraction from his concrete intuition into the nature of love as separation and reunion. In sexual intercourse, we directly and intimately experience this polar rhythm. The sex act is the most powerful enactment of relatedness imaginable, for it is the drama of approach and entrance and full union, then partial separation, as though the lovers could not believe it were true and yearned to look at each other, then a complete reunion again. It cannot be an accident of nature that in sex we thus enact the sacrament of intimacy and withdrawal, union and distance, separating ourselves and giving ourselves in full union again. For this eternally repeated participation in each other, the touch and the withdrawal, is present even in the hesitant beginnings of acquaintanceship and is the essence of courtship in birds and animals as well as men and women. In the rhythm of participation in a union in a dual being and the eventual separation into individual autonomy are contained the two necessary poles of human existence itself, shown in their fullness in sexual intercourse. It is likely that these differences underlie the myths, rising spontaneously in many different cultures, of sex being a reunion with the other half of oneself. The most famous of these is given by Aristophanes in Plato's Symposium, the myth of the androgyne. But the crucial point is made in the counterpart of this myth in the Upanishads when it relates regarding man on his creation, but he felt no delight. Therefore a man who is lonely feels no delight. Thereupon was created the wife to fill the void. But we do not need to go to the myths to appreciate the value of the polarity. I once spent a week on Mt Athos, a little country in northern Greece extending miles down into the Aegean Sea and populated only by monks living in 15 or 20 monasteries. No woman, supposedly, had stepped off the boat at Athos since the 12th century. But the monks themselves had taken on the gestures, the ways of talking, walking, and carrying themselves of women. I would find myself thinking, as I saw a monk walking away from me down the village street, that there was a woman. The same was true of another very different masculine group, the Foreign Legion, the soldiers of which would dance with each other on the decks of the French ship in the Mediterranean. The incidence of homosexuality is not the point here and, in any case, does not explain this phenomenon. I propose, rather, that when there are no women present, there is no accent on acting male, and vice versa. We become more masculine when there are women around, and they more feminine. The two sexes have the function of accentuating the characteristics of the opposite one. It is the common experience of all of us that when you put a bunch of men together, as in the army, fraternities, or a monastery, you may be able to get them to devote themselves single-mindedly to the task at hand. But there's a curious lack of vitality in other realms. We see a deadening, a lack of variety of response, and they will accept authoritarian procedures without any tendency to rebel. But introduce a woman, as in the Garden of Eden, and consciousness sharpens, a moral sense develops, and even rebellion begins to sprout. In a genuine sense, sexes seem to ignite each other, offering a vitality and power and even better ideas. By virtue of the fact of two sexes, reproduction can produce greater diversity. The polarity of male and female, the intermingling and combining of genes, gives infinitely increased variety. Originality and new combinations of possibilities emerge. It is only the lowest forms of nature, such as paramecia, which reproduce by offshoots from the same organism, although George Bernard Shaw, in one of his acerbic warnings to the human race, predicted that this is the fate to which the human race may succumb if we continue to place efficiency above all else. In studies of sections of America where persons grow taller than in other areas, it is believed that one of the causes is the intermingling with a new group of people migrating into the area and intermarrying with the previous stock. It is also well known that while incest is not biologically harmful, the intermarrying of brother and sister and members of the same family is nevertheless prohibited in almost every society because of social impoverishment, the loss of differentiation which would block the development of the race. We are fitted for this rhythmic process by the differing masculine and feminine musculature, so the Dutch psychologist Vitende concludes. He points out that in bones and muscles, the male is built essentially on straight lines, approaching right angles, the better to thrust, to strike by poking, punching, and other assertive aspects of the male's role. The woman is built on curves and rounded lines, the better to open herself, to carry and nurse the offspring, to give and receive the peculiarly feminine kind of pleasure. The thrusting mechanism of the penis is present already in the little boy who makes motions of wishing to poke his penis into things. The little girl has her counterpart, the desire to harmonize, to conserve, to inform things not by overpowering, head-on attacks, but by approaching in a curve. Our society associates the masculine virtues with action and the feminine with passivity, which, below the obvious level, is as wrong as it is misleading. It is as accurate, though it also has the error of all generalizations, to say that women are for preserving the arts of peace, as that men are for the arts of war. Actually, both masculine and feminine are active and passive in their own way. The fact that these characteristics have been exaggerated grossly and unfairly in our society is no reason for forgetting the real differences. It is true that the so-called masculine virtues in the 19th century were such that a man, to prove his potency, had to conquer not only nature but himself and all the women who came within his path. And a stereotype was made of the female as gentle and sweet-smelling, unable to take care of herself, unable to survive hearing profanity, and ready to swoon at the slightest excuse. As a reaction to this came the movement to wipe away the distinctions. No longer was vive la difference the rallying cry, but everybody feels the same, and both sexes were to react the same way to the same things. But we found, to our horror, that we had thrown out the delight-giving differences along with the unfair suppression. For in our egalitarian crusade, we overlooked the fact which Dr. Helena Deutsch has pointed out, that the woman has a vaginal drawing in response which may actually give her more pleasure than experiencing the apocalyptic orgasm. Language mirrors these differences. There is in English the word invaginate for the drawing in response, and we have no counterpart for the male. The closest parallels are the various forms of phallic, which refer essentially to thrusting, asserting, conquering behavior, and which may or may not have a hostile connotation. The male experiences not only the assertive response, but also a response to this being drawn in, and while the woman's orgasm is complex and diffuse, the male has a built-in neurological and physiological mechanism which trips off the orgasm and, when excited beyond a certain point, becomes impossible to withhold. A final ontological fact we observe in sexuality is simple and elemental. This is that sexual intercourse is procreative. It can make a new being a baby. This fact creates profound changes in the female's body and life for at least 9 months, whether the male stays or leaves. And, except in pathological cases, it makes a radical difference to the female for a much longer time than that. The primitive words of an Abyssinian noblewoman put this excellently. The day when a woman enjoys her first love cuts her in two. The man is the same after his first love as he was before. The woman is from the day of her first love another. That continues so all through life. The man spends a night by a woman and goes away. His life and body are always the same. The woman conceives. As a mother, she is another person than the woman without child. She carries the fruit of the night 9 months long in her body. Something grows. Something grows into her life that never again departs from it. She is a mother. She is and remains a mother even though her child die, though all her children die. For at one time, she carried the child under her heart, and it does not go out of her heart ever again. Not even when it is dead. All this a man does not know. He does not know the difference before love and after love, before motherhood and after motherhood. Only a woman can know that and speak of that. She must always be maiden and always be mother. Before every love she is maiden, after every love she is mother. It is argued, by Karen Horney for one, that the fact that women can bear children and men cannot sets up the jealousy in men which makes them strive so hard, struggling to prove their creativity in cultural activities and building civilizations. Often in psychoanalysis, this jealousy erupts in men with personal humiliation and despair. One South American patient cried out from the couch again and again that he could never forgive his mother that she bore him and he had to suck at her breasts, and he firmly believed every man carried within him that same angry envy. The archetypal roots of this conflict go infinitely deeper than the modern age or our Western problems and are lodged in the roots of man's history and existence itself. But the opposite side of the matter is as pressing. When I said in an earlier chapter that the new sophisticate is afraid of his procreative powers, I meant it literally in the sense that his anxiety arises from his profound ambivalence about his power to create another human being. A patient of mine experienced periodic impotence each month at the time of his wife's fertility, despite the fact that consciously both he and his wife wished to have a baby. It turned out in his fantasies, however, that he did not wish to father a child which could be his rival for her affection, but wished himself to remain her baby as well as her husband. This ambivalence is present in Freud's term castration, the original fear to which he believed all anxiety can be traced. For castration does not mean what Freud and most people take it to mean, a cutting off of the male member. The term for that is mutilation. Castration, rather, refers to the severing of the testicles, becoming a eunuch. It consists of the loss of the power to procreate. The eunuchs in the Sultan's court were able to have erections and perform intercourse, but they could not father a baby. The line of blood was kept clear, despite peccadilloes in the harem. I think Freud here was wiser than he seemed to be aware of, for this anxiety about procreative power, birth control notwithstanding, is truly fundamental. Contraceptives and the tragic. We take as our illustration a young woman of 30 who came to consult with me some years ago and was my patient for a brief period. A graduate of one of the best New England girls' colleges, she had grown up in a well-to-do suburb, was intelligent and attractive, and seemed in every way a typically nice girl. In college, she had absorbed what had then been, in the mid-40s, the generally accepted belief in togetherness and the family, and had chosen as her goal to get married on graduation and immediately raise a large family. She had admirably lived up to her plan by marrying her boyfriend from a neighboring college on commencement day, and then had 5 children, spaced one every 2 years, just as she had planned. But when she came to me at the age of 30, she revealed that she was in love and having an affair with a garage mechanic with whom, for the first time in her life, she was experiencing strong passion. She reported that she now knew that she had never loved her husband, but had contempt for him. By the time she considered psychotherapy, on the urging of friends, she had gone home with her 5 children to live with her parents in the suburbs, a curious and pathetic denouement to what had once been such brave plans. She and I were not able to do much effective therapy because she felt the love with the garage mechanic to be sacred, and she did not wish to go into it. When I happened to see her some years later, she seemed a faded, middle-aged woman working dutifully to support her children. This daughter of upper-middle-class suburbia had gotten herself into a situation which was as little susceptible of solution, if not less so, than the old-time prototype of the lost girl who is a child out of wedlock. The reason was certainly not lack of information or lack of planning and responsibility. A modern, intelligent woman, my patient with her 5 children, seemed in many ways as trapped as her forebears in Victorian times before the emancipation of women and the invention of contraceptives. I cite this case to illustrate that the mere capacity for family planning is not an obviation of the tragic. The psychological meaning of contraception is the expanding of the realm of personal responsibility and commitment. But far from being easier, this personal relationship may have to carry more weight and may, therefore, be harder. Since contraception allays anxiety about pregnancy in a given act of intercourse, it seems to be used in our culture as a symbol that we have left behind us once and for all the tragic aspect of sexual love. Now I am certainly in favor of contraceptives and the planning of procreation, a point so obvious it ought not need to be made. But this almost universally accepted principle of birth control should not blind us to the fact that contraception, great boon to sexuality it is, does not change one with the basic issue about which we are talking. Although it frees the individual from the immediate biological enchainment of pregnancy, it may well increase his psychological ambivalence. The tragic dimension of sex and love is just as prevalent as it always was, even with contraception, but is raised out of the automatic, biological realm to the psychological realm. This is where tragedy should be anyway. It is not the biological facts of life itself, such as death and procreation, that give the tragic dimension, but how we as human beings relate to these inescapable necessities of human fate. The tragic is always a psychological and spiritual issue. There is also the dilemma of personal responsibility, which comes from the freedom to choose to have a baby or not. It has been possible to plan babies for the last 4 decades, and though we have acted upon that power, we have never accepted the psychological and personal responsibility for it. Our blithe evasion of that issue comes out in the guilt we feel as a whole society toward our children. We do everything for them. We cater to their development and their whims. We count it a sign of our broad-mindedness and virtue that we give in to them on every moral issue, and now on marijuana, so that the poor children have an impossible time trying to find something about these always giving in parents against which they can revolt. When they go away, we say, "Have a good time," and we get worried if they don't have a good time and worried if they have too good a time. And all the while we are secretly envious of them and their youth and resentful at how good they have it as compared with how hard we had it. Through all of this treating our young like little royalty, heirs apparent to heaven knows what, we are the maids-in-waiting, chauffeurs, cooks, nurses, bottomless money bags, home teachers, camp leaders, until it is no wonder our children stand up and scream, "For heaven's sake, leave us alone." And that is the biggest threat of all to us, for we are filled with some nameless, pervasive guilt about our children and can't let go. And the guilt we are expiating is not about some specific thing we did or didn't do in rearing them. It is about the basic fact of having children in the first place. For no longer does God decide we are to have children. We do. And who has even begun to comprehend the meaning of that tremendous fact? Or imagine the couples, and with the need for population control, there will perforce be many who will plan to have only one baby. Consider the tremendous psychic weight this poor infant will have to carry. As we see in our therapy, particularly with professional people who have had their one child, there is great temptation to overprotect the infant. When he calls, the parents run. When he whimpers, they are abashed. When he is sick, they are guilty. When he doesn't sleep, they look as though they are going to have nervous breakdowns. The infant becomes a little dictator by virtue of the situation he is born into and couldn't be anything else if he wanted to. And there is, of course, the always complicating and contradictory fact that all this attention actually amounts to a considerable curtailing of a child's freedom, and he must, like a prince born into a royal family, carry a weight for which children were never made. Contraception, like all devices and machines, can increase our range of freedom and choice. But the new freedom and power thus given to us also increases our ambivalence and anxiety, an ambivalence which now expresses itself in the banalization of sex and love. As the girls who, In these days of the pill, our promiscuous say, according to Dr. Seymour Halleck, director of psychiatry in the Student Health Service at the University of Wisconsin, it's just too much trouble to say no. To make something banal, to undercut its significance, to say it doesn't matter, is the method par excellence of avoiding anxiety. Is not the upshot of the situation that contraception is misused to serve a detached, indiscriminate, here today and gone tomorrow attitude toward sexuality? Surely an act which carries as much power as the sexual act, and power in the critical area of passing on one's name and species, cannot be taken as banal and insignificant except by doing violence to our natures, if not to nature itself. With contraception, sex can become, at least in some instances, a purely personal relationship. And the challenge this presents to us is no less than finding the meaning of this personal relationship. 5. Love and the demonic. If my devils are to leave me, I am afraid my angels will take flight as well. Rilke, Eros is a demon. So simply and directly Plato informs us and his banqueting friends in the Symposium of the Depth Dimension of Love. This identification of Eros with the demonic, so natural for the Greeks, is the stumbling block over which practically all modern theories of love fall. It is surely not surprising that contemporary man seeks to bypass, if not to deny and repress outright, the whole realm of the demonic. But doing so means castrating Eros, robbing ourselves of the very sources of fecundity and love. For the polar opposite to the demonic is not rational security and calm happiness, but the return to the inanimate, in Freud's terms, the death instinct. The anti-demon is apathy. Defining the demonic. The demonic is any natural function which has the power to take over the whole person. Sex and eros, anger and rage, and the craving for power are examples. The demonic can be either creative or destructive, and is normally both. When this power goes awry and one element usurps control over the total personality, we have demon possession, the traditional name through history for psychosis. The demonic is obviously not an entity, but refers to a fundamental, archetypal function of human experience, an existential reality in modern man, and, so far as we know, in all men. The demonic is the urge in every being to affirm itself, assert itself, perpetuate and increase itself. The demonic becomes evil when it usurps the total self without regard to the integration of that self, or to the unique forms and desires of others and their need for integration. It then appears as excessive aggression, hostility, cruelty, the things about ourselves which horrify us most, and which we repress whenever we can, or, more likely, project on others. But these are the reverse side of the same assertion which empowers our creativity. All life is a flux between these two aspects of the demonic. We can repress the demonic, but we cannot avoid the toll of apathy and the tendency toward later explosion which such repression brings in its wake. The Greek concept of demon, the origin of our modern concept, included the creativity of the poet and artist as well as that of the ethical and religious leader, and is the contagious power which the lover has. Plato argued that ecstasy, a divine madness, seizes the creative person. This is an early form of the puzzling and never-solved problem of the intimate relationship between the genius and madman. In the Apologia, when he was being tried for teaching false daemonia to the youth, Socrates describes his own demon. This sign, which is a kind of voice, first began to come to me when I was a child. After he is found guilty and a break in the court proceedings is declared so that he can decide whether to choose exile or death, he comes back and tells the court he has chosen to die. He explains his choice in these words, "O my judges, for you I may truly call judges, I should like to tell you of a wonderful circumstance. Hitherto the divine faculty of which the internal oracle is the source has constantly been in the habit of opposing me even about trifles, if I was going to make a slip or error in any matter. But the oracle made no sign of opposition, either when I was leaving my house in the morning or while I was speaking. It is an intimation that what has happened to me is a good, and that those of us who think that death is an evil are in error. For the customary sign would surely have opposed me had I been going to evil, and not to good." Thus his demon, which he believed every man possessed, acted as a kind of guardian. The demonic is not conscience, For conscience is largely a social product, related to the cultural mores and, in psychoanalytic terms, to the power of the superego. The demonic refers to the power of nature rather than the superego, and is beyond good and evil. Nor is it man's recall to himself, as Heidegger and later Fromm have argued, for its source lies in those realms where the self is rooted in natural forces which go beyond the self and are felt as the grasp of fate upon us. The demonic arises from the ground of being rather than the self, as such. It is shown particularly in creativity. We never could apply to conscience Yeats's definition of the demonic, that other will, that dazzling, unforeseen wing-footed wanderer, of our own being but as water with fire. Nor could Goethe's words about the demonic be applied to conscience. Speaking of the tremendous power emanating from demonic persons, he states, "All united moral powers do not prevail against them, and they cannot be overcome except by the universe itself, which they have challenged to combat." Aristotle comes the closest to taming the demon in his concept of eudaimonistic ethics. Happiness, or eudaimonism, in the Greek language was the result of being blessed with a good genius. Happiness is to live in harmony with one's demon. Nowadays, we would relate eudaimonism to the state of integration of potentialities and other aspects of one's being with behavior. The demon gives individual guidance in particular situations. The demonic was translated into Latin as genii or geni. This is a concept in Roman religion from which our word genius comes, and which originally meant a tutelar deity, a spirit presiding over the destiny of a person, and later became a particular mental endowment or talent. As genius, its root being the Latin genere, means to generate, to beget, so the demonic is the voice of the generative processes within the individual. The demonic is the unique pattern of sensibilities and powers which constitutes the individual as a self in relation to his world. It can speak in dreams and to the sensitive person in conscious meditation and self-questioning. Aristotle believed that dreams might be called demonic and echoes our statement when he says, "For nature is demonic." Freud quotes this remark and adds that it contains deep meaning if it be correctly interpreted. The deteriorated form of this concept, consisting of the belief that we are taken over by little demons flying around equipped with horns, is a projection of inner experience outward, reified into an objective reality. It was entirely right that the Enlightenment and Age of Reason, in the flush of their success in making all life reasonable, should have thrown this out, and have regarded it as a deteriorated and unproductive approach to mental illness. But only during the last couple of decades has it been clearly impressed upon us that in discarding the false demonology, we accepted, against our intention, a banality and a shallowness in our whole approach to mental disease. This banality was specifically damaging to our experience of love and will, for the destructive activities of the demonic are only the reverse side of its constructive motivation. If we throw out our devils, as Rilke aptly observes, we had better be prepared to bid goodbye to our angels as well. In the demonic lies our vitality, our capacity to open ourselves to the power of Eros. We must rediscover the demonic in a new form which will be adequate to our own predicament and fructifying for our own day. And this will not be a rediscovery alone, but a recreation of the reality of the demonic. The demonic needs to be directed and channeled. Here is where human consciousness becomes so important. We initially experience the demonic as a blind push. It is impersonal in the sense that it makes us nature's tool. It pushes us toward the blind assertion of ourselves, as in rage, or toward the triumph of the species by impregnating the female, as in sex. When I am in a rage, it couldn't matter to me less who I am or who you are. I want only to strike out and destroy you. When a man is in a state of intense sexual excitement, he loses his personal sense and wants only to make or lay. As the verbs of forcing so clearly put it, the woman, regardless of who she is. But consciousness can integrate the demonic, make it personal. This is the purpose of psychotherapy. The demonic always has its biological base. Indeed, Goethe, who knew modern man's demonic urges intimately, as shown so eloquently in Faust, and who was forever fascinated by the demonic, states, echoing Aristotle, "The demonic is the power of nature." But the crucial question always involves the breakdown of integration. One element in the personality usurps command and drives the person into disintegrative behavior. The erotic sexual urge, for example, pushes the person toward physical union with a partner, but it may, when it takes command of the total self, drive the person in many diverse directions and into all kinds of relationships without regard for the integration of himself, the self of his partner, or the community. The Karamazov father, coming home one night with his drunken companions, is dared to have coitus with the idiot woman in the ditch, and in doing so, he spawns his own murderer. For Dostoevsky, with the true instinct of the artist in the matter of the demonic, has the son born of this copulation later kill the father. Eros is a demon, said Diotima, the authority on love among Plato's banqueting friends. The demonic is correlated with Eros rather than libido or sex as such. Anthony presumably had all his sexual needs well taken care of by concubines, regular release of sexual tension, as Masters and Johnson infelicitously put it. But the demonic power which seized him in his meeting with Cleopatra was a very different thing. When Freud introduced Eros as the opposite to and adversary of libido, i.e., as the force which stood against the death instinct and fought for life, he was using it in this way, which includes the demonic. The demonic fights against death, fights always to assert its own vitality, accepts no 70 or other timetable of life. It is this demonic which is referred to when we adjure someone who is seriously ill not to give up the fight, or when we sadly acknowledge some indication that a friend will die as the fact that he has given up the fight. The demonic will never take a rational no for an answer. In this respect, the demonic is the enemy of technology. It will accept no clock time or 9-to-5 schedules or assembly lines to which we surrender ourselves as robots. If the demonic is shown particularly in creativity, we should find the clearest testimonies to its presence in poets and artists. Poets often have a conscious awareness that they are struggling with the demonic, and that the issue is they're working something through from the depths which push the self to a new plane. Said William Blake, "Every poet is of the devil's party." Ibsen gave a copy of Peer Gynt to a friend, writing in the flyleaf, "To live is to war with trolls in heart and soul. To write is to sit in judgment on oneself." William Butler Yeats could have been writing for all poets when he proclaimed, "And in my heart the demons and the gods wage an eternal battle." In his essays, Yeats goes so far as to specifically define the demonic as the other will, which he believed was both a force outside himself, which was at the same time oriented to his personal being. The following is the complete quotation which has already been alluded to. "Only when we have seen and foreseen what we dread shall we be rewarded by that dazzling, unforeseen wing-footed wanderer. We could not find him if he were not in some sense of our being, and yet of our being, but as water with fire, a noise with silence. He is of all things the most difficult, for that only which comes easily can never be a portion of our being. Even more obvious in the arts of paint and canvas and the carver's stone, the demonic is the daily companion, and if the truth were known, the inspiration, of artists of all kinds. It seems that our technological society will permit art to invite the demonic and to live with it, while it looks askance at other professions when they attempt to do so. Art is the only way modern man will allow himself to be shown the unflattering, cruel, and hideous aspects of himself, which are part of the demonic. Art can, indeed, be defined from one side as a specific method of coming to terms with the depths of the demonic. Picasso lives and paints within the demonic and is rewarded handsomely for it. His Guernica, showing the dismembered men, women, children, and bulls in the defenseless Spanish village which the Luftwaffe bombed, presents the demonic with unforgettable vividness and transcends it by giving it significant form. Paul Klee is quite conscious that his paintings are a dialectic between children's play on the one hand and demonic forces on the other, and writes in his diaries about the demonic. Indeed, the demonic has a special place in the conscious center of the modern art movement. One has only to look at the all-too-obvious demonstration of this in surrealism of the second and third decades of our century, with its witches, demons, and grotesque figures. But it is more subtly and more powerfully shown in contemporary non-objective art in the broken spaces which often give the effect of an arresting nihilism, the grating tensions of color, and the desperate grasping, by dedication or tour de force, add new forms of communication. We note, furthermore, the West's great interest in the 20th century in primitive art, whether the art comes from Africa or China or the peasants of Central Europe. The painters in the past who confront the demonic directly, such as Hieronymus Bosch and Matthias Grunewald, are the ones by whom many people seem especially grasped these days. Though painted 4 centuries ago, their canvases have a rare and penetrating relevance to our needs and serve as mirrors for our self-interpretation even in contemporary times. Understandably, the demonic is unleashed and comes to the fore in times of transition in a society when the customary psychic defenses are weak or broken down entirely. Like artists in our day, Bosch and Grunewald lived and painted in such a chaotic time of psychological and spiritual upheaval when the medieval period was dying and the modern not yet born. It was a time of actual fear among people of witchcraft, sorcerers, and others who claimed to know how to consort with the demons. Objections to the term. Before going further into the meanings of the concept, it may be valuable to take account of the contemporary objection to the word. The concept of the demonic seems so unacceptable not for intrinsic reasons, but because of our own struggle to deny what it stands for. It constitutes a profound blow to our narcissism. We are the nice people and, like the cultivated citizens of Athens in Socrates' time, we don't like to be publicly reminded, whether we secretly admit it to ourselves or not, that we are motivated even in our love by lust for power, anger, and revenge. While the demonic cannot be said to be evil in itself, it confronts us with the troublesome dilemma of whether it is to be used with awareness, a sense of responsibility and the significance of life, or blindly and rashly. When the demonic is repressed, it tends to erupt in some form, its extreme forms being assassination, the psychopathological tortures of the murders on the moors, and other horrors we know only too well in this century. Although we may recoil in horror, writes Anthony Storr, when we read in newspapers or history books of the atrocities committed by man upon man, we know in our hearts that each one of us harbors within himself those same savage impulses which lead to murder, to torture, and to war. In a repressive society, individual members, representatives of the demonic of their times, express vicariously these atrocities for the society as a whole. True, we try to forget the demonic. When in the course of his State of the Union address in January 1968, President Johnson mentioned as one of his goals getting crime and violence off the streets, there was enthusiastic applause, far and away the longest applause of any point in the hour-long speech. But when the president cited such goals as new and fair housing and improvement of race relations, there was not a clap to be heard in all of Congress. Thus the destructive side of the demonic is deplored, but we turn a deaf ear, indeed play ostrich, to the fact that the destructive side can be met only by transforming that very power into constructive activities. For in all this passion to get gangs off the streets, what homes are they to go to? The demonic is all about us in our cities, frightening us in the form of individual violence while we walk on the streets of New York, shocking us in the fiercer racial violence of the riots in Newark and Detroit. No matter how much citizens and congressmen alike deplore the violence of the Black Power movement, we can be certain that the boxed up and suppressed power will come out violently if it cannot come out constructively. Violence is the demonic gone awry. It is demon possession in its starkest form. Our age is one of transition, in which the normal channels for utilizing the demonic are denied, and such ages tend to be times when the demonic is expressed in its most destructive form. An outstanding example of the self-defeating effects of forgetting the demonic can be seen in the rise of Hitler. The inability of America and the nations of Western Europe to recognize the demonic made it impossible for us to assess the significance of Hitler and the Nazi movement realistically. How well I recall those years in the early 1930s when Hitler was coming into power. I had just graduated from college and had gone to teach in Europe. My fellow liberals and I in America, and in Europe to a lesser extent, believed so strongly in peace and world brotherhood in those days that we could not even see Hitler or the destructively demonic reality he represented. Human beings just couldn't be that cruel in our civilized 20th century. The accounts in the papers must be wrong. Our error was that we let our convictions limit our perceptions. We had no place for the demonic. We believed that the world must somehow fit our convictions, and the whole demonic dimension was ruled out of our perception. Not to recognize the demonic itself turns out to be demonic. It makes us accomplices on the side of the destructive possession. The denial of the demonic is, in effect, a self-castration in love and a self-nullification in will. And the denial leads to the perverted forms of aggression we have seen in our day, in which the repressed comes back to haunt us. The demonic in primitive psychotherapy. Native psychotherapy shows exceedingly interesting and revealing ways of dealing with the demonic. Dr. Raymond Prince, a psychiatrist who lived with and studied the natives of Yorubaland for a number of years, filmed a fascinating ceremony, which I present here as an illustration. When the tribe's mental healer is to treat some members of the community for what we would call psychological ailments, the whole village participates. After the usual rituals of the casting of bones and a ceremony which is believed to transfer the problem, be it sexual impotence or depression or whatnot, to a goat who then, as the scapegoat, is ceremonially slaughtered, everybody in the village joins together for several hours of frenzied dancing. This dance constitutes the main part of the healing. In this dance, the significant point is that the native who wants to be cured identifies with the figure he believes has demonic possession of him. A man in Dr. Prince's film, whose problem was sexual impotence, put on the clothes of his mother and danced around at length as though he were she. This reveals to us that the natives had enough insight to know that such a man's impotence is connected with his relationship with his mother, ostensibly an overdependence on her which he, in his own self-system, has denied. What is necessary for the cure, thus, is that he confront and come to terms with this demonic in himself. Now needing and clinging to one's mother are a normal part of the experience of everyone, absolutely essential for our survival when we are infants, and the source of much of our tenderness and sensitivity in later years. If this clinging is felt by the person to be too great, or if he feels that he must repress it for some other reason, he projects it outside. It is the woman he goes to bed with who is the evil one, the devil who would castrate him. So he is, therefore, impotent, castrating himself. Assumedly, such a man has become preoccupied with women, possessed by them, and has found himself fighting off this obsession to no avail. Whether he visualizes his mother specifically as the demon or not, I do not know. Usually we would expect some symbolic expression of the demon. Accurately speaking, the demonic is his own inner morbid relationship to his mother. In a frenzied dance, he then invites the demonic, welcomes it. He not only confronts the devil toe-to-toe, but accepts her, welcomes her, identifies with her, assimilates and hopefully integrates her as a constructive part of himself, and becomes both more gentle and sensitive as a man as well as sexually assertive and potent. In Dr. Prince's film of this healing dance, we also see a village girl in her late teens who had a problem with male authority and had felt herself possessed. In the ceremony, she danced wearing the hat and coat of the British census taker of the region, apparently the symbol of her demonic problem with authority. We would hope and expect that, after the healing trance of the ceremony, she would be more assertive in her own right, less mousy, more able to deal with authorities and able to give herself with less ambivalence to a man in sexual love. Both the man and the girl boldly identified with what they feared, with what they had been previously struggling so hard to deny. The principle this implies is identify with that which haunts you, not in order to fight it off, but to take it into yourself, for it must represent some rejected element in you. The man identifies with his feminine component. He does not become homosexual, but heterosexually potent. As he dances wearing the hat and dress of a woman, and the girl the officer's hat and jacket, you would think you are seeing a film of a masquerade. But not at all. None of the villagers who are dancing smiles a bit. They are there to perform a significant ceremony for members of their community, and they partly share the trance-like quality in which the patients are caught up. The girl and man were emboldened to invite the demonic by the support of their community. Particular emphasis should be placed, indeed, on the importance of the backing of the neighbors, friends, and fellow townsmen of the individual as he faces his demons. It is hard to see how this man or girl would have been able to muster up the courage to encounter the demonic if they had not had the participation and tacit encouragement of their group. The community gives a humanly trustworthy, interpersonal world in which one can struggle against the negative forces. We note that both of these persons happen to be identifying with someone of the opposite sex. This reminds us of Jung's idea that the shadow side of the self which is denied represents the opposite sex, the anima in the case of men, and, in the case of women, the animus. Now, what is especially interesting is that this term animus means both a feeling of hostility, of violent, malevolent intention, animosity, and also to animate, to give spirit to enliven. All of these terms have their root in the Latin anima, soul or spirit. Thus, the wisdom of the words, distilled through man's history, is that the denied part of you is the source of hostility and aggression, but when you can, through consciousness, integrate it into your self-system, it becomes the source of energy and spirit which enlivens you. You take in the demonic, which would possess you if you didn't. The one way to get over demonic possession is to possess it by frankly confronting it, coming to terms with it, integrating it into the self-system. This process yields several benefits. It strengthens the self because it integrates what had been left out. It overcomes the split, the paralyzing ambivalence in the self. And it renders the person more human by breaking down the self-righteousness and aloof detachment which are the usual defenses of the human being who denies the demonic. In such therapy, we notice that there is a freeing of the patient from morbid ties to the past, and specifically in the case of the man, the ties to mother. This is related to the fact that, as is the case so often in mythology, legend, and psychotherapy, the devils are conceived as female. The Furies of ancient Greece were female. The Gorgon is female. In his comprehensive studies of world mythology, Joseph Campbell gives a lengthy list of the female deities and figures in mythology in all cultures who are seen as demonic. He believes these figures are earth goddesses and have to do with fertility. They represent Mother Earth. From a different viewpoint, I believe the female is so often seen as demonic because every individual, male or female, begins life with a tie to the mother. This biological embeddedness to the woman who bears him is an attachment that the human being, simply by being born at the end of an umbilical cord, must fight if he is to develop his own consciousness and autonomy of action, if he is, in other words, to possess himself. But having fought the embeddedness and declared his own autonomy, he must welcome the demonic back again on a conscious plane. This is the healthy dependence of the mature man. We observe, finally, that there is a remarkable parallel in the experience of these two patients with the theme of this book. One of the patients begins with the problem of sexual love. He cannot get an erection. He ends up with his will aided. He overcomes the passive dependency on mother and is able to assert himself, be potent. The other, the girl, begins ostensibly with a problem of will. She cannot assert herself in relation to authorities and ends up, hopefully, able to love a man with greater abandon. Thus, love and will are reciprocally related. To help one is to strengthen the other. Some historical soundings. We shall now explore more deeply the meaning of the demonic. In archaic Greece, the term demon was used interchangeably with theos and also had a meaning very similar to fate. Like fate, it was never used in the plural by Homer and the authors before Plato. I have a fate, just as I have a demon. It reflects a condition of life to which we all are heir. The crucial questions are always, to what extent is this condition an external force which acts upon us, which is what the archaic writers tended to believe, and to what extent is it a force within the individual man's own psychology, which was the view of the later Greek rationalists. Heraclitus, siding with the latter, proclaimed that man's character is his demon. It was Aeschylus, that reinterpreter par excellence of the ancient myths and religion, making them adequate for the emerging self-conscious Greek, who cut the Gordian knot. He formed the concept of the demonic for the individual Greek citizen who is to achieve a remarkable pinnacle of development in responsibility for civilization and for himself. In his play, The Persians, Aeschylus has the queen describe the delusions of Xerxes which have ruined Persia, and she ascribes these delusions to a demon. This is an illustration of man as simply the passive victim of the demon. But the ghost of Darius, hearing that Xerxes tried to put chains on the sacred Bosphorus, an act of overbearing pride, states that a powerful demon took away his judgment. This is something different. Now, the demonic power does not merely take the individual over as its victim, but works through him psychologically. It clouds his judgment, makes it harder for him to see reality, but still leaves him with the responsibility for the act. This is the age-old dilemma of my own personal responsibility, even though I am moved by fate. It is the ultimate statement that truth and reality can be psychologized only to a limited extent. Aeschylus is not impersonal but transpersonal, a believer in fate and moral responsibility at the same time. The tragic hero in Aeschylus asserts himself autonomously without regard to the nature of things, and hence comes to destruction. Death, infirmity, time, these are the natural realities which encompass us and, at their appointed times, bring us low. Already in Aeschylus, the demonic is both subjective and objective, which is the sense in which I use it in this book. The problem is always to see both sides of the demonic, to see phenomena of the inner experience of the individual without psychologizing away our relation to nature, to fate, and to the ground of our being. If the demonic is purely objective, you run the danger of sliding into superstition in which man is simply the victim of external powers. If, on the other hand, you take it purely subjectively, you psychologize the demonic. Everything tends to be a projection and to become more and more superficial. You end up without the strength of nature, and you ignore the objective conditions of existence, such as infirmity and death. This latter way leads to a solipsistic oversimplification. Caught in such a solipsism, we lose even our ultimate hope. The greatness of Aeschylus is that he sees and preserves both sides so clearly. He has Athena recommend to the people near the end of the Orestia, from anarchy and slavish masterdom alike. Preserve my people. Cast not from your walls all high authority, for where no fear awful remains, what mortal will be just? But by the end of that splendid 5th century BC, the demonic had become the protector of man's rational autonomy. It was man's helper towards self-realization. It would warn him when he was about to lose his autonomy. Socrates, who is the best exemplar of this viewpoint, was by no means a simple rationalist, but he could preserve his rational autonomy because he accepted its base in a realm which is transrational. This is why he triumphed over Protagoras. Socrates believed in the demonic. He took both dreams and the oracle of Delphi seriously. He did not close his eyes or wilt before demonic phenomena like the plague in Athens in 431 BC and the war with Sparta. Socrates' philosophy had dynamic sources which saved it from the aridity of rationalism, while Protagoras' beliefs were wanting because they omitted the dynamic, irrational forces in human nature. Protagoras' philosophy, based on the concept that man is the measure of all things, became pathetically optimistic, writes Dodds, and he must have died an unhappy man at the beginning of the war between Athens and Sparta. The later men of the modern Enlightenment were to be considerably troubled by Socrates' demon. It is fascinating to watch Thomas Jefferson, fresh in his faith from the age of reason, ponder the fact that Socrates was under the care and admonition of a guardian demon. Jefferson writes regretfully, if, from our vantage point, absurdly, how many of our wisest men still believe in the reality of these inspirations, while perfectly sane in all other subjects. And John Quincy Adams was also genuinely puzzled. It is not easy to say whether this Socrates demon was the effect of superstition or whether he spoke in figure. The instances which he gives of the occasions when he heard the voice make it hardly possible to consider him as having intended only prudence or conscience. No, Socrates did not mean prudence or conscience, and Jefferson and Adams could not ignore the fact that he was the least superstitious man imaginable. Though he did not speak in figure in the sense of metaphor, he did speak in symbol. For the language of symbol and myth is the only way such fundamentally archetypal experiences affecting the whole man can be expressed. The demonic belongs to that dimension of experience where discursive, rational language can never tell more than part of the story. If we stop with discursive language, we impoverish ourselves. Thus Plato, who also spoke in the language of symbol and myth in areas where only this language could express his meaning, could write that God has given every man a demon, and that this is man's tie with the divine. What Socrates did mean is easier to understand in our post-Enlightenment and post-Freudian age, when we explore the idea and know the dark and irrational springs not only of inspiration and creativity, but of all human actions. Now we note the union of good and evil the Greeks achieved in their concept of the demon. It is the bridge between the divine and the human, and shares in both. To live in accord with one's demon, eudemonism, is difficult but profoundly rewarding. It is natural drive in its darkest form, but a drive which man, being conscious of, can to some extent assimilate and direct. The demonic destroys purely rationalistic plans and opens the person to creative possibilities he did not know he possessed. It is illustrated by the powerful, snorting horses in Plato's metaphor, which require all of a man's strength to control. And though man is never free from this conflict, the struggle gives him a never-failing source of forms and potentialities to awe and to delight him. In the Hellenistic and Christian eras, the dualistic split between the good and evil side of the demon became more pronounced. We now have a celestial population separated into two camps, devils and angels, the former on the side of their leader Satan, and the latter allied to God. Though such developments are never fully rationalized, there must have existed in those days the expectation that, with this split, it would be easier for man to face and conquer the devils. But if something is gained in moral dynamism for the Hellenistic Greeks and early Christians by this splitting of the struggle of good and evil into devils and angels, much is also lost. And what is lost is important, namely, the classical organismic concept of being as combining both good and destructive possibilities. We see the beginning of Rilke's problem. If his devils are driven away, his angels will take flight as well. Satan, or the devil, comes from the Greek word diabolos. Diabolic is the term in contemporary English. Diabolos, interestingly enough, literally means to tear apart, diabolian. Now it is fascinating to note that this diabolic is the antonym to symbolic. The latter comes from symbolian and means to throw together, to unite. There lie in these words tremendous implications with respect to an ontology of good and evil. The symbolic is that which draws together, ties, integrates the individual in himself and with his group. The diabolic, in contrast, is that which disintegrates and tears apart. Both of these are present in the demonic. Originally an archangel, Satan is given the specific name, adversary. He is the one who tempts Eve in the garden and Jesus on the mountain. But when we look more closely, we see that Satan is much more than a mere adversary. Satan enlisted the aid of the snake in the garden, which is clearly a demonic element of nature. In Eden, Satan is the embodiment of the demonic of lust and the desire for power by means of knowledge which will make man immortal, like God. The Lord rebuked Adam and Eve for eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and was concerned lest they would now try to eat of the tree of eternal life. This drama in the garden and Jesus' temptations on the mountain are symbolic representations of the demonic urges of lust and power, and Satan is the symbol who embodies these demonic urges. Satan, Lucifer, and the other demonic figures who were all at one time archangels are psychologically necessary. They had to be invented, had to be created, in order to make human action and freedom possible. Otherwise, there would be no consciousness. For every thought destroys as it creates. To think this thing, I have to cut out something else. To say yes to this is to say no to that, and to have a no in the very ambivalence of the yes. To perceive this thing, I have to shut out other things. For consciousness works by way of either or, it is destructive as well as constructive. Without rebellion, no consciousness. Thus, the hope that Satan or the other adversaries can be gotten rid of by gradual progress toward perfection would not be a constructive idea even if it were possible. And it is patently not possible. The saints were not talking nonsense when they called themselves the greatest sinners. The goal of perfectibility is a bastardized concept smuggled into ethics from technology and results from a confusion between the two. One trouble with the devil's and angels' cosmic scheme, and it is a formidable difficulty, is that angels are such bland and uninteresting creatures. They are, by definition, sexless. They often look like Cupid, which is Eros in his most deteriorated form. They seem to have the function chiefly of flying about delivering announcements and messages, a sort of celestial Western Union. They are relatively powerless creatures, except for a few archangels like Michael. I, for one, have never been able to get much interested in angels except as decorative appurtenances to a larger drama like the Christmas epic. Angels boring? Yes, until they fall. Then the angel takes on fascination and interest. Lucifer, an angel thrown out of heaven, becomes the dynamic hero of Milton's Paradise Lost. When an angel assumes independent self-assertion, call it pride or refusal to knuckle under or whatnot, he then takes on power and the capacity to grasp our attention and even admiration. He asserts his own being, his own choice, his individual lust. If we think of symbolic representations like Lucifer as exemplifying some significant urge in the human psyche, an urge toward growth, a new form born in the individual which he then sees in the world about him, then this assertion of independent choice is surely a positive aspect of growth. The child who is the little angel for too long a period is the one we should worry about. The growing youngster who is a little devil, at least at times, gives us more hope of potentialities for future development. The fallen angel is one who takes on some of the power of the demonic again, a power relinquished in the dualism needed to face the disintegrating mythology of the ancient pagan world. Rilke is right, then, in wanting to retain his angels and his devils, for both are necessary. Both together make up the demonic. And who is to say that Rilke's devils do not contribute to his poetry as much as, or more than, his angels? The dichotomy between devils and angels was carried on through the Middle Ages, and the word for the demonic is now clearly demon. The medieval citizens were enthralled by their demons, even in the act of condemning them. Why else all these gargoyles, beasts laughing and looking sinister, animals of every sort, scampering and climbing up the sides of their cathedrals, carved in stone by artisans who must have known the demonic at first hand? In this passionate period, the people gloried in their demonic natures. But this did not stand in the way of their using this handy method of condemnation of their enemies as the devil's party in their wars of religion, and particularly in the Albigensian uprising. It seems that it is always man's proclivity to define the outsider, the stranger, the one who differs from him, as the evil one, and himself as on the side of the angels. The rediscovery of the demonic as a force which cannot be measured in terms of good and evil was due to the anti-rational cult of genius at the end of the 18th century, writes Professor Wolfgang Zucker. This was the expression of a fundamental opposition to the Enlightenment and to the utilitarian, middle-class concepts of order, and a protest against the prevailing moralistic and intellectualistic theology. Professor Zucker writes of this with special cogency. Such expression needed as its social precondition the breakdown of the old social orders and the emergence of a new marginal class of artists who are no longer merely skilled artisans. It is at this time that the designations artiste and Künstler came into use, designations which did not mean simply specific occupations, but a way of life outside of the hierarchy of social and economic values. According to this viewpoint, the artist was no longer a man who simply had learned the use of brush or chisel or could play different musical instruments because of diligent study and practice, but he was now gifted with some supernatural power. He had genius, or even he himself was a genius. His acts do not conform to the norms of accepted behavior, but also his work has a superhuman quality that makes it incomparable with the work of other men. Therefore, the usual categories of good and evil, of useful and useless, do not apply to the genius. What he does and what he suffers is his fate. He is not a genius because he is an extraordinary artist, but conversely, he is an artist because he is possessed by genius. The elderly Goethe was continuously enthralled by the demonic and discussed it at length. It is not merely nature, he believed, but also fate. It guides one to significant meetings, as his own friendship with Schiller, and it produces great men. To see the experiential justification for this point, we have only to recall that greatness consists of being in the right place at the right time. It is an encounter between a man of particular qualities and the particular needs of an age. Men of talent are seized by the historical situation, v. Tolstoy's thesis in War and Peace, and hurled to greatness. They are used by a history which has the same function as nature at this point. Goethe describes himself as having discovered the demonic very early in his career, and it was responsible for his particular destiny. The demonic was discovered in nature, animate and inanimate, with soul and without soul, something which was only manifested in contradictions, and therefore could not be grasped under one conception, still less under one word. Only in the impossible did it seem to find pleasure, and the possible it seemed to thrust from itself with contempt. This principle, which seemed to step in between all other principles, to separate them and to unite them, I named demonic, after the example of the ancients, and of those who had become aware of something similar. The great men come crashing down to destruction when they have performed their acts. For Goethe, poetry and music, religion and patriotic enthusiasm of the wars of liberation, Napoleon and Lord Byron, were all demonic. He writes also at the end of his autobiography, although the demonic can manifest itself in the most remarkable way even in some animals, it primarily is connected with man. It represents a power which is, if not opposed to the moral order of the world, yet at cross purposes to it, such that one could compare the one to the warp and the other to the woof. In the most awesome form, the demonic appears when it manifests itself in some human beings. In the course of my life, I have had the opportunity of observing several cases either from near or from afar. They are not always men superior in mind or talents. Seldom do they recommend themselves by the goodness of their heart. Yet a tremendous power emanates from them. They possess an incredible force over all other creatures and even over the elements. Nobody can say how far their influence will reach. Goethe, in his fascination with the demonic, neither blindly admires it, as do the romantics, nor condemns it, as do the rationalists. He has developed a kind of aristocracy of the demonic. Some men are chosen to bear it in great degree, and some are not. It is non-rational in its resembling the Dionysian of Nietzsche and the Elan vital of Bergson. Great men who are especially characterized by the demonic are invincible until, driven by their hubris as they inevitably must be, they attack nature itself. This proves to be their undoing. Napoleon is brought low not by the Russians as such, but by the Russians cooperating with their own winter. We see here an example of willing according to the demonic. What the Russians cannot do by their own power, they can accomplish by setting their will in accord with nature, the size of their land, and other aspects of that no man's realm of cooperation between men and nature and between men and their fate. This is then personified in an interesting combination of man-nature elements into general winter. Paul Tillich is the contemporary thinker who has been chiefly responsible for bringing the demonic to our attention today. This accounts for his great attraction to psychiatrists and psychologists, who turned out by the hundreds to hear him whenever he spoke. They were not listening simply to a wise and learned man. They were listening to a man who invited the demonic as they, in their work, needed to invite it. I was once consulted by a schizophrenic woman who had been on the edge of psychotic breakdown a year earlier. She had gone to Paul Tillich and had explained the demons as she experienced them. Unperturbed, he had remarked, "Every morning between 7 and 10, I live with the demons." This had helped her greatly, and I believe had been chiefly responsible for her survival. Tillich's statement had said that she was not strange and foreign to the race of man because of what she experienced. Hers was a human problem differing only in degree from the problems of others. She was restored to some communion and communication with her world and the people around her. But it was not always so. When Tillich came to this country in 1933 after being exiled from Hitler's Germany, he spoke often of the wave of pseudo-romanticism sweeping Germany and told how the students in his classes had found him too rationalistic and logical. After a trip back to Germany in the summer of 1936, he related his experiences before a group in New York. He had been so gripped by the ominousness of the future of Germany that he had gone into a woods near Berlin and experienced there the threat of the demonic to come. "I see ruins, ruins, ruins. Sheep will be grazing in Potsdamer Platz." Now these mid-1930s were liberal times in America. Hardly anyone in the audience agreed with Tillich that day. One theologian from Chicago remarked while walking out, "We've at last gotten rid of the demons, and now Tillich brings them back from behind every tree." Well, The worst of Tillich's predictions turned out to be too mild for what actually occurred in the civilized barbarism of Hitler's Germany. Indeed, the age which began after World War I with the promise of being an age of technological reason is now often referred to in retrospect as the age of the demonic. Freud took us into the Dantean purgatory of demonic forces and gave us plenty of empirical demonstrations of how serious the demonic urges are and how perversions, neurosis, psychosis, and madness are the results of this power gone awry. No one who, like me, as Freud wrote, conjures up the most evil of those half-tamed demons that inhabit the human breast and seeks to wrestle with them can expect to come through the struggle unscathed. That word, half-tamed, seemingly used lightly, is an accurate description of a human form of the demonic. Fully tamed is applicable to the angels, untamed to the devils, and we are both. In psychotherapy, it is clear that it is not constructive to give in to the temptation to flee from the demonic simply because it is dangerous. That way, the healing of psychological problems leads to the blandness of adjustment. Curing people is then the royal road to their boredom. No wonder patients prefer neurosis and psychosis to normality, for at least their deviate existence had vitality and force. Freud's sense of the relentlessness of life, his humility in the face of destiny side by side with his pride in his own intellect, his refusal to pander to man's need to be reassured about himself, these characteristics stem not from pessimism, of which he is often accused, but from a sense of the portentous quality of human existence and the finality of death. They bespeak a genuine sense of the demonic. In Freud's writings, we find the demonic implicit in his emphasis on fate and destiny, and in many of his concepts such as libido, thanatos, and trieb. There is in each of them the implication that powers reside in us that can seize us, can render us nature's tool, can whirl us up in functions greater than ourselves. Libido, or lust, is the natural drive which works in man's imagination, can lay all kinds of traps for him, and just when he lies back assuring himself that he has withstood the temptation this time, it can seize him against his judgment and use him for the impersonal purposes of the race. Not to come to terms with such inescapable psychobiological phenomena leads to pathology. This is an emphasis of Freud's which is realistic, sharp, and constructive, especially when it is seen against the background of the Victorian separation of the self from nature. I say the demonic is implicit in these concepts. Libido, for example, has its say and dies. It is Eros which is then introduced as the force to stand as our ally against the death instinct and for the fight for life. It is required that Eros come in the form of the demonic, which saves the day. This is Freud's clear calling upon Eros as a demon. Professor Morgan contrasts Freud's rigorous and tough-minded view of love with those of the positive thinkers which carry illusory promises to modern man. No Fromesque art of loving, no calisthenic healthy-mindedness, no liberal utilitarian technology will bring peace on earth, goodwill toward men in Freud's view. The reason is blunt and basic. We humans carry within us the seeds of our own destruction, and we nourish them continuously. We must hate as well as love. We will to destroy ourselves and our fellow men, as well as to create and protect them. Love and the demonic. Every person, experiencing as he does his own solitariness and aloneness, longs for union with another. He yearns to participate in a relationship greater than himself. Normally, he strives to overcome his aloneness through some form of love. The psychotherapist Otto Rank once remarked that all the women who came to him had problems because their husbands were not aggressive enough. Despite the oversimplified sound of that sentence, it contains a telling point. Our effete cultivation of sex can make us so arbitrary and attached that the simple power of the sexual act evaporates and the woman loses the vital, elemental pleasure of being taken, carried away, transported. The love bite, that moment of hostility and aggression, usually occurring at the point of orgasm but which may be an obligato all through lovemaking, has a constructive psychophysical function, as pleasurable, or more so, for the woman as it is expressive for the man. There is required a self-assertion, a capacity to stand on one's own feet, an affirmation of oneself in order to have the power to put oneself into the relationship. One must have something to give and be able to give it. The danger, of course, is that he will overassert himself, which is the source of the experience shown in the notion of being taken over by a demon. But this negative side is not to be escaped by giving up self-assertion. For if one is unable to assert oneself, one is unable to participate in a genuine relationship. A dynamic dialectical relationship, I am tempted to call it a balance, but it is not a balance, is a continuous give and take in which one asserts himself, finds an answer in the other, then possibly asserts too far, senses a no in the other, backs up but does not give up, shifts the participation to a new form, and finds the way that is adequate for the wholeness of the other. This is the constructive use of the demonic. It is an assertion of one's own individuality in relation to another person. It always skates on the edge of exploitation of the partner, but without it, there is no vital relationship. In its right proportion, the demonic is the urge to reach out toward others, to increase life by way of sex, to create, to civilize. It is the joy and rapture, or the simple security of knowing that we matter, that we can affect others, can form them, can exert power which is demonstrably significant. It is a way of making certain that we are valued. When the demonic takes over completely, the unity of the self and the relationship is broken down, a fact confessed by the person when he or she says, "I had no control. I acted as if in a dream. I did not know it was I." The demonic is the elementary power by which one is saved from the horror of not being oneself on one hand, and the horror, on the other hand, of feeling no connection and no vital drive toward the other person. The woman we described in a previous chapter, who had fallen in love with the garage mechanic, reported to me that her husband had always cringed around the house in the evening with a hangdog expression waiting for me to come up to bed. Though we can understand why the husband was in this scarcely proud state, we can also understand that it was a great relief to the wife and a boon to her own need for abandon that the erotic aggressiveness of the mechanic was inhibited by no such ambivalence. Biologically, a vivid expression of the demonic in the male is in the erection, a phenomenon which in itself has bewitching, erotic seductiveness for the woman as she realizes it is occurring, if she is already interested. If she is not, she is repulsed, which simply proves in reverse that the phallic erection exerts emotional power. The erection itself is such a rich demonic symbol that the ancient Greeks were led to decorate their vases with paintings of dancing satyrs, each with a proud phallic erection, performing in a Dionysian religious festival. Men have only to remember their own fascination as little boys in experiencing the magical quality of their penis becoming erect, possibly without apparent conscious cause, and giving them such wonderful sensations. A similar demonic assertion, though perhaps less biologically obvious than in the human male, is present and necessary in the woman in her capacity to have outright desire for her man, to want him, and to let it be subtly known to him that she wants him. Both man and woman need this self-assertion to bridge their separateness and to achieve union with each other. Not in the slightest am I arguing here for a return to primitive sexuality. Nor do I want to comfort the still infantile man or woman who interprets aggression as blunt insistence upon his or her demands of the sexual partner. I am using aggression in its healthy sense as assertion of the self rooted in strength, not weakness, and inseparably allied to the capacities for sensitivity and tenderness. But I am also arguing that we have amputated significant aspects of our sexuality in overcultivation of sexual love, and so we run the risk of losing exactly what we set out to gain. A curious thing which never fails to surprise persons in therapy is that after admitting their anger, animosity, and even hatred for a spouse and berating him or her during the hour, they end up with feelings of love toward this partner. A patient may have come in smoldering with negative feelings but resolved, partly unconsciously, to keep these, as a good gentleman does, to himself. But he finds that he represses the love for the partner at the same time as he suppresses his aggression. This is so clear that it becomes all but a rule of treatment. Dr. Ludwig Lefebvre calls this the inclusion of the negative, which is essential if the positive is likewise to come out. What is occurring here is more than the fact that human consciousness works in polarity. The positive cannot come out until the negative does also. This is why in analysis, the negative is analyzed, with the hope, which becomes true often enough to justify the rule, that the positive will then be able to come into its own. This is the constructive value in facing and admitting of the demonic. For Eros is a demon, We recall, Eros has to do not simply with love, but with hate also. It has to do with an energizing, a shocking of our normal existence. It is a gadfly that keeps us forever awake. Eros is the enemy of nirvana, the breathless peace. Hate and love are not polar opposites. They go together, particularly in transitional ages like ours. The most discussed drama on Broadway and throughout the country in recent years consisted of a 3-hour-long, emotional butchering of one another by two couples entitled Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. That the audiences who saw this drama on the stage during its long run were uncomfortable was obvious in their nervous laughter or their hesitancy, not knowing whether to laugh, but that they were deeply affected was even more obvious. We have to say, as has to be said so often, that the movie version of this drama was radically toned down. It gave the now mass audience much more assurance against the demonic by emphasizing the love play between George and Martha at the outset of the movie's story, before the butchering started. Where did the play get its attracting power? I believe that it got this power from the fact that it uncovered the demonic wishes, thoughts, and feelings which go on in every marriage, but are almost always denied in our bourgeois society. What bewitched and gripped us, as when one of the actors in this play would coil like a cobra to strike, was the laying bare on the stage of our own demonic tendencies, which appeared large and clear. The lead couple, George and Martha, do have some love for each other beneath the emotional savagery, but they are afraid of it and afraid of their own tenderness. In this respect, the play penetratingly portrays modern Western man. For we are afraid of both our demonic tendencies and our feelings of tenderness, which are, of course, two aspects of the same thing. To be able to experience and live out capacities for tender love requires the confronting of the demonic. The two seem opposites, but if one is denied, the other also is lost. This drama, of course, transcends the demonic by giving it significant form, as any good work of art must. This is why we can permit ourselves to accept the demonic when it is presented in art. The play also transcends the warfare in content in the last several lines, though the subject matter is always less significant for the transcendence of art than the art form itself. At the very end, George and Martha are able to will something with each other. Hence, this has been called by its director an existentialist play. Ostensibly, they can will because, in the process of the struggle, they have killed off the illusion of their phantasmagoric son. But whether they will really take the step, we don't know. We do know that the disclosing of their struggles on the stage strikes a powerful chord in the psyches of bourgeois, civilized audiences. We have only to call to mind the gruesome events of ancient Greek dramas, Medea cutting up her children, Oedipus gouging his eyes out, Clytemnestra murdering her husband and being murdered by her own son, to see that the demonic, in utterly bald-faced terms, was at the very heart of the great classical works which cleansed the audience with pity and terror, as Aristotle put it. But the actual hair-raising event in the Greek dramas always occurred offstage and was communicated by cries and appropriate music. This has several benefits. It is accurate, in the sense that the demonic does occur in our lives, generally slightly offstage, i.e., in the subconscious and unconscious. We don't murder the colleague with whom we are arguing in a committee meeting. We only fantasize his dropping dead of a heart attack. Also, the Greeks weren't interested in barbarism and melodrama as such. They knew it destroyed the art of a work. The dramatist had to make his drama out of the meaning of the murder rather than out of the emotion as such. I venture to propose that one of the central reasons the Greeks were able to rise to their unsurpassed height as a civilization was their courage and openness in facing the demonic. They gloried in passion and eros and the demonic, which is connected unavoidably with these. They wept and made love and killed with zest. Nowadays, patients in therapy often remark at the strange spectacle in ancient Greece that it is the strong man, like Odysseus or Prometheus, who weeps. But because of their capacity to confront the demonic directly, rather than resorting to modern man's self-castrating defense of denying and repressing it, the Greeks were able to achieve their belief that the essence of virtue, arete, for a man is that he responsibly choose his passions rather than be chosen by them. What does it mean to confront the demonic? Strange to say, William James, 3/4 of a century ago, had an intuitive grasp of the demonic and how to deal with it. It is the very badness of the act that gives it then its vertiginous fascination. Remove the prohibition and the attraction stops. In my university days, a student threw himself from an upper entry window of one of the college buildings and was nearly killed. Another student, a friend of mine, had to pass the window daily in coming and going from his room and experienced a dreadful temptation to imitate the deed. Being a Catholic, he told his director, who said, "All right, if you must, you must," and added, "Go ahead and do it," thereby instantly quenching his desire. This director knew how to minister to a mind diseased. I shall give an example from psychotherapy of possession by a state not commonly considered demonic, namely loneliness. In this patient, attacks of acute loneliness, developing into panic, were not infrequent. He could not orient himself in the panics, could not hang on to his sense of time, and became, as long as the bout of loneliness lasted, numb in his reactions to the world. The ghost-like character of this loneliness was shown in the fact that it could vanish instantaneously with a ring on the phone or his hearing the step of someone coming down the hall. He tried desperately to fight off these attacks, as we all do, which is not surprising since acute loneliness seems to be the most painful kind of anxiety which a human being can suffer. Patients often tell us that the pain is a physical gnawing in their chests or feels like the cutting of a razor in their heart region, as well as a mental state of feeling like an infant abandoned in a world where nobody exists. This patient would try, when the loneliness began, to wrench his mind away to thoughts about something else, to get busy doing work or go out to a movie, but no matter what escape he tried, there remained the haunting, satanic menace hovering behind him like a hated presence waiting to plunge a rapier into his lungs. If he were working, he could practically hear the Mephistophelian laugh behind him mocking him with a reminder that his stratagem would not succeed. Sooner or later, he would have to stop, more fatigued than ever, and immediately would come the rapier. Or, if he were in the movies, the awareness couldn't be suppressed every time the scene changed that his gnawing ache would come back again as soon as he stepped out on the street. But one day, he came in reporting that he had made a surprising discovery. When an acute attack of loneliness was beginning, it occurred to him not to try to fight it off. Running had never helped anyway. Why not accept it, breathe with it, turn toward it, and not away? Amazingly, the loneliness did not overwhelm him when he confronted it directly. Then it seemed even to diminish. Emboldened, he began to invite it by imagining situations in the past when he was acutely lonely, the memories of which had, up to now, always been sure to cue off the panic. But strangely enough, the loneliness had lost its power. He couldn't feel the panic even when he tried. The more he turned on it and welcomed it, the more impossible it was even to imagine how he'd ever been lonely in that unbearably painful way before. The patient had discovered, and was teaching me that day, that he felt the acute loneliness only as he ran. When he turned on the devil, it vanished, to use metaphorical long gauge. But it is not metaphorical to state that the very running is a response which assures the demonic of its obsessive power. However much we agree or disagree with the James Lang theory of emotions, it is surely true that the anxiety or loneliness has the upper hand as long as we continue to run. Anxiety, loneliness, or abandonment anxiety, being its most painful form, overcomes the person to the extent that he loses orientation in the objective world. To lose the world is to lose oneself, and vice versa. Self and world are correlates. The function of anxiety is to destroy the self-world relationship, i.e., to disorient the victim in space and time, and, so long as this disorientation lasts, the person remains in a state of anxiety. Anxiety overwhelms the person precisely because of the preservation of this disorientation. Now, if the person can reorient himself, as happens, one hopes, in psychotherapy, and again relate himself to the world directly, experientially, with his senses alive, he overcomes the anxiety. My slightly anthropomorphic terminology comes out of my work as a therapist and is not out of place here. Though the patient and I are entirely aware of the symbolic nature of this, anxiety doesn't do anything, just as libido or sex drives don't. It is often helpful for the patient to see himself as struggling against an adversary. For then, instead of waiting forever for the therapy to analyze away the anxiety, He can help in his own treatment by taking practical steps when he experiences anxiety, such as stopping and asking just what it was that occurred in reality or in his fantasies that preceded the disorientation, which cued off the anxiety. He is not only opening the doors of his closet where the ghosts hide, but he often can also then take steps to reorient himself in his practical life by making new human relationships and finding new work which interests him. Thus our tendency to see in every communist a devil, to identify ourselves with God, and to fight no wars but only undertake crusades. In this country, we progressively saw the Russians, Japanese, and now Viet Cong as the embodiment of evil, behind every rock, a communist or Jap. The enemy becomes the carrier of the elements we repress in ourselves. We fight our adversaries, little realizing that we are fighting our own selves, denied though it be. This projection requires assertion of self-righteousness on the part of the in-group, which is what makes it almost impossible to negotiate. To negotiate with the devil is to admit him as an equal. You have, in principle then, already given in to him. The next step in war psychology is that imagination and vision are blocked. There comes out of the capital, of whatever nation, cliché after cliché, each one thinner than its predecessor, which people do not believe on one level but join together in a conspiracy to believe on another. They become rigid in their demonic obsession. It is impossible for them even to conceive of any solutions. Intentions become separated by a great gap from intentionality. This process makes the demonic impersonal again. It removes the whole area from our having control over it. The demonic regresses to what it originally was, a blind, unconscious push unintegrated with consciousness. We now become not only nature's tools, but her blind tools. This is abetted by the vicious circle mechanism, present in nations as well as neurotics. We do not learn from experience. We make decisions patently against our own interest, and when they don't work, we self-destructively make them all over again. Shrunken in vision and sensitivity, we move monolithically, straight ahead, like the ancient dinosaur who could not learn, blind even to our own dinosaurian movements. Stages of the demonic. We initially experience the demonic as a blind push, driving us toward the assertion of ourselves as, say, in rage or sex. This blind push is original in two senses. First, it is the original way the infant experiences the demonic, but it is also the way the demonic instantaneously strikes each of us regardless of how old we are. The first yell that the infant lets out is a rich symbol indeed. It is an answer to the initial thing which life gives him, a spank administered by the good right arm of the doctor who delivers him. I not only begin life yelling, but for the first few weeks, my reaction to stimuli is indiscriminate. I may strike out in rage, thrashing my arms, needing and demanding to be fed, behaving like a little dictator, as Auden puts it. But I shortly begin to experience that some demands work and some do not. My blind urges are now more and more sieved through the context of what gets me what I wish. I begin the long process of learning the gradual acculturation of demonic urges. I am born into a social group, and I would not survive more than a few hours without this community. No longer than Oedipus would have lasted out on the hillside if he had not been found by the shepherd, though I cannot appreciate this fact for a number of months or even years. Regardless of how loud my protest is at the beginning, I need this mother and the others around me. The demonic occurs within the context of this social group. To what extent will it be used against them, to attack them, or force them to bend to my needs and desires, and to what extent, and when will it be used as a cooperative assertion? Adults retain the propensity to experience the demonic as a blind push, as sheer self-assertion. In lynch mobs and mass violence of all sorts, it is necessary to stir up the mob spirit before the act can be done. We experience security in the mob, a comfortable feeling of being completely protected. We surrender our individual consciousness to the group mind. We feel as though we were in the ecstatic state of a trance or under hypnosis. No matter how civilized an individual may pride himself on being, or how much he may deplore violence on the part of others, he must still admit that he is capable of this, or if he is not, something important in his character has been suffocated. The attractiveness of giving oneself oxer to the mob lies in the excitement without individual consciousness, no more alienation, no sense of isolation, and none of that fatiguing burden of personal responsibility. All of this is taken over by the group mind, a fictitious phrase which stands for the lowest common denominator. This is what constitutes the attraction. Indeed, at times the horrendous joy of war and of mass riots. They assume from us our individual personal responsibility for the demonic, and the fact that my sentence begins with they indicates how we must assign the action to anonymous figures. In a society like ours, which represses the demonic, these states are welcomed for the primitive security they give. The demonic and the anonymous. This brings us to the relation between the demon and the special problem of modern Western man, namely, the tendency to get absorbed in the herd, lost in Das Man. The demonic is anonymity, states Paul Ricoeur. The impersonal demonic makes us all anonymous. Nature draws no distinction between me and any illiterate peasant who also is its tool in its relentless drive towards self-increase, who copulates and begets offspring to perpetuate the race, and who can experience rage to keep himself alive long enough to serve as nature's procreator. Speaking psychoanalytically, this is the demonic in the form of the ID. In our bourgeois, industrialized society, man's most effective way of evading the demonic is by losing himself in the herd. This is the particular reaction to the demonic which disperses it. We look at the same programs of murder and violence on television at the same time millions of other Americans do, or we join the army and kill not for ourselves but for our nation and for freedom. This conformism and anonymity relieve us of the burden of the responsibility for our own demonic urges while ensuring their satisfaction. But they also ensure that the demonic will remain impersonal. It makes the demonic forces unavailable for individual integration. The price the person pays is the forfeiting of his chance to develop his own capacities in his own unique way. The dispersion of the demonic by means of impersonality has serious and destructive effects. In New York City, it is not regarded as strange that the anonymous human beings secluded in single-room occupancies are so often connected with violent crime and drug addiction. Not that the anonymous individual in New York is alone. He sees thousands of other people every day, and he knows all the famous personalities as they come, via TV, into his single room. He knows their names, their smiles, their idiosyncrasies. They bandy about in a "we're all friends together" mood on the screen which invites him to join them and subtly assumes that he does join them. He knows them all, but he himself is never known. His smile is unseen. His idiosyncrasies are important to nobody. His name is unknown. He remains a foreigner pushed on and off the subway by tens of thousands of other anonymous foreigners. There is a deeply depersonalizing tragedy involved in this. The most severe punishment Yahweh could inflict on his people was to blot out their name. Their names, Yahweh proclaims, shall be wiped out of the book of the living. This anonymous man's never being known, this aloneness, is transformed into loneliness, which may then become demonic possession. For his self-doubts, I don't really exist since I can't affect anyone. Eat away at his innards. He lives and breathes and walks in a loneliness which is subtle and insidious. It is not surprising that he gets a gun and trains it on some passerby, also anonymous to him. And it is not surprising that the young men in the streets, who are only anonymous digits in their society, should gang together in violent attacks to make sure their assertion is felt. Loneliness and its stepchild, alienation, can become forms of demon possession. Surrendering ourselves to the impersonal demonic pushes us into an anonymity, which is also impersonal. We serve nature's gross purposes on the lowest common denominator, which often means with violence. There is another form of the impersonal demonic, which is society's normal expression for at least part of this need. This is the curious phenomenon of masquerades and masked balls. Here is the cultivation of the fascination of the demonic in anonymity. We do not know whose eyes are those of the person who seizes us or whom we seize to dance. We are freed, for the moment, from the perpetual responsibility, often wearisome indeed, of controlling our personal conduct. The masquerade, carnival, and fashion are forms in which society permits us to temporarily go back to the freedom of the demonic in anonymity. As I recall from my own experience while living in Mediterranean countries, the carnivals before Lent were a great and delightful relief in which one could let off steam. They performed a catharsis not unlike that which the Dionysian festivals must have provided for the ancient Athenians. This cultural form of the demonic seems to draw off urges for violence. It is of the essence of the exciting pleasure of this abandon, however, that it is temporary, sanctioned by the community, and that everybody participates. Oases of free abandon to the demonic, these masked balls can exist only in the larger context of community catharsis and social approval. The next stage after the impersonal, both in the development of the infant and in each immediate experience of the adult, is to make the demonic personal. To be human means to exist on the boundary between the anonymous and the personal. If we can channel the demonic, we can become more individualized. If we let it disperse, we become anonymous. Man's task, by virtue of the deepening and widening of his consciousness, is to integrate the demonic into himself. Making the anonymous personal requires standing up against the tendency of the demonic to drive one into anonymity. This means enlarging our ability to break the automatic chain of stimulus and response. We can then, to some extent, choose what and what not to respond to. If the family training is rigid, or if there are traumatic experiences associated with it, the whole demonic urge may be blocked off. No sexual feeling is to be experienced, or in some homes, never is any anger to be shown. The stage is then set for later demonic possession and ultimate explosion. For these urges do not sleep, and if they cannot be expressed positively, they explode or are projected on whoever is the enemy of the person or the group. The trick here is that we learn not to let our wills be sickled over with a pale cast of thought and lose the name of action, but rather that we integrate the demonic power without destroying our spontaneity. This is possible in the new dimension of consciousness of which I speak. Thus, the demonic becomes the personal demon, the particular pattern of being which constitutes my own center, in this sense individualizes. We can now understand how, in such a highly developed individual as Socrates, the demon can be experienced as inner guidance. It is the voice of the relationship of the being, Socrates, to the being as a whole in which he participates. But having taken cognizance of the fact that there are rational criteria for judging the demonic, we must not forget the central and most perplexing issue, that it is impossible ever to make the demonic fully rational. The demonic will always be characterized by the paradox inhering in the fact that it is potentially creative and destructive at the same time. This is the most important question facing modern psychotherapy, and the most fateful also, for on it hinges the lasting success and the survival of therapy. If we try to avoid the dilemma of the demonic, as many therapists wittingly or unwittingly do, by helping the patient adjust to the society, by offering him certain habits which we think are better for him, or by making him over to fit the culture, we are then inevitably engaged in manipulating him. Rilke is then right. If he surrenders his devils, he will lose his angels too. The demonic, which is part of Eros and underlies both love and will, acts as a gadfly to our consciousness by throwing us into continual dilemmas. The deepening and widening of consciousness we seek in psychotherapy consists not of the solution of these dilemmas, which is impossible anyway, but the confronting of them in such a way that we rise to a higher level of personal and interpersonal integration. The demonic and knowledge. Knowledge is another expression of the demonic. The aura of mystical emanation which, in most people's minds, surrounds the physicist or the psychiatrist or psychologist, is composed of both veneration and suspicion. It is a contemporary form of an age-old phenomenon believed in not only by primitive men, but by all people down through history, that acquiring knowledge gives one a demonic weapon over other people. If I have some special knowledge of you, or your world which you don't have, I have power over you. This may be as simple as the fact that I know how something works and you don't, but basically, it is much more complex. It always skates on the edge of participation in the primitive belief that this knowledge gives me a special magical power. Some of the animosity against psychiatrists and psychologists, and specifically against psychoanalysts, who, as Freud says, have to challenge the demons, and it would be a wonder if they did get off unscathed, arises from this deep-seated fear. Men in these professions, it is felt by many people, have a knowledge of life and death which others do not have. Thus, there is a tendency to cling to them as gods one day and fight them as hated devils the next. Knowledge is also our source of freedom and security. The truth shall set you free. But in our emphasis on the gaining of knowledge, We have assumed that it was a one-way street, the more knowledge, the better, and we have forgotten this ambivalent, double characteristic of knowledge, that it is also dangerous. We hear so much these days about knowledge bringing power, security, financial success, and so on, that we overlook the fact that the very word which refers to the acquiring of knowledge, apprehend, is also the word which means dread, apprehension. Looking in Webster's, we find the definitions of apprehend: to perceive, to recognize the meaning of, to lay hold of with understanding, and the very next meaning is to anticipate with anxiety, dread, or fear. And the same with apprehension. The first meaning, a grasping of the mind, is followed by the second, a distrust or fear of future evil. It cannot be an accident that woven into the very fabric of our language is this relationship between knowledge and the demonic. How dangerous it is to know, we can say with Oedipus, but I must know no less. It is dangerous to know, but it is more dangerous not to know. It is the psychoanalyst who can afford to forget this least of all. Patients come for treatment ostensibly with open arms for revelations about themselves. But woe to the therapist who takes this at face value. The whole meaning of resistance and repression testifies to the anxiety and pain accompanying these disclosures about oneself. That is one reason why it is good that the patient pay for his sessions. If he won't take too much when he pays for it, he will take scarcely a thing given him gratis. This gives us a new approach to the concepts of resistance and repression. They reveal in a person an inescapable need to hide from the truth about himself. It is perpetually a moot question. How much self-knowledge can a human being bear? Oedipus is the prototype of the man who gains knowledge about himself and pays the ultimate price for it. He is well aware of the threatening quality of knowledge. "Oh, I am in dread to hear," he cries, "but I must hear no less." Tiresias tries to persuade him not to search. How terrible it is to know when no good comes from knowing. The issue in the drama is, shall Oedipus know what he has done? Shall Oedipus know who he is and what his origins are? It does not take a Freud to point out that everyone commits these acts, in fantasy if not in reality, and in reality by the vicarious means of war and organized violence which his nation gives him. In actual fact, the only difference between Oedipus and the rest of mankind is that Oedipus faced and admitted what he had done despite all attempted persuasions to the contrary. Even Oedipus' wife, Jocasta, joins in the general consensus that it is best that he remain in darkness. To show that she means this as a general principle of life, she attacks all the soothsayers and those who deal in myths or take the demonic seriously, have no part of this craft. She adjures her husband. Dreams are not to be taken seriously, and it is best to live unthinking as a man may. When the truth finally dawns on her, and it is important to keep in mind that she did not know this when she advised Oedipus not to seek his origins, she cries out desperately to her husband, "God keep you from the knowledge of who you are." But Oedipus is a hero precisely because he will not let Tiresias or his wife or God or anyone else stand in the way of his knowledge about himself. He is the hero because he is man facing his own reality. Not that he does not cry out with the pain of it, he does time and again, but he repeats, "I will not stop till I have known the whole." He also knows there are no false heroics. Curse on the man who took the cruel bonds from off my legs as I lay in the field. Though he curses the childhood which brought him this fate, he confronts it directly and destroys himself in the process, a relatively happy and successful king transformed into a blind, bad-tempered, old man exiled to Colonus. But he knows. And this courage to know, be it noted, with all its destructive possibilities, is found in the same person who can answer the riddle of the Sphinx, the one who knows what man is. Down through the ages, men have tried through their myths to tell each other of this connection between knowledge and the demonic. In Goethe's Faust, the hero has such an all-encompassing drive to possess knowledge that he sells his soul to Mephistopheles and counts the price light, which was Goethe's, and the myths, way of saying that to give into such an infinite passion for knowledge is already to have become one of the devil's world. Adam and Eve are thrown out of Eden because they, having eaten of the tree of good and evil, now have knowledge, and this makes them like the gods, immortal. The myth portrays the birth of human consciousness and states that consciousness carries the demonic with it. The myth of Prometheus has a parallel meaning, the god's disclosing of the cultural arts to men, central in which is language, amounts to the setting of himself against the other gods and incurring everlasting torment. My point is that the more the demonic is recognized, the more we shall be able to use the knowledge we acquire for our benefit and mankind's. Naming the demonic. We come now to the positive, curative side of the role of knowledge in relation to the demonic. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word has always had a fascinating and complex relation to the demonic. Referring to the alcoholic's proclivity for evading his problem by calling it everything else in the world except what it is, William James, in his pithy sentences quoted at the head of this chapter, speaks about the curing effect which occurs when he or any other patient dares to use the right name for his problem. The effort by which he succeeds in keeping the right name unwaveringly present to his mind proves to be his saving moral act. Traditionally, the way man has overcome the demonic is by naming it. In this way, the human being forms personal meaning out of what was previously a merely threatening impersonal chaos. We need only recall the crucial importance historically of knowing the particular name of the demon in order to expel him. In the New Testament, Jesus calls out Beelzebub or Legion or some other presumably accurate name, and the devil or devils leave the possessed unfortunate immediately. The priests who were successful at casting out devils in the Middle Ages were those who could divine the name of the demon, the pronouncing of which was sufficient to conjure the evil spirit out and away. Names are holy. The naming gives one power over the other person or thing. In the book of Genesis, God entrusts man with the responsibility of naming the animals. In ancient Israel, the Jews were not permitted to pronounce the name of God. Yahweh or Jehovah means no name and is a device used to refer to God without pronouncing his name. I have come to the belief in my clinical work that this special power of words, as illustrated in the prohibition of naming, has something important to do with the clinical problem of writer's block. In all cultures, there is a basic ambivalence. Words are what distinguish man from the rest of nature, and words also are dangerous to him who dares handle them. Writers in therapy may cry out, "If I write it, I'll be killed." In Jewish tradition, as shown in Talmudic studies, there is an emphasis on words as carriers of special significance. It may be that writer's block tends more to threaten people who were brought up in the Jewish tradition. One of the earliest and most fascinating accounts of the struggle with the demonic and the importance of names is Jacob's wrestling with the angel in the 32nd chapter of the book of Genesis. The occasion for this was the enmity between Jacob and his brother Esau. Jacob had heard that his brother was coming with 400 men. Within this, we find the problem of the love-hate ambivalence between the brothers. There is also the problem of will. Certain that he would be defeated on the morrow, Jacob was tempted to capitulate. This problem of will was made more severe by feelings of guilt. He had, years before, craftily cheated Esau out of his birthright. The story illustrates how guilt and anxiety, Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, can bring on the conflict with the demonic. The conflict can also be thought of in terms of the light and dark man. Esau was dark, hirsute, and the outlander, the hunter, the foreigner, as compared to Jacob, the farmer, the sower of seed. So Jacob left his wives and children on one side of the river that night and went across to the other side to think and to try to pull himself together for the crucial test which awaited him on the morrow. There, Genesis relates, he wrestled all night with a man. The identity of the adversary, typical of all such occasions, is unclear. Is it some subjective prejudice of his own with which he wrestles? Or a fantasy? A fear? Or is it, to make it more objective, an aspect of fate or an event like imminent death, something Jacob did not cause himself, but life forced upon him, and with which he must come to terms? Clearly it is both. But in the story, the identity of the adversary is charmingly ambiguous. Though he is described at first as a man, some commentators hold that he was Michael, the archangel. There is a passage later on in the book of Hosea which describes the same incident, and their two words are used in parallelism for this being, Malach and Elohim. The first has its primary meaning as messenger and the second as God or gods. In Hebrew, these early demons, if I may substitute my own term, refer regularly to beings of indeterminate status who owe their identity to their connection with some particular event, which is as it should be, assuming the demonic consists of a particular relationship of a human being to a significant event. But about one thing there is no question. Reading through the incident, we find the identity of the man becoming more and more that of a god until, in the latter part of the struggle, the adversary is called God himself. This man-god is a parallel to the halfway between stature of the Greek demiurge Eros, which participates in both mortality and immortality. When this demon found that he could not overcome Jacob in wrestling, he struck him in the thigh and maimed him. But Jacob still hung on. At length, the demon implored, "Let me go, for the day is breaking." Jacob responded, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." Jacob, the insistent, the father of his race, who does not ask whether God deigns to bless him, does not implore blessing. He demands it. And now we observe what an important role the names have. The demon asks, "What is your name?" And on being told, Jacob proclaims, "Your name shall no more be called Jacob, but Israel, for you have striven with God and with men, and have prevailed." Jacob, for whom politeness and decorum have no place when the issues are as critical as this moment, demands, "Tell me, I pray, your name." The demonic character of the adversary comes to the fore in the fact that he only turns the question back, leaving his identity still ambiguous. "Wherefore is it you ask my name?" He then blessed Jacob. The new character Jacob forges in a struggle with the demonic is sealed by the new name, Israel, literally meaning one who strives with God. Before Jacob leaves the spot, he gives us another illustration of the importance of names and the demonic. He changes the name of the spot where the encounter had taken place, and he called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. Genesis 32, verse 30. This again shows the assertion which the demonic enforces upon us. The older Hebrew belief had been that for man to see God meant to die. Jacob breaks through that convention. Through his own insistence, he not only sees God but wrestles with him. And he lives. If we think of the demonic as man's struggle with forces from within his own unconscious, which, at the same time, are rooted in the objective world, we can understand how this conflict would be brought closer to the surface, made more demanding and available for Jacob precisely at the moment when his struggle with Esau was imminent. The demonic is more apt to come out when we are struggling with an inner problem. It is the conflict which brings the unconscious dimensions closer to the surface, where they can be tapped. Conflict presupposes some need for a shift, some change in gestalt within the person. He struggles for a new life, as it were. This opens up the channels to creativity. Jacob is the prototype of the religiously creative man, but the same is true for artists and writers. The need to express oneself in writing, André Maurois tells us, springs from a maladjustment to life, or from an inner conflict which the man cannot resolve in action. No writer writes out of his having found the answer to the problem. He writes rather out of his having the problem and wanting a solution. The solution consists not of a resolution. It consists of the deeper and wider dimension of consciousness to which the writer is carried by virtue of his wrestling with the problem. We create out of a problem. The writer and the artist are not presenting answers, but creating as an experience of something in themselves trying to work, to seek, to find, and not to yield. The contribution which is given to the world by the painting or the book is the process of the search. But there is a final perplexing aspect to the story. Jacob is maimed. The account says that he limped away from the scene. He is now a cripple. The parallel to sexual intercourse is clear enough. Jacob has been struck in the thigh. In the orgasm, there is a combination of pain and ecstasy, a giving of oneself which is often experienced as something being ripped from the center of one's loins. But this refers more broadly to the creative experience as a whole, and to that curious and troublesome aspect of the creative moment, be it in art or thought or ethics or, as in Jacob's case, religion. That aspect of the creative experience which pulls all of the man's self into it, calls forth an effort and level of consciousness which he did not know he could put forth, and leaves him crippled. The individual completes the creative work vastly relieved and more a person than before, but also maimed. We often hear the statement after a harrowing task which took years, "I'll never be the same again." It is the hurt after the struggle, the imminence of a neurotic or schizophrenic break, though the person may simultaneously be more a person after the wrestling. Van Gogh was maimed. Nietzsche was maimed. Kierkegaard was maimed. It is the danger of the razor blade edge of heightened consciousness on which the creative person lives. No man shall see God and live, but Jacob did see God, and had to, and, though he lived, he was maimed. This is the paradox of consciousness. How much self-awareness can a man bear? Does not creativity take one to the frontiers of consciousness and push one beyond them? Does not this require an effort and courage beyond human capacities? But doesn't it also push back the frontiers of consciousness so that those who follow, like the explorers in early America, may erect cities and live there? This is the mystery. The clearest explanation seems to be that in the creative act, the individual moves farther away from the innocence of the child, or from the virginal state of Adam and Eve. The gap between the essential and the existential now becomes greater. The wisdom of Thomas Wolfe's title, "You Can't Go Home Again," is written more deeply in his The Creative Man's Being. In the heightened consciousness which is necessary for the fully creative act, as in the case of Blake, Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, Ibsen, Tillich, and the few other men who have challenged the position of God, schizophrenia and the creative act go hand in hand, and the individual may move back and forth from one to the other. One can see the whole story in the eyes of the person who has struggled with God and with man and prevailed. Assertion and dedication are necessary even to go to that frontier, and although a genuine self-realization may be achieved, he is also maimed in the process. Naming the demonic in therapy. In the naming of the demonic, there is an obvious and interesting parallel to the power of naming in contemporary medical and psychological therapy. At some time, everyone must have been aware of how relieved he was when he went to the doctor with a troublesome illness, and the doctor pronounced a name for it. A name for the virus or germ, a name for the disease process, and the doctor could then make a statement or two about the disease on the basis of this name. Now, something deeper is going on in this phenomenon than our relief at whether or not the doctor can predict a quick cure, or any cure for that matter. Some years ago, after weeks of undetermined illness, I heard from a specialist that my sickness was tuberculosis. I was, I recall, distinctly relieved, even though I was fully aware that this meant, in those days, that medicine could do nothing to cure the disease. A number of explanations will leap to the reader's mind. He will accuse me of being glad to be relieved from responsibility, that any patient is reassured when he has the authority of the doctor to which he can give himself up, and the naming of the disorder takes away the mystery of it. But these explanations are surely too simple. Even the last one, that the naming reduces the mystery, will be seen on further thought as an illusion. To me, the bacillus or the virus or the germ is still as much a mystery as ever, and the tubular bacillus was then still a mystery to the doctor. The relief, rather, comes from the act of confronting the demonic world of illness by means of the names. The doctor and I stand together, he knowing more names in this purgatory than I, and therefore technically my guide into hell. Diagnosis, from diagnoskin, literally knowing through, may be thought of, on one side, as our modern form of calling the name of the offending demon. Not that the rational information about the disease is unimportant, but the rational data given to me add up to something more significant than the information itself. It becomes, for me, a symbol of a change to a new way of life. The names are symbols of a certain attitude I must take toward this demonic situation of illness. The disorder expresses a myth, a total pattern of life, which communicates to me a way in which I must now orient and order my life. This is so whether it is for 2 weeks with a cold or 12 years with tuberculosis. The quantity of time is not the point. It is a quality of life. In short, the image by which I identify myself changes by its contact with the myth portraying the demonic in the natural processes of disease. If I overcome the disease, I shall partly be a new being, and I could rightly be initiated into a new community and be given a new name. The parallel of this phenomenon to psychotherapy is even closer than it is to medicine. Many therapists, like Alan Wheelis, speak of their task as naming the unconscious. Every therapist must be impressed almost every hour with the strange power which the names of psychological complexes, or patterns have for the patient. If the therapist proposes that the patient is afraid of his memories of the primal scene, or that he has an inverted Oedipus, or that he is an introvert or extrovert, or has an inferiority complex, or that he is angry at his boss because of transference, or that the reason he cannot talk this morning is resistance, if the therapist proposes any of these shibboleths, it is amazing how the words themselves seem to help the patient. He relaxes and acts as though he has already gotten something of great value. Indeed, one could burlesque psychoanalysis or therapy of any sort with the statement that the patient pays money to hear certain seemingly magic words, and he feels that he has received his money's worth if he hears a few esoteric terms. This relief does seem to have the characteristics of the magic of words. But this, such an easy straw man to be set up by the enemies of psychoanalysis, is a burlesque of therapy and not genuine therapy at all. It has been argued that the relief the patient receives is due to the fact that the naming gets him off the hook. It relieves him of responsibility by making a technical process to blame. He is not doing it, but his unconscious is. There is some objective truth in this. Most patients take too much responsibility for the wrong things, and not enough responsibility for those things about which they can do something. Furthermore, on the positive side, the naming helps the patient feel allied with a vast movement which is science, and also he is not isolated anymore since all kinds of other people have the same problem that he has. The naming assures him that the therapist has an interest in him and is willing to act as his guide through purgatory. Naming the problem is tantamount to the therapist saying, "Your problem can be known. It has causes. You can stand outside and look at it." But the greatest danger in the therapeutic process lies right here, that the naming for the patient will be used not as an aid for change, but as a substitute for it. He may stand off and get a temporary security by diagnoses, labels talking about symptoms, and then be relieved of the necessity of using will in action and in loving. This plays into the hands of modern man's central defense, namely intellectualization, using words as substitutes for feelings and experience. The word skates always on the edge of the danger of covering up the demonic, as well as disclosing it. Other forms of therapy, including lobotomy, may also remove the demonic. Dr. Jan Frank, in his study of 300 patients before and after they underwent lobotomies, gives a poignant example. "One of my patients," he writes, "a schizophrenic doctor, complained before the operation about a recurring nightmare in which he was surrounded by wild animals in the arena. After the lobotomy, the dream lions did not roar and were not frightening any longer, but walked silently away. When I read this, I was aware of a vague discomfort which I soon realized was the feeling that walking silently away was a potentiality precious to this man's life, and he was the poorer thereby. It is the failure of therapy, rather than its success, when it drugs the demonic, tranquilizes it, or in other ways fails to confront it head-on. The Furies, or demons, are called in Aeschylus' Orestia the disturbers of sleep. In the drama, they drove Orestes into temporary insanity after he killed his mother. But when one stops to think about it, if Orestes had slept soundly that month after the killing, something tremendously important would have been lost. Sleep is possible only after the pattern of fate-guilt personal responsibility is worked through to new integration, as it is in the last drama of the trilogy, the Eumenides. When Orestes is acquitted by the jury, Apollo demands the expurgation of the Furies, these demons who are the symbolic spirits of anger, revenge, retaliation. Apollo speaks as the representative of highly respected rationality. He lives by logical balance, accepted forms, and civilized control. He argues that these primitive, archaic Furies, spokesmen for the irrational ID, if ever such existed, who torment men at night, letting them neither sleep nor rest, be banished forever from the land. But what Apollo does not see, and what Athena has to drive home to him, is that he can be as cruel and implacable in his intellectual detachment as the Furies can be in their primitive rage. Athena, who reconciles opposing poles in her own self, symbolized by the fact that no mother gave her birth, argues a greater wisdom as she refuses Apollo, yet these, too, the Furies, have their work. We cannot brush them aside, and if this action so runs that they fail to win, the venom of their resolution will return to infect the soil and sicken all my land to death. Here is dilemma. Whether I let them stay or drive them off, it is a hard course and will hurt. She is enunciating a psychotherapeutic insight demonstrated by Freud in the Victorian age, a lesson, alas, not yet learned in our time. If we repress the demonic, we shall find these powers returning to sicken us, whereas if we let them stay, we shall have to struggle to a new level of consciousness in order to integrate them and not be overwhelmed by impersonal power. And what a refreshingly honest motto to put up in a psychotherapist's office. Either way will hurt. But in this drama, the act of accepting the demonic also opens the way for the development of human understanding and compassion, and even raises the level of ethical sensibility. Athena proceeds to persuade the Furies to remain in Athens and accept their role as respected guardians of the city. By accepting the demonic Furies, welcoming them into Athens, the community is enriched. Then our time-honored symbol comes home to us again, as at the birth of every new form of being, the Furies have their name changed. They are henceforth to be called Eumenides, literally meaning workers of grace. What a profound and eloquent way of proclaiming that the hated demonic can be a guardian and a channel of grace. We now arrive at the ultimate meaning of the demonic in dialogue. What did the ancients mean by this word, which has power over the demonic? They were referring to the logos, the meaningful structure of reality, which is man's capacity to construct form and underlies his capacity for language as well as for dialogue. In the beginning was the Word is true experientially as well as theologically. For the beginning of man as man, in contrast to apes or the pre-self-conscious infant, is the potentiality for language. We find that some of the important functions of therapy rest on fundamental aspects of the structure of language. The word discloses the demonic, forces it out into the open where we can confront it directly. The word gives man a power over the demonic. This word is communicated in its original, powerful forms by symbols and myths. It is important not to forget that any healing process, even the question of what each of us with a common cold is to do about his virus, is a myth, a way of viewing and evaluating oneself and one's body in relation to the world. Unless my illness changes my image of myself, my myth of myself, I shall not have distilled from the trauma of illness the opportunity for new insight into myself and my possibilities of self-realization in life. And I shall not attain anything that can be rightly called cure. We have seen that the demonic begins as impersonal. I am pushed by the clamor of gonads and temper. The second stage consists of a deepening and widening of consciousness, by which I make my demonic urges personal. I transform this sexual appetite into the motivation to make love to and be loved by the woman I desire and choose. But we do not stop there. The third stage consists of the more sensitive understanding of bodies as body, to use a physical analogy, and of the meaning of love in human life, to use a psychological and ethical analogy. The demonic thus pushes us toward the logos. The more I come to terms with my demonic tendencies, the more I will find myself conceiving and living by a universal structure of reality. This movement toward the logos is transpersonal. Thus we move from an impersonal through a personal to a transpersonal dimension of consciousness.
Part 2, Will. 7.
The will in crisis. This is our true predicament. Together with the fear of man, we have lost the love of man, the affirmation of man, the will to man.
Nietzsche.
A friend of mine with whom I was having lunch seemed depressed. The lunch was not far along when he told me that he was preoccupied over some events of the weekend. His 3 children, aged 12 to 23, had devoted several pithy hours to pointing out how he had been, if not responsible for, at least a prime contributor to their problems. The upshot of their attack was that they hadn't made enough clear decisions in his relation to them, hadn't taken a firm enough stand or set a strong enough structure. My friend, a sensitive, imaginative man who was a considerable success in his own life and work, had been brought up by strict, inner-directed parents. But he had known that he could never raise his children on that Victorian willpower pattern. At the same time, he and his wife had also never been devotees of the popular overpermissiveness which filled the vacuum when Victorianism was routed. What struck me with poignancy as he talked was my awareness that almost every parent these days seems to express in some form the same pain and perplexity that infused his question. How does a parent make decisions about his children? How should a father assert his will? This crisis of will affects the neurotic and normal alike, the patient on the couch as well as the psychiatrist or psychologist in the chair listening to him. The man I referred to was not in treatment for neurosis, yet he was experiencing the same contradiction in will and decision that is an inescapable expression of the psychological upheaval of the transitional age in which we live. The inherited basis of our capacity for will and decision has been irrevocably destroyed. And, ironically, if not tragically, it is exactly in this portentous age, when power has grown so tremendously and decisions are so necessary and so fateful, that we find ourselves lacking any new basis for will. The undermining of personal responsibility. One of Sigmund Freud's great contributions, if not his greatest, lay in his cutting through the futility and self-deceit in Victorian willpower. That willpower was conceived by our 19th century forefathers as the faculty by which they made resolutions and then purportedly directed their lives down the rational and moral road that the culture said they should go. I say that this was possibly Freud's greatest discovery because it was this exploration of the ill effects of Victorian willpower which led him to what he called the unconscious. He uncovered the vast areas in which motives and behavior, whether in bringing up children or making love or running a business or planning a war, are determined by unconscious urges, anxieties, fears, and the endless host of bodily drives and instinctual forces. In describing how wish and drive move us rather than will, Freud formulated a new image of man that shook to the very foundations Western man's emotional, moral, and intellectual self-image. Under his penetrating analysis, Victorian will did, indeed, turn out to be a web of rationalization and self-deceit. Now he was entirely accurate in his diagnosis of the morbid side of the vaunted Victorian willpower. But along with this inevitably went an unavoidable undermining of will and decision and an undercutting of the individual's sense of responsibility. The image that emerged was of man as determined, not driving anymore, but driven. Man is lived by the unconscious, as Freud, agreeing with the words of Grodek, put it. The deeply rooted belief in psychic freedom and choice, wrote Freud, is quite unscientific and must give ground before the claims of a determinism which governs mental life. Now, whatever the theoretical truth or falsehood of such a position is, it had very great practical significance. It reflected, rationalized, and played into the hands of modern man's most pervasive tendency, which has become almost an endemic disease in the middle of the 20th century, to see himself as passive, the willy-nilly product of the powerful juggernaut of psychological drives. And of economic forces, we may add, as Marx, on the socio-economic level, had demonstrated with an analysis parallel in brilliance to Freud's. I do not say that Freud and Marx caused this loss of individual will and responsibility. Great men, rather, reflect what is emerging from the depths of their culture and, having reflected, then interpret and mold what they find. We may disagree with their interpretations of their findings. We cannot disagree with the fact that they found it. We cannot ignore or slew over Freud's discoveries without cutting ourselves off from our own history, mutilating our own consciousness, and forfeiting the chance to push through this crisis to a new plane of consciousness and integration. Man's image of himself will never be the same again. Our only choice is to retreat before this destruction of our vaunted willpower, or to push on to the integration of consciousness on new levels. I do not wish or choose to do the former, but we have not yet achieved the latter, and our crisis of will is that we are now paralyzed between the two. The dilemma arising from the undermining of will has become a thorny problem in Freud's own field, psychoanalysis. The analyst Alan Wheelis is particularly perceptive of the problem as he writes, among the sophisticated the use of the term willpower has become perhaps the most unambiguous badge of naivete. It has become unfashionable to try, by one's unaided efforts, to force one's way out of a condition of neurotic misery. For the stronger the will, the more likely it is to be labeled a counterphobic maneuver. The unconscious is heir to the prestige of will. As one's fate formerly was determined by will, now it is determined by the repressed mental life. Knowledgeable moderns put their backs to the wheel, and in so doing may fail to put their shoulders to the wheel. As will has been devalued, so has courage. For courage can exist only in the service of will, and can hardly be valued higher than that which it serves. In our understanding of human nature, we have gained determinism, lost determination. The tendency to see ourselves as the spawns of determinism has spread, in late decades, to include contemporary man's conviction that he is the helpless object of scientific forces in the form of atomic power. The helplessness is, of course, vividly represented by the nuclear bomb, about which the typical citizen feels powerless to do anything. Many intellectuals saw this coming and asked in their own terms whether modern man is obsolete. But the important development in our present decade is that this is the common awareness of all who even watch TV or go to the movies. A recent film stated it boldly: the nuclear age has killed man's faith in his ability to influence what happens to him. Indeed, the central core of modern man's neurosis, it may be fairly said, is the undermining of his experience of himself as responsible, the sapping of his will and ability to make decisions. The lack of will is much more than merely an ethical problem. The modern individual so often has the conviction that even if he did exert his will, or whatever illusion passes for it, his actions wouldn't do any good anyway. It is this inner experience of impotence, this contradiction in will, which constitutes our critical problem. Contradiction in will,